Greetings, everyone, from Santa Monica, California. Another hot and sunny day with more hot and sunny action. It's Apex Legends and the FACEIT Pro Series. $50,000 on the line over 8 weeks. And this week is the final week. Yes, this is our conclusion. This is the final week of action. We've had so many epic teams involved all the way through, and we've seen some awesome action in Apex Legends, and this is the final week. I'm Axel Toss here to bring you the action, joined by Nathanius, and we have Emily Garrido from Team Dignitas joining us today. And real quick, Emily, I want to go straight to you. Why don't you introduce yourself to our audience and talk to me a little bit about your role with Team Dignitas?
Perfect. Well, I play CSGO for Dignitas. I'm the captain of an all-women's team. We're a 5-time world champion team, and we've been with Dignitas for almost 3 years now, so I'm happy to be here to support our Apex boys. Wow,
look out. Do you play a fair amount of Apex Legends using that Counter-Strike skill?
I'm very hard to get into another game, and Apex actually drew my attention, so I'm into it. I really like it.
There's always a balance there. If you're already really good at a game, you have to decide, okay, do we want to stick with that or try to move into the new game? But
yeah, see, I'm more on the Apex side because the time to kill makes it a little bit easier since I can't aim to save my life. So glad I'm not playing against you in CS or anything like
Perhaps
that.
a little bit more forgiving, but make sure you join the conversation on social media. You can check out FACEIT Apex on Twitter, and also you can use the hashtag FACEIT Apex to join the conversation. But yeah, guys, this is the final week of action. We've had an incredible time all the way through, and I believe this brings us to the format of the action. All of these pro teams, they are playing in public matches. We are not playing ranked. That is, you know, the conversations have been there. It's impossible for our current situation right now, maybe in the future, but for the purposes of this competition, these guys are jumping into just public matches. So it's very much about speed, finding every team you can, taking them out. You want kills, you want match victory. As you can see the points laid down on the right side of the screen there, 10 points for a match victory. You absolutely need first place, but then it's all about those kills as you get those first place results. $5,000 per week, and then $10,000 additionally to the highest ranked team at the end of the tournament series. Guess what? That's where we are right now. So we're awarding that $10,000 at the end of the day today. Let's bring this to the teams that we have competing, including Team Dignitas, one of the more storied organizations to get into Apex Legends. You know, there's a lot of storied organizations here. You have Team Liquid, Complexity, TSM, Cloud9. These are some of the biggest teams in the world, NRG. And then you have some teams from kind of the Asian side of things, T1, Gen.G. So just and also you have Europe, you have Beavers, Alliance. So there's just a nice, diverse amount of teams here competing, which is great for our purposes. And I think this brings us to the standings. So how does it all shake out? Here is where our points are. And Beavers, this is the team that came through qualifiers on the European side of things. And now they're in first place. They're destroying everyone. 3,045 points. T1, they're going to have an amazing day to even catch them. You know, I feel like the conversation coming into this week has been, you know, Beavers, they're there. They just need a catastrophic mistake to fall off.
Yeah, the whole discussion last week was we were talking about how Team Liquid had jumped up from like that 6th, 7th place spot over to 3rd. And we're like, oh my goodness, maybe someone will finally dethrone Beavers. But they still slayed it last week, and they have not given any team an opportunity. I mean, the point lead, the 60-point lead that they have right now over T1, they need to basically they need to fumble 2 games today in a bad way, and T1 or Team Liquid need to really crush it super hard in order for them to come back. So Beavers has that first place position, and they've earned it over the course of the last 7 weeks to the point where today, without a huge mistake, they've got that $10,000 in the bag, and it's been quite a journey to watch them as they're not one of the teams that are coming here represented by a big organization.
Yeah, and that's pretty important because every week there's also a prize. So we see Dignitas, they're in 14th. Unfortunately, I don't think they're in consideration for the top spot.
I believe in a comeback. I always believe in a comeback story, and I think it can happen.
All right. I mean, in theory, there's a chance. But again, I think the good news for Dignitas here is that there is a prize for winning an individual week. So if you guys can come out and get first this week, that means after party. Yeah. That means these guys, their plane is scheduled for tonight. We're going to have to push that to tomorrow, and we're going to have to go find some nice food and drinks if Dignitas is able to win today.
And we got them playing in the studio. And just big thanks to Dignitas for having the players out here. We've had players from a bunch of different teams over the course of the entire 8 weeks, and it's really awesome to be able to talk to them and hear what they have to say about the game, and also just kind of get a closer look at their gameplay, because they're all so good at Apex.
Speaking of exactly that, I had the chance to talk a little bit with Team Dignitas before the matches start today, so let's take a look at that.
All right, I'm here with Team Dignitas. They're all from Sacramento, California, which I just learned. Of course, we're here in Santa Monica, California. Not too far of a travel distance for these guys, but I'm excited to ask you guys some questions as we're live in studio, getting ready to start with the final week of action for the Apex series here at FACEIT. So, first thing I want to ask, guys, I want to know a little bit about your history. So go ahead and give me your name, your handle, and a little bit about your history in video games, and specifically Battle Royales.
Okay, so my name is Jamie Alvarez. Handle is Crossover. History with the Battle Royale is we all came from H1Z1, and we played in the H1Z1 Pro League. So we have that whole BR background, and basically we started playing together when the team first came out, or when the game first came out, and we just were grinding leaderboards, and we started to notice each other putting in the work and the time, and then we're like, hey, why don't we form a team and start putting our application in, all having the background of playing professional BR. So, and we ended up getting picked up.
Yeah, picked up by Team Dignitas. That's pretty awesome. A major org. I'm sure y'all were very excited when that happened. I want to ask you guys as well. Give me your name, give me your handle, and a little bit of your video game history.
My name is Miguel Medina. I play under Mig_99. I've been playing BRs for the past 3 to 4 years competitively. And yeah, I've been gaming all my life. So I came across Twitch like 3 or 4 years ago, and H1Z1 was the first game I started watching, and I just bought a PC for that, and I started playing keyboard and mouse.
All right, last one over here. Your name, where you're from, and a little bit of your history in gaming.
Okay, my name is Stanley, and they call me Surima Wizard. And I started playing Battle is from H1Z1. And watching people play it, and then I would just play for fun, and then now I end up become a pro.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And here you are in Santa Monica, a really cool location, playing for lots of money. So let's talk about Apex Legends real quick. Obviously, with all the BRs going on, let's talk about this game real quick. I'll come over to you here. You know, what makes it different from other BRs, and why did you guys gravitate towards this title compared to others?
So H1 kind of fell off, had a bad thing, and then this game came out, perfect timing. Fast pace, the mobility, the movement, everything. First person, it was just the gun mechanics. It was just a good game for us, and it fit our play style coming from H1Z1, fast paced BR. So we all just kind of gravitated toward it, and it caught our eye. So it's a fun game.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Very smooth experience when you're playing Apex. Now, we have seen some changes. Season 2 just hit. We've had some weapon changes, some weapon additions. We've had some map changes. Can you give me a few, and if you guys want to chime in, let me know. But can you give me a few thoughts on the changes we've seen, what you like, what you don't like, or what you'd like to see?
I think the changes to the map are really cool. Having different areas to loot, kind of diverse everything, spreads people out. There's not as much chokes points as there used to be, but I think the loot distribution still needs to be fixed. It's pretty bad. Apex, whoever is making that, fix that. But as far as like the hop-ups and stuff, I do like disruptor rounds to an extent, but with hammer points, I can't stand it. Whoever rocks that combo, I hate you. But yeah, as far as the new items, it's pretty sweet. I like it. They're going in the right direction for sure.
Of course, this is the final week. So what's the goal today? I guess compared to previous weeks, you talked about adjustments that you've had to make, and something that we've seen is a lot of the faster team comps, you know, more Pathfinder, Octane, Wraith type situations rather than a Caustic coming out or like a Watson coming out, just due to the fact that speed is emphasized. You need to get around the map. You need to find the bad guys. You need to take them out. If you hear a fight and you're not a part of it, it's a mistake. So can you talk about that a little bit, and I guess your goal today, what you're trying to accomplish?
Just basically be there before the shots fire so we can find everyone. So yeah, we're rocking Wraith, Octane, Pathfinder right now too, so just to rotate and beat everyone to the punch pretty much.
All right, I'm excited to see you guys in action. Good luck today.
Yeah, really cool being able to talk to those guys. Very relaxed. It wasn't too far of a trip for them, just coming from Sacramento. Emily, anything you wanted to add at all there?
Yeah, I was just listening to how hard they grinded to get picked up by Dignitas, and I watch them scrim quite often, and they do grind, and they're working really hard on their communication with each other, and they really want this, and I know that they're going to keep working hard, and I'm fully confident in them today.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? With especially Dignitas is an organization that's been around for so long in esports, but we have these new genres that kind of pop up that have become competitive, and it's still the early days for Apex Legends. So having these guys come out, they have a bit of the tournament experience prior, which I think is huge. But there's so much to bring together in all of that. There's so many adjustments to be made. It's still such a young scene, and it's so competitive because so many people play these games that it just makes you excited for them when you get to hear about that story and them coming together and getting picked up by a big team with big hopes to be competitive.
Yeah, and Emily, we're gonna ask you a lot of questions here. You're the guest, and we are featuring Dignitas today. So, when it comes to Apex Legends, what has kind of been the scope for Dignitas? Obviously, a new game comes out for an org. There's quite a few decisions that have to be made on whether to pick up a team, on whether to get involved with the professional league, whatever that might be, and whatever decisions that come with that. Can you provide some light onto Dignitas's entry into Apex Legends?
I think Dignitas is a very innovative organization, and they're looking for people that are very vibrant in the scene and that work hard and that want to win. And these guys proved it. They're always scrimming with each other, and even when they're not scrimming with each other, they're still scrimming on their own, and they're working on issues that need to be fixed and trying to perfect things. And that's things that Dignitas love. They love hard workers, and coming into Apex, I think Apex is doing great so far in listening to the community and slowly fixing things that need to be fixed to make it even more better competitively. So I'm excited to see the future of Apex.
And of course, you're coming from CSGO and the professional scene there. What advice or what support have you been able to offer to these guys, maybe because of maybe your practice regimen, or maybe things that they can learn from you and your experience in Counter-Strike?
Yeah, I mean, I'm from FPS background, and I'm not really coming into BR was totally new thing for me. I didn't play H1Z1, so I loved the FPS aspect of Apex. Me and my team, we play 5 to 6 days a week for 7 to 8 hours, so we practice hard and a lot. So I think other games can relate to that, but there's a fine line between practicing too much, as we learned with Overwatch. Practicing too much can be too hard on the team. So I think that what CSGO players can bring to Apex scene is strategies and strategicness instead of hiding back when you push up. It's like playing chess. Are you going to be ahead of the player? If they're going through a tunnel, where are they going to end? And that's a good way, I think, to bring in that type of CSGO mindset into Apex.
I like that a lot. I think that's a huge part about it as we talk about the rotations and whatnot. And it's interesting because the format for tournaments, especially for Apex, are going to be changing a lot as the months come by. Of course, you mentioned earlier that we're sticking with the format that we started with, which is playing the pub game. So I think even between this and what you're already seeing, top end players in ranked play versus each other is already grossly different. So all of those skills are going to be they're going to have different weights to them as the competitive scene continues to grow, especially as we eventually get into only having the pro teams go up against each other, and it becomes way different than what we're even seeing for this format.
Yeah, and that goes back to my question, any org getting into a new game, that's always a question. Making that decision to jump into the game. And, we still don't necessarily know what's down the pipeline for Apex Legends competitive. As a game that pretty much just came out, there's a lot to potentially prepare for, because you don't know what that's going to look like, but you have to prepare for anything as a top organization who wants to be involved and wants to be at the highest level of any competition, of any game that comes out, which I'm sure is just a fascinating thing to go through as a professional organization.
It's another benefit of being with a big org like Dignitas that has the esports experience over many years, and you guys have so many different teams. I'm sure one of the best parts of these guys is if they need to reach out to someone, if they have questions, if they need support or advice, that you guys have a huge infrastructure for that.
Yeah, that's one thing that sets us aside from the other organizations. We have access to a lot of different resources. So if the Apex players need help talking to a nutritionist or a sports psychologist, they have those accesses and resources. The same as me and my team. We go out to Philadelphia a week before a big tournament and we boot camp there. So everything that the basketball players get is what we get. We even got to meet with them and play some games with them too.
That's so awesome.
It's really cool. It's an awesome thing to be with Dignitas, and honestly, meeting with all these different resources, again, like the sports psychologist is amazing, and it's so helpful, and nutritionists, because eating properly before a big game can help prep you, and traveling a lot. There's so much traveling to different tournaments. You have to get your name out there and known, and so we met with one of the coaches from the basketball team who helped teach us with different ways to prep on you not getting tired before a game. Like these boys, they flew in this morning. So hopefully they use all the resources that they have and they're ready to go in there.
Yeah. Thankfully not too far travel for them.
Yeah, not a bad flight from Sacramento. We're about to jump into the first game. Again, we have 12 matches scheduled here, so it's going to be a nice few hours of watching some Apex Legends. Emily, thanks again for being with us. I feel like we could just talk about Dignitas all day long. Thankfully, you're going to be joining us a little bit for this commentary, so we might throw some more questions your way as we're about to get into watching Team Dignitas. And actually, I just want to ask you right away, having had quite a few conversations with Mike Prendeville, who is an amazing person, recently the CEO of Dignitas, he comes from a traditional sports background where he was a higher up at NBC, at NBC Sports.
Yep.
And for people who are watching, the Tour de France, that's, I think, live right now, the Tour de France, the big bike race happening in France. I was talking to Mike Prendeville. He was on the crew for that, which is very much, you're traveling, you have there are athletes that have very strict schedules, things they need to do. So it feels like there's a fair amount of traditional sports influence happening within the Dignitas organization, which overall is a very important element of just esports in general.
It really validates esports, I think. We're trying to get on the scoreboard of showing everyone that we are we're related to traditional sports, and they work just as hard as the regular athletes. We are athletes, so to have that backing is really good.
What a drop, by the way. Crossover lands on gold armor.
Gold armor is always a good drop.
Not only that, he's got a longbow and an alternator in his pocket. Like, just the longbow and gold armor alone are probably two of the items I would love to just land on.
Yeah, so
and here we are.
Just as a quick refresh, so the teams will all be playing 12 games over the course of 4 hours. Our teams have gotten so fast at this, by the way, that we do see a lot of them end up finishing ahead of time. But this makes every single game counts. Every single game is super important. You want to rack up as many kills as you possibly can. And because we usually have a little bit of that time buffer, we'll see things like the respawn farming happening since we're playing pub matches. So keep your eyes open for that. And just good start to be able to get some kills outside of Skulltown. Since usually the rotation pattern after this is you go into Skulltown, you clean up whoever actually landed there. But being able to grab some frags before you go there is always going to be nice. Some of the top-end teams score-wise that we have seen, generally between that 25 plus to maybe the 35 kill range per round for the top finishers. Not easy to do, of course, but these guys have they've been upping the ante week after week, and it's been cool to see that development and also the influence of the big patch that did come in at the start of July.
Yeah, and we see them heading towards Thunderdome here. And yeah, we're in this little pocket outside of Skulltown. And when I first started playing this game, I love dropping kind of around this area, where it's kind of, you're off the beaten path, but you're within range of Skulltown. So if you drop nicely, you can still go and get some fighting going. So, and I feel like with this format, these guys, they want to drop out of the plane very quickly, I feel like, no matter what.
You want to get
no
into the
matter
action
where
quickly.
the plane is situated, you want to get out of that plane very quickly and then start looking around to see where people are dropping so that you can land at least on one team and then just start sprinting towards the rest of the map to try to take other people out. So we might see that might be a strategy here that these guys are employing as we speak.
This area is so open. I was going to say, like, this is probably more your wheelhouse, Emily, because This area it's too open. You have to aim. Aiming is my weak point when it comes to these types of games. I like to hide around corners and do all the strategical stuff with shotguns and traps.
Oh, that's a fun part. That's why I love characters like Octane. You get to go in there and get in their face and get a good fight.
Well, Emily, what's your main? What do you kind of pick up in Apex Legends?
Well, every time I play with our
Skull
coach,
Piercer, by the way.
he always plays Octane, so I usually have to play a lifeline. You know, I'm a nurse in real life, so I like to be a little bit of a healer too.
That's fair. That's
in real life.
So Octane and then Lifeline.
Yeah.
Octane's really fun. I love Octane. The speed just feels so good.
I have already announced it on stream, but as someone who was very proficient with Bloodhound, I had a ton of kills with Bloodhound. I have retired my Bloodhound. I think Jasmine did as well in production, who is also very well-renowned Bloodhound, at least on the West servers. I have switched over to Octane. Octane's kind of my go-to. As we see, actually, there's a fight unfolding here in Thunderdome, and we got at least a few frag grenades. One man down. So I'm a little.
We got two knocked right now.
Oh,
so,
two knocked.
So there's the cleanup there on one of our players. Now, of course, we have seen these guys recover from situations like this, but he's gonna have to clean up a bit, grab both banners. We see restoring the shields on those gold armor. And here's the crazy thing, right? Because there's not a tremendous amount of loot in these spots. There's some good spots for it, but because of how open it is, if you do get caught, if you do get knocked down, there's not a whole lot of area to hide behind either, so you need to be on top of things. So just waiting it out a little bit to be able to make sure that he can get his teammates up and waiting for a push potentially from the enemy players as well.
He's playing this really safe. He's going to go in last second to rescue these guys. He's not concerned about trying to do a 1v3, but this is a problem. With our format, you know, you need to not be downed at all. You need to be constantly going across the map getting kills. So at the very least, this is a lot of time that is going to go against them in regards to the total kills, in regards to the progression.
Can't blame them, though, considering where the teammates...
Playing it safe, though.
Yeah, where the teammates got knocked, it's better to get that top 10 finish or the win than it is to run in there gung-ho, get one or two frags, and potentially drop the map.
And this is good to keep in mind for you guys at home playing ranked or whatever. Like, you don't necessarily want to run in and try to win a fight. It's all about survival in Apex Legends.
I will say right now, the problem is going to become that Shurima's banner is actually about to expire. So if he's gonna make a move, he needs to do it quickly.
He had his ultimate as well, but it looks like
the enemy team's already going to be engaging on him, and it's a tricky situation when you've got quite a few players diving in on top of you.
Yeah, I really feel like this is a little bit unlucky for them. Maybe they got sandwiched. I wasn't really paying attention, but they're out in the open, like you said, so they didn't really have much room to hide.
I can't land Thunderdome to save my life.
I was about to say, man, if there's one place I avoid, it's probably Thunderdome, and then anywhere the dropship ends up being. The thing is, it's just the multi-layered, right?
Well, I can always land on the dropship with my caustic,
right? But if it's later on in the game and you're having to walk by it, it's like you try to avoid that because you don't know if there's someone up there just looking out for you.
He doesn't have a whole lot of resources.
The exception is Pathfinder. Pathfinder's got that mobility, so you can kind of handle those multi-layer areas.
It's tough though.
You want to have your team with you.
Yeah, he got pinched really hard on that initial position.
He's in evasive mode. He just wants to get out and stay alive.
Yeah, the problem is just didn't have any shield batteries to be able to heal up or anything, so does get picked off.
Everyone's just fucking hitting nutty shot.
It's a tough start.
Yeah, it comes down to a lot too. You land in a spot that doesn't have a tremendous amount of resources. They cleaned up at first, and then sometimes there's just too many of them that get on top of the team and surround you. So we're gonna go to a replay here from TSM.
And, they might have had a little bit of a false sense of security because they already cleared outside of Skulltown. So in their mind, they're like, okay, everywhere, it's going to be a little open around here.
I don't feel like a ton of teams generally
they don't.
Thunderdome from Skulltown.
Teams don't try. You're not necessarily expecting to run into like 3-4 teams at Thunderdome.
Yeah.
Let's pull them off the roof.
Yeah, it's really unlucky for them.
So it happens.
Slow start, but they can come back. They need this one. They want to end the season strong, so they can come back from this.
Definitely meant to do that.
I believe.
I do too. Of course, we're looking at TSM now. We just saw a little replay, and now we're scrolling in the live here. Somewhat of a similar drop position for them. They ended up clearing out Skulltown, and now they're heading towards.
Do you need 199 rounds in reserve for a wingman? By the way, he's got a lot of heavy ammo.
Definitely not.
It is Res Valley.
I thought it was funny because he tried to pick up a shield battery, but his inventory was full, and he's like, "Nah." I'm like, "You don't need. I don't think you need." He's got 3 stacks of heavy with that on a. I guess some people do shoot the wingman a lot, but I feel like if you're able to fire a whole stack of heavy rounds out of a wingman without killing someone to get more ammo, you've got other problems.
Abralele also a ton of ammo for that wingman.
Yeah, he's the lurker player for TSM.
You're not going to take 160 shots in the course of a game.
TSM struggled a little bit since we got into Season 2 for Apex Legends. One of the big things that they talked about was Alberlele is their player that likes to kind of go out in that flex role and separate from the team. So he's the guy looking for kills away from the team, but even as we're seeing right now, he's with everybody else. The alternator rounds, Dignitas was talking about this, them with the hammer point, make it really, really hard to engage people head-to-head since it lowers that time to kill so much. And that adjustment, I think it's kind of played into a little bit of the struggles that TSM has had in the last few weeks since their strategy completely changed with that little bit more difficult to survive the 1v3s than there originally were in Apex Legends.
Where it can be a little bit more risky to kind of go up on their own. I think that's a good point. We'll keep an eye on that, see if these guys split up. Meanwhile, TSM pouncing on a team that was just leisurely looting up on one of these boxes. TSM saying, hello, nice to see you, goodbye.
I love that. I love that he just went and ruined their party.
Yeah, they're all sitting around the death box looting some person that it just killed, and Alberlele's like, how's it going, my dude?
My loot now. Unfortunately, that happens to me quite a bit. But I'm always the guy who gets knocked out first, more or less, so I like actually need that shield from that box. It just so happens that I get, you know, the last HP is taken out by a third party.
I don't even make it to the box looting situation because I'm just trying to do my finisher with Caustic on them, you know?
Oh, no.
Just need to make my enemy feel as bad as humanly possible as I kill them.
And this is another interesting area, this tower area. You know, we talked earlier about Thunderdome and the multi-layer level, you know, worrying about different, you know, that Y-axis. If it goes way up, you know, you kind of got to worry about that.
Climbing this tower gives me anxiety.
Just being around this area, I don't necessarily like it because, again, there's a lot of places you can get shot from. So right here, the challenge is identifying where this other team is and then trying not to get split up in too many different areas. You want to make sure you get those 3v1s, you stay together as a team.
Yeah, so you hear the call out going for the Watson that was on the side. Gonna have the knock there from Alberlele. It looks like that team was cleaned up.
Yeah, it's a really nice loadout already, though. The wingman with the purple extended mag and the skull piercer.
This is a good start for the first game for TSM. Right? We got
season 1.
Is Alberlele just have 8 frags on his own so far to kick things off? Not
season
bad at
1,
all.
This is a lot easier to get than right now. So Alberlele is going to be very happy with this skull piercered wingman with that purple mag.
Yeah, there were some interesting discussions around that too because of the. So for the sake of the competitive integrity of the tournament, we kept the format the same when Season 2 dropped and all those other changes hit. But one of the things the players did point out is that a lot of the better players, the more hardcore, the more try-hards, I guess you could say, kind of went over to ranked, right? So the dynamic shifted a little bit, but there's still the tone of the game changed to be a lot more aggressive. It felt here, but these guys can't really take advantage of some of the other changes that have afforded that or the defensive positions because it really is just about the speed, and that's why we don't see the Caustics or the particularly the Watson, because that's one of the biggest discussions in ranked play is at late game at high rank. Watson is almost a necessary pick to be able to stop like grenade spam.
Is that the Watson with the?
Of course, that Watson ultimate, able to prevent those grenades. I'll be honest, Nathanius, I've run into some of those Caustic Watson teams.
Yeah,
and they're all huddled up in a room.
Yes, they are.
I just don't go in there. I'll be honest.
You should come hang out with us sometime.
I don't know, man. It doesn't look very inviting.
Bring your Octane in. Come on.
I hear Nathanius's inner, like, sinister, caustic laughter. I hear that, and then I just don't go in there. So that's kind of how I approach the caustic Watson.
You're wise to do so.
Matt, can you just try to keep with this guy?
Caustics, we're not. Everybody's invited. Everyone's invited in the bunker.
Emily, in case you didn't know, Nathanius is a caustic main.
I can tell the way that he's trying to egg you on into his room.
It's it's honest work.
Yeah, I typically play Octane, but I'm at the point where if there's not a Pathfinder by the time I'm picking, I will pick Pathfinder. Actually.
I'll play Octane if my team's like, Nathan, you cannot land bunker every single game today. I'll be like, fine. Fine.
Just do it, man.
Octane is just such a clutch character. I feel like if he's in a tough situation, he can literally 1v3 and get around. So can't let him get away.
His mobility is just so good, and like even in a really tough spot, if you're able to like get a battery off and you have no health, you can still use the stim even with no hit points remaining. So
It's a duo. Fuck.
he just always has the ability to get moving, and that's why I like Octane. Like if I'm tryharding, yeah, of course Octane is in my opinion the best.
It's all survival. I think I talked about it last week, just the ability that some of these top players have to just stay alive. Even with just 1 HP, 2 HP, 10 HP, a sliver of health, and they somehow get away. Octane really enables that. Just and same with Pathfinder.
Yeah.
And honestly, Wraith also.
Yeah.
That's why I really like this combo we're seeing here.
We saw this combo a lot, and last week the discussion actually kind of came around a lot less lifelines. I think one of the only teams that consistently picked lifeline in week 7 was Fire Beavers. And they are the team that is currently #1 overall, but they're one of the only teams that we saw breaking out those lifelines. It was a lot more Octanes or Bangalores for that 3rd position, and I do think still that a good amount of that has to do with the fact that Octane doesn't take the bonus damage, and Wraith and Pathfinder both take 5% extra damage. But Octane, not only does he have the mobility, he just doesn't eat the bullets as badly as the other characters do.
It's a pretty huge game here. Seeing 15 for reps.
Yeah, good God, is
like,
TSM popping off this round or what?
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty big number. This is a go-to spot.
Is that 12 on Albrolele? Do they have 28 kills between the two of them?
Don't spoil the audience. We don't know until the score is up. It can be unofficial.
If Imperial has any kills, this is easily a 30. This could be a 40 bomb game. I mean, there's not enough players left. If Imperial has like 5+ kills, we're actually on the cusp of a.
Looks like there's a bad guy right in front of him there. And of course, the strategy comes into play where you keep someone alive, go res, a couple more kills.
Respawn farming here would be huge.
It's an absolute must for these guys.
So we're looking at Imperial. Imperial's got 6.
I'm trying to remember our overall standings.
They're like 32, 33 plus right now.
Was TSM within reach of first place? Passing the Fire Beavers?
I don't think so, no.
They were further than top 3.
Yeah.
Because it was T1 and then Team Liquid.
Yeah, the tough part for TSM was they were really hot the first 4 or 5 weeks, and then we got into Season 2 of Apex, and they were in studio, and one of the things that they talked about was it's just a lot harder for them because the lower time to kill with the new hop-ups made it just really hard for Albrolele to break off of the team. And we actually got to see that on stream a few times where Albrolele would try to go out on his own and 1v3 a team or two, and the rest of the team would have to come back and grab him and res him. But it happened last week again where 1 or 2 rounds they finished like 7th or 8th. Like they did not get anywhere near the amount of points that they needed, which is a shame because I think their average kills on games that they win are like 30+. Like these guys frag out of their minds, or they trip and fall on their own shears.
There's 2 bangs.
Yeah, I mean, it's safe to say this is going to be a pretty huge number from TSM in their first match of the day.
This is an incredible start from them, I think.
I don't actually think that. I don't remember have we actually been able to spectate a team that had a 15 on one and like 13 or 14 on the other?
We might need to look into the archives to see what our highest score has been from a single game from a single team, because I think we're close to it. I've done a little bit of math looking at those numbers in the top, and they're up there. At least 30, well over 30.
Yeah, I'm gonna say we're almost upper 30s here if they clean out the rest and if they get a respawn farm wave.
It looks like the Skulltown Beacon has already been used. I can't tell if there's one more on maybe the east side that can also be used. Yeah, there is.
Yeah,
there is
one in the south,
right of the circle.
southeast.
There's a beacon.
If they're able to get a team to res off of that, then I think we're getting close to 40.
Yeah, for sure.
Which I don't think we've seen a team. Maybe a team has gotten there, but we like missed it or something. But like on the main stream to see a team get that high. This is it's a pretty gnarly start.
For now, these guys are just scouting around, trying to find out where the final 2 squads are outside of themselves. It could very well be just a couple solos.
And that's the fear, right? Because it's either 2 frags right now, or if it's 2 full squads, then you could potentially get 6, which makes a huge difference because building on it early is always really nice. I think last week it may have been Fire Beavers when which was the Fire Beavers when they won? It was like the whole thing just kind of boiled down to if they get 20 kills, like they're fine, which is a pretty easy benchmark for most of the teams to hit now.
I think so, yeah.
Like 30 is the goal. Like every team, if you ideally average 30 kills per game and you win every game, you're pretty much in the running for number one.
We kill. Wait till they fall out though.
But some of these teams have been able to establish themselves really well early. However, because nothing is happening, I'm going to assume there's probably just a cheeky solo or two remaining, hiding in a corner somewhere.
They're zoning in on this respawn beacon here. Oh, there's
someone's going for it.
Yeah.
This is exactly what they want.
Yep.
But imagine being that guy. You're like,
Very
oh yeah,
sad.
there's only 2 other squads. I'm gonna res you
And
guys.
your teammates are like, yeah, great job, dude.
Great job,
You're
you resed us.
very stealthy, and they don't even know.
They're gonna drop in naked with no space to go loot.
He's crouching.
If they had known TSM was in this game, they probably would not have bothered. If they had paid more attention to the kill feed, I guess, because they'd be like, you know what, we know what they're up to.
For what? The fucking gas is moving.
There's no hope.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know.
And that is the truth. There is no hope for this team because TSM is
TSM's
just going to
gonna-
destroy them.
TSM is gonna it's gonna be one of those. They're gonna drop out of the plane, immediately get all farmed up. And like, okay, yep, that was the last respawn beacon. We no longer have to pull any punches.
They literally look like the hunters right now, waiting for their little prey to get them.
They are the apex predators.
Yeah.
That's exactly what
I was
they are right
I was
now.
just gonna go for the full-on just predator reference. They're just cloaked, waiting behind.
Another
just
one?
like, yep.
Wait. Oh no! No, let him go. No. They're both competing for the respawn beacon. Has anyone used it though?
I still see the beacon there. No, they just killed the last 2. They were scared that those 2 were gonna kill each other. Yeah. I guess maybe it's possible that they didn't have the banners, that they expired, but still.
He didn't even have shield.
Yeah, it would have been like for TSM. It would have been real nice for one of those teams to get the respawn off to just get a couple more kills. But I have a feeling this is going to be a pretty big number, regardless.
Holy shit.
39.
That would have been a 40 plus.
Yeah, if they got in the if they had gotten the farm
So you
off,
said it, yeah.
39 kills on the squad.
Still did good, but like that's
disgusting.
Yo, fuck it, dude.
Unofficial record. I mean, I haven't seen higher than that.
Yeah.
In my commentary.
I think one team at some point got a 40, but it wasn't on our main stream. I'm sure we'll get some confirmation or something of that sort at some point. But yeah, no, 39 is absurd. That's an absurdly good start for TSM to kick things off. So taking a look over here at Team Dignitas, getting ready to join into their next game.
Once again, we are joined by Emily Garrido. Her handle is Emelite. I like it.
Thank you.
Emelite. Thanks again for being here with us as we watch Dignitas in their final week of action. And I actually wanted to ask you more about the facilities you guys have going on. You know, that's something me and Nathanius, we've been around the block in this whole video game thing. When we're growing up, or like our parents are shutting off our internet. My parents shut off my internet when I tried to play too many video games.
Oh, yeah,
and
of course.
And now, like, literally, I had an hour and a half. That's it. And then there's a little timer, and I could see the timer, which made it worse. So if I had 20 minutes left, I had time for one StarCraft game. But I would download all these map settings, StarCraft maps, so I could play them all offline. So I could still play on my computer. But anyway, and these days, we see traditional sports entities picking up teams. It is just the biggest sponsors in the world sponsoring teams, the biggest streamers in the world becoming the biggest celebrities that we even know. So it's really crazy. And one of the crazy elements there is the investments that we're seeing from these organizations into facilities, into those other things you were mentioning, psychologists, nutritionists, so on and so forth. So can you elaborate more on Dignitas and their efforts on the facility side of things?
Because, yeah, you guys have blown up a lot, especially in the last couple of years, too, with big sponsors and whatnot.
Yeah, I have such a good story with me and my team. We first had to go to a tournament 5 years ago in Paris, so we had to buy our own flights. We didn't have a team. We weren't sponsored. I was literally ironing on the names on the back of our shirts because we wanted to look as professional as possible. And now we're sponsored by Champion, Mountain Dew. We have all these amazing resources. We get to work with NBA players. We literally taught Joel Embiid how to play CSGO. And the mouse was so small in his hand, it was hilarious. And he was getting a little bit frustrated because we were just one-dinging him. But he is so competitive, and then he just kicked our butt at NBA 2K. But, you know, who else gets to say that they get to do that? And
no, that's super awesome. I mean, I guess his question might have been like, is there a mouse that's half a basketball? Because palming, that's a lot easier at this point.
For that now, I guess. But I understand you guys have at least one actual training facility where your players can go and practice, and where you can go and practice. And
Yeah, well, Dignitas just opened up a new facility for entertainment as well in New Jersey, and it's right next door to the New Jersey Devils facility where they play. So this is really fun because it's strictly for boot camping, and we get to meet with sports science staff from Philadelphia too, and I love the sports psychologists. I think that it's so relatable in sports. Traditional sports athletes use it, why not esports athletes? So they really help with you fixing any issues you have on communication or nervousness before a tournament. So, and the
maybe like
physiotherapist.
recovering from a loss, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, who wants to lose? And it's hard if you got wrecked your first game. How are you going to come back? So they teach you all these different ways to cope with that. And one thing that they told us is the game doesn't care about your feelings, so just go in there and do your best. And I love that quote. So, yeah.
I like it. And you guys have the facility in New Jersey, and then also a facility near where the 76ers play, or?
Yep, where the 76ers play. It's funny because where we boot camp there, behind us is glass, and you get to see where the players are warming up and shooting hoops over and over. And
that's so cool.
Train. Yeah, it's an incredible experience. So I think that it's really nice that the Sixers treat us like regular athletes when we go there. And we're not gamers to them. We're just regular athletes that need to be treated like athletes and help get better at what we do. So.
The future is so awesome. Yeah.
It's amazing.
Especially, you know, because Alex and I, we both we'll follow real sports and all of that, and we've been in gaming for so long, but seeing the development and the kind of the colliding of those worlds, and there really is so much that goes between it. Because, you know, in the earlier days, like gaming, it's like, yeah, you play a lot and you get really good, and maybe something happens. Maybe you're able to get to a tournament. You get a couple small sponsors here and there, but now it's reaching this point where there's real infrastructure building around it that's going to catalyze the training process for a lot of players and elevate the whole scene to the next level.
It's just awesome. It's the perfect firepower for a kid telling their parents to let them play another 30 minutes. You know what? I didn't have that. I didn't have that when I was a kid. But now I can say, look, 76ers, they're sponsoring Dignitas' pro team. And yeah, they have a facility right there. So, Mom, I'm going to play 30 more minutes. Make me some milk. I want to. I don't know. I love you, Mom. I would never say something like that. But no, it's great. It's a dream. It's a childhood dream, absolutely come true. I feel like even just to be a part of the org, it's a dream for you, like for any one of those players. So huge congratulations, and really cool to see all the strides that all these organizations are taking.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, imagine going to nursing school and having to travel and compete, and that's what I was doing. I was working a full-time job, nursing school, and competing with my team. And now this is my career. This is what I do on a daily basis.
It's awesome.
So it's really amazing.
We just saw the leaderboard pop up there, and Liquid actually had an insane first game also. I want to say they were just 3 points behind TSM there.
Yeah, wow, they got a 46-point first round. Not bad at all.
That's really
good.
Yeah,
there it is there on the side. So Liquid right up close to that. And again, for our overall standings, this being the last week, remember, coming into today, Fire Beavers, they were number 1. T1, they're number 2. Team Liquid, number 3. Fire Beavers currently at number 7. With 38 points. So a solid first round, but obviously not as crazy as T7 Team Liquid for the first round.
I was going to say, like, T7 Team Liquid popped off really well in that first game. Obviously, TSM, they after watching that, yes, of course, they end up in first after it. But Fire Beavers, it looks like it was a 28-point win for them, which is crazy that 28 kill first place is not enough to put you in, like, the immediate top 5 for that. But the ante has been upped, so to speak, for the duration of this tournament, and we've got Mig over here as we're following Dignitas.
Yeah, a really solid start for them.
Did it look like he didn't use the damage numbers? I don't know if I saw them. This has been some players we've seen like a decent bit, like some of the guys on Alliance. I think one of the TSM players didn't. I always find that interesting. Do you have like weird settings, Emily? Like, because I always know like, people in like CS, like they any competitive game, people always have like these strange things for comfort.
Yeah, everyone makes fun of me, especially our coach. He always tells me to change my settings. I scope with mouse 4. I don't use right click at all. I scope with my thumb. And same in Apex. I do that as well in every game. And that's because when I was a kid, I was a little bit of a rager. So I would break my mice.
Whoa.
So my mom and dad.
Whoa.
Yeah, I hated to lose.
Do we have security on standby? No, okay, we're good.
I could not lose. So, yeah, my parents would not buy me new mice anymore. So my right click stopped working. So for like 6 years, I had to use mouse 4.
I see how you made it to the competitive level then. That's
amazing.
That's quite some passion. That's awesome.
Very passionate, yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna pretend like I haven't broken a keyboard in my,
Right?
my day
We
or
all
two in my
have.
days. Yeah, yeah.
How satisfying is that when the keys just fly and you're like, yes, I'm so mad.
And then you spend the next 5 minutes trying to find
Pick
wherever
'em
they
up.
went all over the room. And
Yeah.
Dang it,
back
did I
on.
really break this one key on this keyboard?
oh, Broodlord Infester. Oh boy.
Yeah. Don't do that anymore, though.
So,
No.
I have a fun side story. Actually, but Dignitas, they're about to enter a little firefight here. Looks like getting some good damage off initially. These guys trying to just innocently loot these supply bins are going to be disrupted.
He's got a turbocharged devotion on stream, and well, it's actually taking quite a bit of damage, but that devotion is such a... It is so satisfying to shoot that with the turbocharger, any of the energy weapons with it. They're absolutely my favorite.
Let him go.
I think my favorite gun right now in Apex still the Havoc. If I can get a Havoc with a turbocharger,
Oh, yeah?
I'll take that over anything.
Okay.
It just feels so good because the energy weapons all... There's no bullet drop. So it also just makes it easier since I can't aim to save my
I don't like
life.
the energy. I just think it's just a spray and pray thing. And
Hey,
I like
so you understand me.
See?
I think that was his point.
I like, you just gotta aim for the head, clean kills,
Like
get 'em out of the way.
wingman, like wingman
Yep.
style, yeah.
Mhm.
Do you use sniper rifles?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. You can pick up all of those, and I'll just grab all the lower mid-range weapons.
These guys doing a good job actually finding people, though. I mean, we're seeing more or less consistent action, which is always good news when you're trying to rack up as many kills as possible. There's another team wiped out by
Really
this
good
Dignitas
loot pickup
squad.
there. Gets the gold stabilizer on the 301. Very, very nice. And I was going to say the frag count looks really good as well. 8 on Shrima, I think we just saw. 8 here on Crossover.
Yeah.
6 squads left, so plenty of meat on the table.
Looks like they're getting flanked right now as well.
Look out, yeah, always got to look out for those fourth parties, fifth party, especially around the Skulltown area. Looks like these guys are taking care of business quite nicely. Of course, you know, in the first time we saw these guys, they fell pretty early in Thunderdome, but you know, they weren't necessarily all looted up. They weren't in a necessarily comfortable situation. But here, it seems like business as usual.
Yeah,
Not too much scariness.
It happens to the best of them. We've seen those types of scenarios play out for every team at some point over the course of the tournament, and it's just one of those things you gotta be able to bounce back from, right? You gotta be able to keep it cool, calm, collected mind. Whoever's doing the shot calling just has to, you know, give the old pat on the back, like, all right, it's fine, guys. You know, just move on. That game is over. There's nothing we can do about it. Let's just focus on the future. And so far, looks pretty good.
Of course, at this point, 3 squads left, including them. So now it's just tracking down the final couple teams. Looks like they see one in the caves over here, heading towards that lower Cascades area.
That Octane mobility, so good.
Yeah, that's why I like Octane. He's just going in there, gaining ground, finding out where the enemy is, and they found him.
Emily, I think you'd like Wraith a lot if you're going Wingman a lot.
Oh, yeah?
Wingman Wraith. Did you, Season 1, were you trying that out at all?
I did, yes. Yes. I liked it. But like I said, everyone always picked it before me, so
Yeah.
I always got
Fair enough.
stuck with Lifeline. So.
Fair enough, fair enough.
But
Yeah, I was weird because before Octane came out, I wasn't really a huge fan of really most of the other characters other than like Caustic, obviously.
Oh god.
So I would end up I ended up playing I was the lifeline on the team for a good
Yeah.
while. I'm like, you know what? At least I can just go out and get reses if necessary.
Yeah.
It also does feel really nice when you go from playing any other character to lifeline because it's like, oh, I've basically got a gold healing backpack built in, and
Yeah.
it feels really nice to be able to pop shield batteries that fast. And then Octane came out, and I'm like, finally, a mobile character that I like. So I was never big on the portals. It's not my jam.
I'm listening to their communication, and there doesn't seem to be a quiet or dull moment as like it was in the first game. So they're definitely calming up right now, so that's good.
Yeah, constant action.
Their comms are also very relaxed as well, which is one of the things that we got to discuss, because some of the NA teams, it's a lot of shouting, and you're not always 100% sure what people are actually saying. They get into another scrap here, as we talked about. There's
Someone's
only
hiding up
left.
there. Someone was hiding up there, watching them walk by.
It's a knock on them.
Because they were definitely over here not too long ago.
Gotta be careful about that caustic here. See all that gas spilling
Hey,
everywhere.
look how actually low these guys are. But that's again a testament to just the survivability of just the top players.
10 kills on
Meg
crossover.
over here with like what, 1 HP? Like he has no health, but he's
Yeah.
still able to get out of there, able to stay
Yeah.
alive. And pop the Phoenix kit.
Get that Phoenix kit off.
Real impressive.
Crossover, using that Pathfinder mobility to get out of there.
It's almost scary.
It's a blood, dude.
No, there's a Gibraltar, there's a blood.
Okay.
Yeah, so we said Gibraltar, Bloodhound, and I would assume Caustic, since that's the gas had to be coming from somewhere. So they got a little bit
About
of a
to find
bunker
out.
comp that's been running around here.
And you know, they're being a little safe here because a couple of them almost got dropped. So they're going to be a little cautious. There's at least one capable player on the other team.
Are you killing him? Okay, yeah. Hold on.
Play a little bit safe. Just make absolute sure you get first place here.
But do we want to risk them? Is there any more checkpoints? There is.
So they're talking about, do we want to risk them running into each other? I would guess is what the conversation is right now.
There's the caustic. There he went, but he put it down a trap.
Yeah, the I'm about to die trap.
Yeah.
It's every Caustic's famous last
There
words.
we go. That's what I'm talking about.
All right. Well, it looked like a pretty solid game for them as far as kills go. So let's see what the total tally ends up at the end.
Yeah, that was super solid. I mean, just us kind of watching that is constant action. Like they were always more or less running into another team, which is what you want in a format
Love the
like this.
mobility. That's why I love it. 31 kills, not bad at all.
That's
31
really
kills is good. Yeah.
That's a really solid score. So they're gonna go, maybe take a little break and then jump back into the next one. But that's a great one to really get some momentum going. And now we're going to take a look at NRG. Looking through a replay here, it looks like they dropped Market, having to do some melee shenanigans. Looks
the
like he was going up
Market-
against a guy with a longbow, but
The
able to take care
Market
of that.
fisticuffs. I love
Yeah,
it.
it
I love
happens.
it.
There's not that much loot at Market. Though a lot of people like dropping there. So sometimes-
There's so much like weirdness you can get into with how many tight quarters are and all the doors.
And again, the multi-layer element of
Yeah.
just the different.
And it's just amazing for Caustic. He's got a gold Mozambique, by the
We
way.
should start a dime jar every time he says caustic. Put a dime in the jar.
Don't give FACEIT these ideas. That's how they're gonna get me to stop talking about gas traps all broadcast long. I can't actually talk about strategy in this game.
Of course, we see the NRG rebrand in full force there in the bottom right with the new multicolored world in the bottom right. That's what multicolored planet.
That's the world we
I
live in.
imagine it's a representation of the Earth.
This
It
is the
looks
world
like
we
it.
live in, though. I'm just looking at the gold Mozambique in its inventory. Like, God,
Oh yeah, look at that.
2019 just gets better and better, right?
Gold Mozambique. Here we are.
Oh, careful.
Look out for the caustic. So Emily,
Yes.
you are on a very your Counter-Strike team. They're good. They're good at Counter-Strike, good at video games. So when you guys see Apex Legends, is that something you can jump into and have fun and just like warm up or cool down, or how do you guys kind of see a game like this when you're already so invested into Counter-Strike?
Yeah, I'm weird. I don't like to play games for fun, even though it's a game. I like to play to win. So this game, I feel like I can jump into this game and it won't affect my Counter-Strike skills at all.
Really?
It's very similar, I would say. The movement is obviously much more fast-paced, but aiming-wise, if you have a good FPS background, I feel like I could just go in there and use like a wingman. I actually like using the scout, believe it or not, because I use a scout in CSGO. And in this game, in Apex, I like using the scout because I feel like I could just tap at the head and I could get the target a lot easier. I don't like spraying down guns, so I feel like CSGO players can easily switch over to Apex.
Now, if you had a depth chart for your Counter-Strike team as far as the top 3 Apex Legends, like if y'all were to make an Apex Legends team, which could happen? What if, Google puts up $1 million female Apex Legends tournament and we need top 3 from Dignitas?
Yeah.
Who's
Well, why not have guys on our team too?
Well,
why
that
does it
too,
have to
yeah,
be just
sure.
girls? But we've actually been playing a little bit. Me and my teammate Artstar and our coach XP3, we played a few games this week. We just got back from traveling in Spain, and Yeah, we got a little bit of a squad together. Maybe you'll see us on the screen here soon.
Stay tuned. Look out.
Nice. Yeah, these
That's always curious to me because there's so many games that are more or less transferable. We might see pros in multiple games.
I was just gonna
I would
say,
love to see that.
if you get into Gev, you can kind of spray and see.
There you go. You are in the Gever for sure.
Yeah.
So I feel like, if your skills translate to a game like Counter-Strike, which is clearly the case for you, Emily, and your Counter-Strike team, for any pro, like you are, and you see a game like this that has relatively similar mechanics, at the very least, first-person shooter or whatever, I feel like it almost has to be a consideration for any professional org to be like, wait a second, all right, you guys are very proficient at this game, but what about this one over here that has that's always going to be good news, I think, for an org, being like, well, these skills could be translatable, so we can have a top player, top team in multiple titles.
That would be a dream for me. I would honestly love to do that. That's why I want to invest more time into this game. Yeah. I just really want to see it become a little bit better competitive-wise, I think. Getting their own servers, more companies investing into it, because this could be a really good competitive sport.
Yeah, I completely agree. My favorite thing about this game, it really just boils down to how it feels to play, which kind of sounds like a silly thing because there's so many aspects of a game that make it good or bad, but like the mobility feels really good. You never feel like you're stuck anywhere. There's always a way out of almost every situation. Obviously it depends a bit on the team that you're running, of course, but there also feels like there's enough tactical stuff at play that even people who can't aim like me can still find strategies that they can make work. And
yeah, of course. I mean, the thing with CS that I like is you can have people that aren't very good aim-wise, but if you have really good strategies and you can work with your team around that strategies, that's better than having good aim.
Right.
Because good aim can only get you so far. And the hardest thing for me going into Apex, I would say, would be learning about all the different abilities that the characters have. That's new to me, but I feel like it's so easy to learn and understand when you keep practicing it.
Yeah, it's not like League of Legends necessarily with a bunch of different abilities.
You don't have 140 or so characters
This
to
is
learn.
just like, all right, you got a little Q, you got your ultimate, and there's some special grenades and some hop-ups. As we see, kind of interesting, a little interesting series of events here on screen as we had NRG split up. They actually split up there. The Octane Moore, he got in a little bit of trouble, so he asked for some help from the Wraith as we see a finisher. That's
wow, this is one of the first times we've seen a finisher get used. So it was because the enemy dropped the gold body shield. And I think they dropped it like, oh yeah, we dropped it with nothing on it. So they picked it up, they put it on, and then went for the execute. And of course, that does fully regenerate the shields on it. Which, if you think about it, the time it takes to do a finisher, it's not too far from the time it would take to use a shield battery, right?
That's the only reason I would ever use a finisher in this game.
You're exposed. You are very exposed, but time-wise compared to popping a full shield battery for a non-lifeline, it's comparable.
Yeah.
And it doesn't consume the utility either. So
especially if you're Wraith and you can blink during your finisher.
And that's why I always do finishers, because that's exactly. Because it's not that much force. Disregard the fact that I never have gold armor.
It's like these guys are still relatively split up here, which is interesting.
They are very split apart.
Well, they haven't run into anybody with
it's kind of crazy. 5 squads
disruptor
left.
alternator rounds, right? That's where it goes bad. Also, Moore here has the gold Mozambique, so if he peels the shields off, the Mozambique, it absolutely rips people to shreds.
He just ran out of heavy rounds. Okay, he found some.
Well, he's holding 2 stacks of shotgun rounds. The 16 bullets take up your entire inventory.
He dropped one. There we go.
Yeah.
But it's funny. We saw a player, I think maybe, I can't remember, a TSM player. Actually, multiple TSM players. They were storing like 200 rounds of Wingman. Yeah, we just saw Moore here run out of Wingman ammo.
So got to take a loan from TSM on that heavy ammo.
But fortunately, he was right on top of a death box, so able to replenish the ammo really quick. And now we're looking over here at Ace, and he's dealing with looks like an entire team. He's got some help here. Dizzy's low though. Dizzy has been knocked. A little bit scary here. This is where you absolutely take it seriously. Make sure you get healed up and approach this correctly.
Yeah. In that situation, popping the shield battery is much better than going for that execute.
I'm keeping him busy.
So Ace running around, just trying to pop a couple of cells. before getting back into it. Dizzy did get rezzed, so
Boasting.
That was a little scary.
I got it.
just be careful. There's some traps as well in the open there. Most dangerous when you're trying to get away.
Arc stars. Okay, it happened for the first time the other day. I threw an arc star and it finished the guy. It was so satisfying. Like it stuck him, and that damage killed him.
Oh, that's
Perfect.
awesome.
I threw it at him and bink, he was dead. It was great.
I actually have not had that happen. That's
It's
dope.
really satisfying.
That's awesome.
It's obviously, you know, they have to have like 20
I've had
health
the
left.
explosion kill the guy and finish it, but I haven't
Where you
killed them with
actually-
just the
You
50
dink
damage
'em
from the
with
dink.
the grenade onto their face, and they just
That's like CS. Type, you guys play CS?
not
Yeah,
as
yeah.
much.
Where you can kill
It's too
someone
hard.
with just.
It's
Yeah,
too difficult of
yeah.
a game for me.
Well, that's hard. That
I
is
know.
a hard thing to do, but that is
It
awesome.
happens.
I've got like 600 hours, so not too much.
I guess it would kind of be the same as like hitting someone with Bangalore smoke and killing him with it. Like
That would be
that
so
does like
cool.
that does like 1 or 2 damage. I think it
Right,
doesn't
but
really do
imagine, like,
damage, but you
actually pulling off
theoretically
It's enough.
you
Yeah.
could kill someone with it. Yeah,
imagine how satisfying that would be.
that's.
Has that happened before yet? Do we know?
I got the
Yeah.
I-
just saying.
I would
Most
love
of these
to
guys
see it.
play really conservatively.
I'm hearing in my headset that it has happened, and I want to say
Amazing.
I've seen a Reddit clip of someone shooting a Bangalore smoke like a really long way and actually
Do you see multiple?
killing someone with it.
The
Awesome.
dream.
Get away
The
from
dream.
everybody.
So look
There's-
out. Send
there's-
us your clips. Hashtag FACEITApex at FACEITApex on Twitter.
Hey, shot of smoke in me.
I just love watching this kit. Gold armor. It's got the golden Mozambique and the
Set
Kraber.
up.
There's no way.
So you've got your long range, your close range. Ooh, hits with the 145.
Yeah, he was on the move too. That was a real nice shot. How do you like the Kraber, Emily, in this game?
Okay, I saw 2. Did we see
How does it
I
feel?
saw Bangalore.
It's okay. It's not my cup of tea, I would say.
Okay.
I'm an aggressive player, so I like going in there and in their face kind of thing.
R99 all the
so-
way.
Yeah.
Peacekeeper.
Yes, Peacekeeper. Oh yeah, give me one
Yeah.
of those.
All right.
yeah.
All right. Well, at least we agree on that.
Got him.
There's that Mozambique, by the way. Damage on it is just absolutely disgusting since, of course, the gold one has those hammer point rounds built in, effectively doubling the damage that it's going to do if you do not have shields.
I'm dead.
The
Dizzy.
first day when that dropped, I shot someone without any shields with the Mozambique with the hop up. I did like 135 damage in one shot. My mind was blown. It's like this gun finally doesn't suck.
Just the Watson.
Dizzy.
Who did I kill?
Dizzy's trying to take this guy out.
Oh,
Missed
this
a
guy, the
couple
Bloodhound
shots.
self-rezzing.
Uh
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, and that's a Watson down there trying to protect. There's a fence there. Gotta be careful with that. Looks like Bloodhound was taken out. He's just gonna go through that fence and try to get rezzed. Oh, there's the Watson went back outside.
I got her attention. I got her
These
attention.
guys are all over the comms here, really trying to navigate this fight.
Yeah.
I'm sticking the res. I'm sticking the res. They already res, by the way. Over at relay.
Stick the res.
I'm
Get
blocking
more
the shots.
up.
Run! I'm blocking the shot, Mr. President.
Oh, he closed the door.
Close the door.
President, you locked me
Ace
out.
going for the Secret Service strategy, trying to cover him.
Stick him. Nope.
I have his attention. He's shook. He's chasing you.
Oh no.
Wow, that person is really thirsty,
He
huh?
wants that.
That Watson is very.
Good luck catching
very-
this guy. As
fast-
Oh no, that doesn't feel great.
Unfortunate.
It's like, how does he hit that shot? I
Oh
used
my
ult
goodness,
spin.
this
I was
Watson
up in
is.
the air.
I got him on HP.
Yeah, look out, NRG. Look at how low again on health he is. Able to stay alive.
I love that door block
Has the
too.
golden backpack, obviously, because about how fast that
It's
shield
still just, but
pops.
you know what the thing is disruptor rounds. That Watson's got the disruptor rounds. You're like, is this Watson the greatest Watson to ever lived? Disruptor rounds. Tons of damage. All she needs to do is land a few hits, but at the end of the day, everything seems to be okay. So I think Dizzy is picking up more now, and Ace is going to move on the care package.
That was a little scary.
All three of them are going to
Shout
have
out to
gold
that
armor.
team who just ran up against NRG in a pub match and held their own very nicely.
Yeah, they did pretty good.
Whoever that Watson
team
was.
That was a good Watson.
Yeah, it was. I didn't see who else was. I think there's a Bangalore in there, or a Bloodhound that was self-resing. So good job.
It's the hardest part about playing the defensive characters is if you do step out of your web in a building to go and fight, you do not have any mobility at all. All you can do is just walk because you're not shooting while sprinting. So you're trying to deal with, players that can teleport or grapple around you or stim and jump and
Ooh.
Nice.
Okay, that's cool.
That's a nice shot.
Hitting those shots from the balloon.
drop the elbow on him right there.
I'm real impressed. dropping down from above and hitting those shots, like that's pretty satisfying.
I just want to say, this is someone with a CSGO background, has great aim. There you go. Look.
Yeah, I believe it. I feel like the automatic, again, as I was telling you, like the automatic decision from an ex-Counter-Strike player, get yourself Wraith, get yourself that wingman, and just do your little headshots that you guys always do, where the rest of us have to
just click on their heads, forehead, no big deal.
I wish I could do
kills.
that. That's a solid number there.
Yeah.
That's a really good number there from NRG. They're going to be happy with that. Pretty sure that was their second match of the day, but now we're going to take a look at Complexity, and I believe they were top 5 in our overall standing. So this is a team that is somewhat in contention. Like, for them to win, they need to get over 40 kills every game and win, I think. I didn't do the math, but it's something insane. So I don't necessarily know if they're going for first, but I mean, they would love a good week here.
It's basically, what, Team Liquid or T1? And T1 is like 20 points ahead of Team Liquid on the overall.
It's already an outside shot for them.
And they need to get like 40 plus every round, which I don't think is possible. They already didn't get 40 in their first
looking
game.
at this replay, 2 down, but thankfully, Reptar, the third man from Complexity, able to keep his team alive there.
They just need Fire Beavers to have the worst day they've ever had. And we've, unfortunately for them, we've been saying that every week. We're like, well, yeah, you know, Fire Beavers is really just one bad day away from slipping. And then the next week happens, and we're like, oh, Fire Beavers is just one bad day away from slipping. And now we're here on the final day. And that's pretty much all we have to say, is that Fire Beavers needs to really screw up in order to lose. But, well,
but they don't.
They
That's what
don't.
we've learned.
They don't. That's why they're number 1.
I'm on the airdrop, dog. But I will hit that in a second.
3 squads left here for Complexity.
Caustic's literally one.
This is where you want to be relatively safe, but also look out for those respawn options. This looks like they got a team in the smoke over here, gonna track them down. We got the R301 Peacekeeper combo. Pretty classic Season 1 combo here. Kind of low on the light ammo, though. A little concerned about that.
That's what the enemy bodies are for.
Yeah. Only 1 squad left here. Kind of an interesting final circle. All the way on the northeast, upward to the swamps. Complexity gets it.
Many kills, though? Only 20? That was a 23.
Getting on the jump pad for the victory. Yeet.
I don't think we lost any kills from after when we counted.
Sounds like they're saying they think their number is 23, which is okay.
It's acceptable.
It's acceptable.
We lost like 3 or 4.
But the first place.
I think we did. Yeah.
So it turns into a 33-point round for them.
Yeah.
That's going to keep them middle of the pack as far as everybody else is concerned, since we've gotten almost 40-point games from other teams. The standard has been set very high today as we take a look over at Fire Beavers now. A cheeky little replay.
Fire Beavers, they are currently in the number 1 spot. They are the team to look out for here to win the entire thing. So here we're looking at a replay. That's a Mastiff. Very nice to have. Tardeki with the wingman as well. Let's see how they made it through here. 2 squads left, and I bet you they're going to win it.
Yeah, I have no doubt in my mind. These guys are disgustingly good.
Tardeki getting dropped, but his 2 teammates are not far away.
I love that. I'm going to self-res right in front of you. No big deal. And they pick up a 26-point win.
Yeah, very solid start here for the Fire Beavers. Actually, I believe that was their second match. So that's going to do it for the Fire Beavers. And that's actually going to do it for us for our first hour of action. We have plenty more Apex Legends coming your way. This is the final week of our FACEIT Pro Series for Apex Legends. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
There's just we extended like that. So we extended that.
Cuando yo te vi, sentí que eras para mí. Te quiero descubrir y yo no quiero compartir. Tus ojos brillan fuera de tu control. Cuando yo te vi, sentí que eras para mí hoy. Ay, 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 te voy a enseñar, te voy a silenciar fácil. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. El sol está saliendo, es domingo otra vez. Te digo que esta noche no será la última vez. Ay, 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 te voy a enseñar, te voy a silenciar fácil. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos.
If there was people chase, I would have heard them. I'm literally right next to them.
I think we can go separate
Sin
one.
parar,
That's like
bailamos, bailamos. Sin parar, bailamos, bailamos.
I listen to the
Sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar.
Oh man, why people hated this game to drop at the end of the play?
Yeah.
But it's kilometers far away.
Yeah, I'm right next to them.
Like at the moment you arrive, there's
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the FACEIT Pro Series Apex Legends. This is week 8 of 8, the final week of action for all of these pro teams participating live right now. And here we are looking at, what team is this here?
Yeah,
G2. G2.
Oh yeah, G2. You mean in the bottom right? Yeah, right in front of me. So yeah, we're looking at, apparently just awareness. I just need awareness.
I'll cut you some slack. The players don't have the tags in their names, you know. That branding is important.
So we're scrolling into G2 here. We've seen a couple of matches from Dignitas, who are the team that are in the house right now at the FACEIT studio in Santa Monica, and we're joined by Elite.
Hey.
One of the players on their female Counter-Strike team, who has been gracious enough to hang out with us
This
and
is a lot of fun.
talk about some Apex Legends.
Yeah, happy to have you here. You said you were, you guys were just out traveling in Spain. Was that DreamHack Valencia recently?
Yeah, we played at DreamHack Valencia 2 weeks ago. Unfortunately, we got 3rd place, but last weekend we played in a Nerd Street Gamers tournament.
Oh, okay.
We were the only female team there, and we got 2nd, so it was pretty good. Yeah, so we play against guys and girls. Mainly, we only play against female teams 3 times a year internationally, and the rest of the time we play all year long against everybody, so...
Nerd Street, they've done a lot of tournaments between Philly and DC, right?
Yeah. So now they're coming on the West Coast. They announced a tournament in September, so.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love those guys.
He killed the one that was wrestling.
So what's next on your competitive calendar, Elite?
I think next for us is, gosh, what is it? I think it's going to be the Nerd Street tournament. It's a 35K prize pool here in Huntington. And it's a mixed tournament, so anyone can sign up, and that will be in 4 weeks.
That's awesome.
4 weeks, 6 weeks? It's coming up. Well, that's our next thing.
Cool.
That's one of the other fun things about esports too. Is it never stops. There's always stuff happening. It's the best part.
I feel like if there is a championship season, it's probably from like August to October, I guess.
Yeah, you get, I guess you got like...
You got the
TI
International for Dota,
yeah.
you have the League of Legends Worlds, and then you have BlizzCon, which is November.
Yeah.
That's the thing with Counter-Strike. It's not really structured as well. We don't really have off seasons as much. There's always tournaments going on.
Right. You guys just bounce between like minors and majors, right? Like there's not like
the top 10, 12 teams.
Because like the demand is there year round for Counter-Strike, so it's like there's always a legitimate event ready to happen any time of year.
It's one of the funny side effects though, because it's like, well, kids are off on summertime, right? So there's a little bit more time available. But then CS has been around so long, there's also the older audience, and like being a part of StarCraft, we get a lot of that too, where it's like people want to watch stuff year round all the time. There's always so much happening.
Can't wait to see that happen with Apex. I just want to see tournament after tournament. LAN events are the best. I live for going to LAN tournaments.
LAN events are the best. 100% agree. Anybody tuning in, if you ever get a chance to go check out even a more casual gaming event like those, it's always so fun. If you make it out something like a PAX, or if you're in Europe, getting out to a DreamHack, it's just such an awesome experience. That Valencia event is one of the best too. Valencia is such a nice city.
Spain has such a good CS:GO scene. They were so good with us. I love them. They're so nice. But yeah, I think it's for casual people if they want to start getting into the competitive scene, going to these DreamHacks
just
and LAN
experience
tournaments.
it.
Yep, you can start meeting people who have the same goals as you, finding a team. Next thing you know, you're on stage. You know.
There's really nothing quite like going to your first esport event and watching a huge crowd on a stage. Cheers.
Oh yeah.
We watch G2 wrap up this game. That one got weird. That last team was like hiding in the little crook by that tight choke point. It's like, this is the circle, but there's this small part that's almost not in the circle. That's where we're gonna camp.
Yeah, that was a very interesting ending to that game. But sometimes it happens. You gotta find the hiders. 17 kills there for G2, so not necessarily close to the number we saw from TSM, but still a win is important.
TSM makes people look. They make everybody look a little bit subpar sometimes. But
and Liquid wasn't too far behind them either from their first match. So we'll keep you guys updated on the leaderboard as we continue through the final week of the FACEIT Pro Series. Of course, I'm Axel Toss, joined by Nathanius and Elite from Team Dignitas, their Counter-Strike team. Make sure to join the conversation. We have FACEIT Apex on Twitter, and of course, you can use the hashtag FACEIT Apex to join the conversation. Let us know your thoughts.
Tell us your favorite place to drop.
Who are you rooting for?
Whether it's acceptable or not to use guns that don't require as much aim.
Whether you like the one-tapping guns or spraying guns like you.
Yeah, or if you like just putting 7 or 8 traps in one small spot with a Caustic Watson and griefing the enemy teams that try
What's
to pass
better,
through.
Counter-Strike or Apex? We don't have to do that. We don't have to. Let's take a look at our standings. We don't have to get into that. Here is a look at our standings. TSM, and this is today's standings. It looks like, again, it's important to look at the number of games that have played, so you're correctly comparing these teams. Team Liquid at 93, but only 3 games played, so they might actually have the strongest number on this board. Wait, where's TSM though?
Number one.
Oh yeah, number 1 at the very top again. Axel Toss, you need to get your glasses. But honestly, Team Liquid, like, they're not that far behind 116, 93. That's
but here's the real kicker, and this is the thing to keep your eyes on. T1 and Team Liquid are the only 2 teams that could really theoretically catch up to Fire Beavers if they really pop off. Yeah. Now, Fire Beavers, this score is then after 3 games, but the T1 and Team Liquid stats, okay, so Team Liquid's also at 3, so they're just barely ahead of Fire Beavers for the day. But Team Liquid or T1 need to have a like plus 60 or 70 separation on Fire Beavers just on today in order to take over them in the overall standings, which so far doesn't seem like that's going to happen. They need Fire Beavers to basically, as we look at the standings now, 34 points ahead of T1. They need Fire Beavers to give up one of their best games, basically, and T1 has to also pop off. So,
yeah, I mean, quite simply, there needs to be a meltdown for the Fire Beavers. Catastrophe needs to strike, where they drop and they run into like a Wraith with 30,000 kills or something, and they get wiped
with
in the
TTV in their name. Those are the best rates.
If they run into one of those teams in the first 5, 10, 20 seconds of a game, that's what every other team wants. But what we've learned is that Fire Beavers, they do not make mistakes. They are as flawless as a team can be. So they are very likely to win.
We try to do the caster thing where we make it interesting for you guys, but the simple fact of the matter is those guys, they don't screw up.
They're good at the game, and there's no reason to think that they won't keep being good. But here we are looking at Alliance, and this is going to be a full replay from these guys. These guys are a little bit lower in our overall standings.
They did have a pretty intense finish though last week. They were one of the teams that we were following. Yeah, they did a really good job. That was it boiled down to them just needing to secure like 23 or 24 frags because Team Liquid was about to get the triple, but they had one game that they slipped up in, and Alliance just took advantage of that. It's been pretty cutthroat. Generally speaking, the teams that win the weeks are the teams that have been winning every single match that they play, and then it just comes down to kills. But good wrap up there from Alliance.
See a lifeline there? Pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, if you look at the #1 team, I mean, I can't remember 100% if we saw it when we were spectating Fire Beavers, but I wouldn't be surprised if we had a lifeline there.
I mean, I'll remind Jasmine that we have not seen a Bloodhound yet, so someone's gonna owe someone $1, and I think I'm looking pretty good so far. But now we're looking at Cloud9. We're gonna look at a replay here into live. As we see, they dropped relatively close to Skulltown. Looks like they're well inside the circle. Looks like Grego got taken out, but he's gonna get rezzed, and everything should be business as usual. A scrappy Wraith not going out without a fight. Is going to be taken out again near the Skulltown area. We'll see if they're able to get out of this mess, and it looks like they were able to deal with that. Now heading towards the new Cascades area with the Leviathan towering overhead. Watch out for those big feet.
Now, as a competitive player, Emily, I have to ask, because I'm sure you would agree with me here, would you like to see something like if the Leviathans could just move around a little bit, be a little bit more of a pain in people's sides, get the RNG kills on people that are trying to clutch pro games? That would be pretty cool, right? If the Leviathan could kick?
Yeah, it could add a little bit of a different spark, sure.
This question is meant to be intentional griefing. It's fine. You don't have to give a serious answer.
Okay, good. Oh, jeez.
Those kind of mechanics, though, in games, it's always a point of contention that people are like very mixed on, right?
Well, the competitive community.
But just remember the red zone in like the first PUBG tournaments. People are like, you can't have this. This is absurd. But for the spectator watching someone get blown up, well, it's kind of the highlight of the whole day for you.
Yeah,
I love those type of highlights. This fun, spurky.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't happen to you, because then I rage. Then I rage real bad. I can't imagine playing in a tournament for X thousands of dollars, and it's like, imagine you're playing CS, and it's like actually a foot just came down and stomped on B-side. Anyone that was there is just dead for no reason.
I would love that. Yeah.
Wow. All right, we'll have to pitch it. We'll have to pitch it then. We have at least one competitive pro that likes
There
the
you go.
idea.
Let's ship it.
It's like if weather hit a match on Dust in Counter-Strike or something. If they're all
It's
of
like
a sudden
there's an
sandstorm
RNG sandstorm. You just can't see more than 2 feet in front of you. You know?
I don't know about that one yet.
okay, we're figuring it out. Well,
It's okay. I already
but a
said
Leviathan coming through and stomping down.
I already said
might
I'm
be
a
okay.
caustic
Oh,
main,
yeah.
so
All right,
say,
so
the sadistic suggestions
We got to
are
find
all,
that
all
balance.
amazing.
By the way, one player down. Respawn time down here for FACEIT from Cloud9. Grego is also down, so overpowered. It's up to him here. One versus
It's just
who knows?
It's just one other squad, so there may only be one or two other players that he has to go up against.
Yeah, it is one other squad.
But he
here.
will have to do it on his own now. So
He's got the speedy octane.
let's see if we can use that mobility to get it done. There you go. There's a huge full kit up.
Oh yeah.
Of course, there's no real reason to hold the Executioner armor, especially since the last team that you
Why
kill
did
is
he
going to be
not
it.
take that Skull Piercer? I'm shocked. Sorry.
I think he's just.
He didn't take it. And he's got the longbow.
I think it's the adrenaline. He's just too focused on getting what he needs to kill the other guys.
Yeah.
That happens often.
Yeah. It was gold and yelling at him. But
I was going to say, don't need it if you can just get that R99
Not too much
spray.
ammo either on this. Oh,
Doesn't need it.
gosh, with the final 10 bullets.
That's why you don't pick up the Skull Piercer, Axitos.
That's why these guys are pros, and I'm just running around as Octane.
That
trying
extra
to get
half
the
a
top
second.
5.
That extra half a second to look and click on the Skull Piercer might have been what cost him the
I
game.
think you're right. Wow, what a crazy cool ending for Cloud9. Able to navigate the end game there, get number 1. They're the champions of the arena. 22 kills, a solid number. Again, we saw 39 earlier today by TSM, but now we're going to go look at T1. Remember, they're in second place in our overall standings, trying to do whatever they can to catch Fire Beavers. If there's a team that needs to put up some huge numbers, it's going to be this team, and they're going to be extra motivated to do that.
Yep, 34-point difference, and that was with being 1 game ahead of Fire Beavers. So it's probably a little bit worse than that too. So they, realistically, they need to actually get 40 kills a game, which I love them and they're really good, and they've won a lot here in the tournament for the Pro Series. But a bit unlikely. That's asking a lot, you know.
Yeah, and this is it's a really cool org, kind of from a history standpoint. You know, T1. I mean, Nathanius from our days watching the GSL or Pro League, SKT1. You know, they were the Korean powerhouse.
Huge.
And now this is all a North American team, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Well, that was one of the we talked about, like the growth and expansion of esports organizations. T1. You don't see the SK Telecom in front of it because they had that big joint merger with the investors behind the Philadelphia Overwatch organization as well, and they've got their esports arena going up in Philadelphia by the sports centers and whatnot. And that's just one of the other awesome things to see is a huge North American Korean partnership, building a global organization that can compete in esports.
Gen.G is another good example of that, a mostly Asian organization that is expanding to the West.
Yep.
Another small example there is the OGN studio that's down in Huntington Beach area.
Yeah,
OGN, that is very much
here.
an Asian channel, now expanding operations to North America. If you go way far back, you have ESL. You know, ESL started in Europe, and now they have a branch not too far away from here in Burbank.
Reminds me of that other
DreamHack
European
is another
tournament organization that's all of a sudden out here. I think it's Santa Monica or something, you know?
FACEIT. Here we are. You got DreamHack. So, no, it's really cool to see orgs that start out in Europe or Korea or Asia now really making a move here in North America. T1,
the T1
a great
news.
example of that.
The T1 and the Dignitas news has been some of my favorite from the last few years, being an East Coaster originally in the U.S. I'd love to see more and more of that stuff keep happening over there.
I want to say that was one of the first deals that we saw. Traditional sports into esports.
Dignitas was the very first one. Yes,
okay,
we were
so
the
it was
first
the
ones.
first. There you go.
Yeah.
I'm glad you knew that. Good job.
I worked on a show called Inside Esports where it was all esports all the time, and it was my job
That
more or
sounds
less
great.
to just read and research and all that stuff. So I wasn't sure, but thanks for confirming that.
It helps that Dignitas has also just been around forever. We've been able to follow them
Yes.
even through our scene, right? I mean, back in the day with Select and StarCraft and all of that.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Seeing
God,
Firefight
I
here at
just-
Thunderdome.
I'm just my heart rate's going up when I see people in Thunderdome.
I know.
I can't.
It's like
you know?
I'm with you, man.
A fish
I
out of
avoid,
water.
I
fish
avoid
out,
that area.
A fish out of water is a caustic in Thunderdome. It's just you don't want to be there. You're not fighting in the open head
There's
to head.
another dime in the jar.
You're not trapping anybody over there. Okay.
She's keeping track.
For the way that I like to play, that's fine.
No, I'm with you.
Thankfully, we went with dimes and not dollars. I'm not, you know.
I feel like the only legend that is comfortable would be Pathfinder.
Bangalores
They're
are not bad
comfortable
too, because
everywhere.
Bangalore in Thunderdome, I've you seen like some weird stuff because with the smoke it does create a big enough because there's no cover, it like makes that cover sort
That's
of.
true, yeah.
Of course, it also works against you since you can't see out of the smoke, but it does allow you some evasive opportunity. And then, yeah, obviously the Pathfinder and Octane, just the mobility makes open spaces. They're all small spaces to those characters.
Yep. There is no open space.
Yeah.
Especially Pathfinder in particular. Just the grapple to go anywhere.
Yeah. I feel like Pathfinder is one of those legends that, unless at some point there's some huge rework or nerf, which honestly I don't think is necessary, but Pathfinder is going to be like a staple, like a must pick, 100%.
Barring new legends too. We'll see what
yeah,
happens with that.
And that's
but
the
as
other
it stands,
cool part.
Absolutely, I agree with you 100%. I think isn't there still a little bit of a hitbox thing going on with Pathfinder? I don't know.
It got adjusted again. I don't know.
Okay. I don't know if it's perfectly ironed out, but
let's never forget that one of the other key hallmarks of being a professional gamer is that you never stop having problems with stuff because it's just the nature of always wanting to win.
Yeah.
They could do everything to Pathfinder's hitbox, and people who die to him will still be upset with him. So,
yeah. But we're seeing this composition once again: Octane, Pathfinder, Wraith. Like a very speedy.
I love it.
Very
That's
mobile.
a good combo.
we
like
didn't really see a whole lot of Octane until Season 2 popped up for our FACEIT Pro Series, and I love it because that was one of the first questions that I had, and they're like, well, there wasn't really any reason not to pick like the Wraith Lifeline Pathfinder, but then we have to ask ourselves as well, because Fire Beavers still uses that combo, the Wraith Pathfinder Lifeline, and they are the #1 team. So it's not that it's bad, it's just that some of these other teams prefer to have the more mobile characters overall.
Well, don't you think that's where they're really far ahead of everyone, and they're the only ones, according to you guys, using Lifeline? That's kind of something to think about, I think, from the other teams as well.
Yeah, it is very curious. If I had the chance to ask them about that I would. Actually.
Maybe that's the reason. Maybe it's that the Lifeline just really allows them the stability that because I think one of the biggest weaknesses at TSM has been that they, despite like fragging out of their minds in a lot of rounds, like we already saw today, they just have some rounds where they just get booped. Like they get bopped almost at least one round out of all of them, and that's been the only reason why they haven't won everything here outside of that week where Team Liquid hit like almost 500 points. But having that Lifeline, I guess, just gives them that anchor. Like if they were to almost get bopped early on, the Lifeline is what says no. Like I can actually just go get you in this early res, and you're not going to get thirsted, and we're not going to lose to a weird hot drop where we didn't get loot. So it may not even be that Lifeline is like the best choice from like damage output perspective, but just preventing them from having those sloppy rounds where things don't go their way is worth it to them. And well, if that. Obviously, I don't know exactly what's going through their minds, but if that's what they were to say, I'm like, yes, it's clearly worked. So
I'd love to ask them and see.
Yeah, I think you're definitely onto something. I don't know if it's like a care package thing where it's like, oh, now we'll definitely get a purple armor later in the game.
I feel like they barely use the care package too, because
like,
that's the other thing.
I don't see it being that, and that's where it loses me, because it's like you need to have useful ult in
I think that came up in the
format like this.
Yeah, I think that came up in the interview with Team Liquid last week, where they were like, I think Jasmine asked the question about dealing with RNG, and that's a huge thing that comes up in the casual discussion around battle royales, where people are like, well, what if I land on nothing? Like, it's just not fair. But these pro players literally land on anything, and they still kill everybody in the lobby and win almost every single game. So you could always just be like, well, if you land on a P20 and you click on their heads, it doesn't matter. Like you're going to outplay most people in a normal game. Obviously, that can change at a higher rank where maybe it'll have a little bit more impact. But at these levels, there's always a way to kind of mitigate it.
Well, sometimes you just get really unlucky. Bad loot, or someone landed before you, and that's the thing with VR games is, sometimes it's the luck of the draw, or you just have a really bad start.
Just always incredible that despite how bad a drop some of these teams can have, it just does not seem to phase them at all.
Yeah, and I think It's very curious once we get all these pros in one lobby, where you start seeing more of that happen. Like, do you see Lifeline used more because of the survivability?
I think everything
right?
changes.
Like,
yeah.
Then that's when.
Can't wait to see that.
Yeah.
I've been hearing, like, because I'm pretty sure one of the #1 things I hear about, and like I've seen some of the pros tweeting and discussing, at least at high ELO ranked,
so good.
as T1 cleans up here. Let's see how many frags they got. But one of the
that was
big
a pretty
things
big game.
that comes up is people talk about like Watson. Like Watson, you will not see Watson today played by any of these teams because it's pub stomp. It's all about speed and mobility, and you're not running into the other pro teams because the queues are all staggered, I believe, and you're. Wow, okay, 39. What does
What is happening today? What are we feeding these?
Okay,
these
well,
guys?
T1, if you do this for every single game you play today, maybe you get close to overcoming Fire Beavers. I don't know. Fire Beavers surprise still needs to mess up, but
yeah.
Wow, that's sick. But yeah, so like that's one of those things that when we get to like a pro versus pro meta, we'll probably see tons of Watsons, and that's going to change because a lot of these players, the kits that they're used to rolling for pub stomp tournaments, is going to change, and the defensive characters become a bit better. Who knows? Maybe some pro team builds a strategy around having a Gibby or a Caustic, but probably lots of Watson. We're going to see a lot of those the anti-ordnance pylons.
I think Ranked is giving us a taste of that, right?
Yes.
I've seen Nathanius. I've seen a couple of those Caustic clips on the subreddit, where it's like there's one in particular. It was this past week where it's the final circle. It's very small.
Oh yeah.
And then there's like 6 squads left still, and the Caustic just throws traps.
He just waits for the final circle, and his gas ultimate is as big as the final ring. And he killed every single player because they couldn't do anything because they had to run into the circle, and it was just a big gas cloud. Like for end game, like that makes Caustic really good.
Look out. Nathanius is onto something.
Yeah. But of course, if it was a pub stomp, it would have been an Octane that would have ran around and killed everybody before it even got that far. Because that was like circle number 5 in that clip.
Wow.
But I know exactly the one that you're talking about. So that's the cool thing, is the meta for all of this is going to adjust. Like games are not, I sincerely believe games will not look anything like this when we get to like pro lobbies against each other. And that's when things are going to really get interesting.
And by the way, shout out to the Octane skins that we've seen. I need to step up my game.
I need to get that Power Ranger.
I need to step up my
skin.
game because we've seen at least two pretty cool skins.
The motorcycle one is really good, and the green Power Ranger.
I got to step up my game on my Octane. That's what I need to work on. Looking at CLG here, one of our controller players. Nice.
Very interesting.
Yeah, he does pretty well with it too. Pretty well.
As an FPS pro. How does it hurt your mind to think about playing with a controller?
My brain is hurting right now. I just cannot with a controller.
He's
got 10 frags and he plays against keyboard and mouse pretty much entirely in this lobby.
Mouse keyboard when you were younger. Did you ever play a controller based?
I never did controller.
Wow.
No, well, maybe if I was doing like Donkey Kong or something. That's about it. Or
well,
you know.
the classic examples would be SOCOM. I think was one of the first multiplayer.
Or like Halo,
FPS.
like if you play Halo on Xbox,
Call of Duty, right?
I did, but yeah, I like having control of where my crosshair is going, and I feel like with a mouse, that's the best, obviously.
Yeah.
To have control of your aim, so I'm not a controller player.
Yeah. Nobody really is, except Nicewig, and it's cool that there is someone who has that level of mastery that in this game, because it's not like they're playing against. It's not like there's a mixed cross-play lobby or something. He's playing on PC with the controller plugged in, basically saying, "I'm going to take this and make it work anyway." And he's got 10 frags.
Yeah.
4 squads left.
That's
He's popped it
pretty
up. He's not even just being carried or anything like that. Like he's just good. It's awesome.
It's interesting. You got Halo pros and COD pros who are from controller also picking up Apex more. Like T Squared is a good example. I think he's been playing a lot of Apex. He uses controller. I'm pretty sure. Golden Boy, you know, he's a controller guy. I don't know if he's fully switched to mouse keyboard, but
we've tried to convert him. I'll say that.
That's always curious to see. You know, these pros in other scenes, Halo, Call of Duty, Gears, what have you. Are they going to bring their controller into the Apex game, or do they try to make that switch into mouse keyboard?
See the call out from Nicewig saying they're fighting. We don't want the enemy teams to kill each other. We want to kill them instead.
They've got a good number here. I've just kind of been peeking at the top of the screen. I think we saw 10 from Nicewig. We see 10 here from
and we're leaving.
Noko, and then
Their comms are funny. They are literally yelling out.
These are full NA comms. Yeah, no, 100%.
I don't know who's a part of who, so we have to be very careful.
Spitfire alternator combo. I love it. That's a couple of real nice guns.
Oh, nice power
slide. The Wingman R99. No skull piercer on this Wingman, but still a good gun.
Let's see what else is up here.
What you have, brother?
So Emily, what has been like the most ridiculous clip that you've gotten, or like the most ridiculous kill spree or something in Apex Legends, like where you picked up a gun and you're like, okay, and then you just take care of business. Anything come to mind there? Whether it's maybe a bunch of grenades or something.
Well, with me, I would say actually we were right here. And I was playing. My team got knocked down, and I had a scout, and like. I just dropped and I didn't have I was pretty much naked. All I had was a scout. I didn't have anything with it. And I was just one-tapping. I was 1v3 and I just one-tapped on the head and I killed everyone. And that was the best I've ever played in Apex. It was so much fun.
I gotta pick up that scout more.
You guys do. It's new meta.
I'm on board with this though, that the scout, even in those early scrappy situations, it's good if you can aim, and it's actually good if you can't too, because up close, like that 30 damage a pop early on, like with no hop-ups or anything, it's just really, really good consistent damage if you're in a crazy scenario such as that.
Yeah, you gotta focus on your aim.
This is hilarious, by the way. People watching might be like, why don't you just take him out? No, they're running on purpose. They're trying to lead him to the watchtower, I think, or something.
Yeah, they want the player that survived the team being killed to res, I would imagine, so that they can get more kills from killing the respawn players. Especially since this is already a really good game for them. Getting up towards that 39 mark that 2 teams have somehow hit already would be pretty legit.
How do you guys feel about that on that's a way to get points? Because I remember when I first started seeing these type of tournaments, I was like, that's wild.
I'm not going to say that I'm a fan of it, but I think I've seen enough pro scenes and I've gotten an idea of like the types of stuff. Like, you play to win, right? If the rules if the game allows for this to happen, then if there's money on the line, if someone was like, Nate, would you do something that's a little bit if it's within the rules and makes you like $10,000? Yes, of course. $10,000. You better believe I'm going to try and get every single possible kill.
Wait, they res.
It's a mechanic in the game.
Yeah.
And it's what we have to work with in Apex Legends.
I think because of the nature of like the pub stop format, like it's just one of those things that is.
It might change.
Yeah. I don't see the future competitive formats. I mean, I don't see it even being remotely close to viable and like against an actual set of pros. So I think it's one of those things that will end up lulling about in the future.
There we see CLG. This I feel like this is a pretty good number from them. I don't know if the respawns were working out perfectly for them at the end of this game, but should be pretty solid.
Let's see the numbers.
Now, I don't think they're in contention for top 5 necessarily overall.
33,
yeah.
Not bad, not bad.
It's real strong. That is a very strong number. So CLG, they're going to continue their day and try to post some even better numbers to try to break up the leaderboard a little bit. Now we're going to move on over back to Dignitas. Remember, they are in the house. We are joined by Emilite, who just said yay. She's with Dignitas and joining us in the commentary here. And again, these guys, they're in the house, they're in the studio. They're about 20 feet away from us. So they're trying to put up some good numbers here today, as we see them drop in this newer area after Season 2. Upper Cascades has been destroyed by Leviathan and replaced by a few structures. It looks like they made their way over to Skulltown, even west of Skulltown, it looks like. Or no, they're still east of Skulltown, but towards that direction, trying to track down some more teams. Again, it's very important to track down as many teams as you can, as fast as you can, to get as many kills as possible.
You can deliver me right there. I got 17 seconds to grab my loot.
So you see the leaderboard pop up on the left there. Take a close look at that.
Where are we at? I got my glasses on.
So our top 6 teams have their 5 games completed. TSM has a 8-point separation from T1, holding first place, so very close to them. Team Liquid only 5 points behind them. But at that point, there's an 18-point separation from 3rd to 4th. So Team Liquid, T1 and TSM standing above in a good bit. Dignitas currently at 135, so in our 12th place. So a couple rough games here and there.
Yeah, I think that first game hurt him.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Interesting. So Fire Beavers only has 4 completed, and if they finish around, if they get a first place with 30 frags, that'll put them in second. So.
Whoa. Maybe they just updated the game and not the points yet. But if that stays, we might see that move. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Okay, so it moved him up to 4th. Look at our real-time technology. Love it.
Yeah, T1 needs like a 50 or 60 point separation from Fire
no,
Beavers.
it's even better than we thought.
Yeah, so Fire Beavers points come in. I think the way that we're adding them is probably the 10 points for the win, and
they
then
need to
the
get
kill
last
points,
for anyone to have a chance.
Yeah,
in
no,
at
Fire
least
Beavers needs to
2
drop
games.
and immediately die. They
Probably.
need to just forfeit a game, basically. It's the only way that
Either
they
they
could
drop
lose.
in the water, you know, and relay, and they accidentally go in the water, and they're all dead.
They're too good at the video game,
Or they
Alex.
get eaten by the Leviathan on their way down from the
That would be
plane.
amazing.
Or they get
yes.
stomped on right when they land. They need to not play a game.
I like that you stomped with your actual foot here in the studio.
No one can see it but us three.
I just had to let everyone know that it happened.
Involuntary.
That's
But
really
yeah,
the
I
only
mean-
thing I wanted to see happen when Season 2 got announced. I'm like, I really want to be casting professionals and just have someone either watch someone or someone actually step under the foot. We got close. There was a player that was running directly towards the spot where they would have been crushed, and the foot came down right, like 5 feet in front of him, like right in front of him, and the player was like, you know, something I can't repeat on air, but we got close. We got close to someone really screwing up, and tragically it didn't happen.
Almost an oops. But we have yet to see the Leviathan output too much damage in the FACEIT Apex Legends series. As we see a one-man down from Dignitas, able to be picked up, though, utilizing that portal very nicely.
But thankfully, through our questions to the viewers over the course of the series, we did learn that if you guys want to grief your enemies, you can, or your teammates, I guess, probably shouldn't do this, but you can put a portal underneath a raised foot, and then if someone tries to use the other side to go through it, they'll instantly die without even being knocked. So you can teleport people under the foot and kill them that way,
So it's not like the portal disappears. Like
The
it
portal does not
stays
disappear.
under the foot, so you can send people to their death if you're crafty enough. And if you are, tweet at us at FACEIT
So
Apex.
if you have a Wraith portal available and you see the foot go up, just power slide on under it, drop your portal, and put the other one somewhere where someone might think they can use it to escape. There you go, easy.
There you go.
I'll have to try that out.
Yeah. That's what I rather than working on my aim or my mechanics, that's the type of stuff that I'm much more
That's
interested
the clip
in
that
learning.
gets good glory on
Just
Reddit.
content.
So,
You know, I'm trying to make good content.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people here right now.
It's quite a bloodbath. Gets the Gibby.
4 squads left.
Dude, my game just...
We're at the as far south pretty much as you can go on this map, which is interesting because the circles, there's a lot of water in that circle, so that might
Yeah, it's
tell
not-
us why there's so many people in the area.
Say the circle is not as big as it appears to be
Right.
due to the geography. We've had a few last week. There's actually multiple circles that we got to see some teams get stuck in that were finishing around the pit area, which has just so much ground that you just can't actually go to.
He's resing right now.
I still want to see a patch. Octane is the only character that like exclaims in joy when he takes a jump pad. Everyone else is just quiet. Octane's the
I'd
only
never
guy.
noticed that.
He's the only guy that cheers on the roller coaster. Everyone else just sits there like, sup.
Oh. Pretty classic move here, just letting a respawn happen and clearing out a team. They're going to be very happy with that. Still 4 squads left.
They're not doing too bad this game. This is not bad.
Grabs a cribber.
That guy get attacked.
They're just constantly fighting, it seems like, though.
Yeah. Some good fast-paced late game.
Yeah,
that's what
We've
you
definitely
want.
seen some players get frustrated with trying to find people at the end. Didn't that happen at some point? We had a guy that was like tucked himself up on top of like a cliff that no one could really get to and just waited.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we've had a few some shenanigans in previous weeks.
It's you know, with the format like this, again, when it comes to just dropping from the plane, just really being aware of how many people are dropping at what point. Where are you going to find the most people? And sometimes the circle just doesn't work out your way, so you got to kind of figure it out. Where the zone ends up wiping out half the lobby because just where the circle is related to the plane, where everyone's just trying to run to the circle and you're not able to find as many people.
That's why you got to be fast, especially early, especially for these formats. You just got to be so
I think that's the big difference for when we see wins with like 16 kills and wins with like 35.
Right.
it's not necessarily anything done differently. It's kind of just how the circle ends up panning out. So again, emphasis is speed, which is why we see comps like this, Octane, Wraith, Pathfinder.
If he landed that shot, I would have lost it.
Yeah, we're looking for the clips. He knows it.
What are these no scopes? All right, he's got the R99, so that should be able to get it done. The Wraith tries to take off with a melee, not going to work, and is that a thick boy Caustic over there?
Looks like it.
His name's Loot Bunny.
I saw that.
Fitting name.
Yeah. Not too much issue. Taking care of that squad. 3 squads left. A very small circle, so we might have a couple hide and seekers. Ready or not, here comes Dignitas.
10 kills over here on Shurima. Great round for him.
Where? I mean, they've got to be just hiding somewhere, right? I mean, the circle this small. 3
Well,
squads,
there's buildings, and you don't know where the last team is.
That's true. We could have the Caustic
It's
Watson.
probably a little
yeah.
bunker comp hiding, or it's a Pathfinder trying to stay somewhere that can't be reached from the ground.
Someone
like,
over
please.
here.
Oh, this could be a solo player hiding on their own.
Lifeline?
It's a lifeline. Yep. Little drone is out.
And she was the only one on her squad, taken out immediately. So,
all right, it's got to be. It's got to be
you
just
think
someone
it's the
turtled
Watson
up.
Caustic combo
Who else
over
hides
here
in a
somewhere?
building
Yeah.
though? None of the other characters are even that good locked in a building. Like maybe a Bangalore will smoke and she has a.
I would say it's probably a solo who's really happy about getting second right now. Maybe even a solo who's just been following Dignitas. Be like, all right, take all these guys out. I'm just going to be
Aw.
hiding.
I'm just going to third party, and then it's
Yeah.
like, oh no.
Yeah, it's too late for that. So
I'm in danger.
yes, it's going to be a very scared final player, wherever he or she is.
Okay, well they've gone through the buildings, and okay.
I hate when this happens. Just like, stop wasting my time. Come out here. Let's fight.
Meet your maker, okay? It's over.
Like, yeah, it's like you try to think, okay, what strategy could be possible? 1v3.
I mean, honestly, yeah. If this person had like an Octane or something, they could sneak around and isolate people one by one because they're so spread apart.
Yeah.
There's some Counter-Strike intel. All right? I mean, if it's 1v3,
Yeah.
you want to isolate.
Looks like they found him.
There we
Goodbye.
go.
Where was he? He wasn't hiding too much, it looked like. All right, let's see what Dignitas was able to achieve here. That looked like a really solid game from them. Constant action. It didn't feel like there were too many scary moments where a couple of them were down. We had one moment where I think Meg was dropped, but he was able to get rezzed or picked up pretty quickly.
32.
That's a real good number, 32. That's a good game. It's a really good game from Dignitas. Emily, what are your thoughts on your team there?
I feel a comeback coming on. We got time still. They can still do it.
All right, we will check back in with Dignitas a little later. For now, though, this is going to be a replay of Team Liquid. Remember, they were in our top 3 coming into today. They had won 2 of the last 3 weeks, and they have our highest total for a week. But they came in second last week. Looks like they were able to finish up in that game in that replay with another crazy Octane skin. 19.
Oh, no,
Not as good as Dignitas.
There we go.
So look out.
That's a
And
surprisingly
honestly,
weak
you know,
round for
they're not
TL.
going to be that happy with that.
Yeah, that's a weak round for Team Liquid. Yeah, their standards been set pretty high. They got the highest score for a week we've had, period. Like 2 weeks ago, was it?
Oh, yeah?
They got 485. I think one of our weeks, the
Was
first
it 3
place.
weeks ago? I think.
Yeah, or 3 weeks ago. We've had a team win a week with like 390 or something, I think, at some point. And it usually ends up being like between that like 400, 420 number. But like they got to 485 before. Like they really had a gnarly week. And I'm sorry, but it's just, if they don't crush the numbers like that again, it's weird. It's like a disappointment not to be that crazy high anymore.
Yeah, everyone's trying to catch fire beavers, and you have to have ridiculous numbers to do that. Right now,
Just goes to show, man, those wild animals, you know.
yeah. We're looking at Gen.G here, going with Wraith, Bangalore, Pathfinder composition. Numbers look pretty good at the top. I'm seeing 10 at least on one of our players. Gibraltar running for his life, dropping an ult, running up the stairs, getting it away.
Is this BM? He's got a gun. He'd rather just punch the Gibby. That's
Why not?
Yeah.
the
Why not?
disrespect.
And
I won't even honor you with my bullets, despite the fact that you're the last remaining player. That's the kind of sadistic thing I would do, actually. Never mind. I take it back. I love
I
it.
don't know exactly what number Gen.G got there, but it was probably solid, I would guess. I would say in the 20s. It didn't look too overly impressive. But now we're looking at Misfits. And it looks like we are live. 7 squads left here. They're situated in as central to this circle as you can possibly be. Pretty good spot.
Yep.
When you're trying to track down the bad guys.
This area of the map is so much better than it used to be. The stuff that they added was just really nice. Doesn't feel as open and plain and boring anymore. You got the big Leviathan that really just... even though they don't have like a crazy huge impact on the outcomes of the matches, and like the foot thing is like a whole meme in and of itself, this tower is nice, but they really do give a good sense of scale. You really do feel like you're walking around a big world with giant monsters and stuff when you see something like that, and you're like, no, that thing's alive. That's just a giant thing that's just standing over you. You are an ant to it.
It's massive. It's very big.
I love the little hops off the zip lines.
Yeah, little zip line micro.
Apparently, there is some sort of tech you can use to really, really quickly jump up walls. I saw Mendo tweeting about this in the last week. There's a mechanic with multiple walls near each other that you can use to like almost like bunny hop up walls like really, really quickly with the way that the jump off of walls works.
Yeah, I think I've seen combo too. That's like been the last week theme in the Apex Legend meta.
Yeah, people are still discovering new tech.
Everyone's talking about movement right now.
People are finding new movement tech right now in the game. It's awesome.
And I've said it from the start. I just love the movement in this game. You know, I'm not that good at Counter-Strike, but I'm okay at Apex because I have the ability to really, you know, to set a skill ceiling as far as the movement. You know, Counter-Strike is limited there a little bit because, you know, you're not able to jump and slide and all that, right?
To relate, though, we're always looking for different types of boosts. You know, pixel boosting got banned, but different angles that you wouldn't expect, I think would be pretty similar. You know, if you can bunny hop on a wall that someone wouldn't expect you to that fast, that's pretty nice.
Yeah. Well, the other big one for CS too, right, is the like nades and whatnot, like the angles that you can bounce them off of things to hit points that you wouldn't have to expose yourself to cover up with like smokes.
Yeah, we started doing this thing where you would smoke off a molly, and it's very loud, so it covers footsteps, so you can't hear people when they're rushing up. So all these different fun little glitches, I guess, will be fun. I was playing the other night, and I killed someone in Apex, and their box got stuck on my head, I guess. And so my teammates couldn't loot the box because I'm running around, and I didn't know it was stuck on my head.
Wow.
Yeah, that was fun.
What happened?
It just glitched.
Sometimes it just happens.
Did it ever go away in that game? Or?
Yeah, eventually it like fell off like 3 minutes later. Yeah.
That's so funny. I haven't gotten one stuck like that. I had a box. One of my teammates like died, and their box was like jiggling in the corner of a room, and like I had to throw a grenade to like shake it so that it would stop moving because I couldn't pick up my teammate's banner while it was like, because it had not actually fallen. It was like in the falling animation.
Right.
And it just got like derped in a spot. And I'm like, well, I guess there's a way this could be useful in a different place. But there's funny stuff like that happens.
It happens in games.
I've seen a loot box on a person's head, but not like that though. Not 3 minutes running around with it like it's a hat.
It was insane.
Did it block bullets?
No. That would have been next gen though if it did.
I've like run into bunker at times when Nathanius has just been there, I bet. And you see like 20 death boxes all stacked up. You can't even get through doorways, man.
Yeah. Blocking doors and death boxes is the best. You intentionally don't loot every item because when you loot all the items off a body, then it disappears. But if someone has like 2 light bullets, I'm like, no, I leave those light rounds on the box, and the box will block the door or the pathing. And then you put the trap behind it. You can't even see the bottom of it to disable it.
You just love trapping rooms, don't you? Having a little bonfire in there.
If any game where I can place claymores or traps or lasers, anything like that, always.
Interesting.
Yeah. In Rainbow Six, I play Frost, or Legion. In Overwatch, I'm a Junkrat main. All that. Just the worst type of human being.
45 off the...
You would be what we would call a nice little camper in CS. Camping in the corner, baiting everyone.
Exactly.
Strategy.
Maybe we should go blood. Yeah, let's go blood.
Misfits right now. 4 squads remaining, including them, but they are split up here, as we can see. It's kind of interesting. We're looking at Help, who's on his own. Battling what I would presume to be is a Watson, judging by the fences. It sounds like he's going to wait for his teammates before pressing the issue.
Those alternator rounds. That's really the thing that makes them the most OP, is the sound effect and the animation change when you put the hop up on it. It just looks too cool.
How did they not isolate him?
He's too good. And now gets great loot off of that.
Yeah.
That Mastiff always nice. This is a round 3 circle, so if you are outside of it, you are dead, like 100% knocked. So you cannot, gotta be super, super careful.
Zombie
nice shot.
Harambe, by the way. It's the name of one of those guys.
Nice.
I know.
People got the best usernames on the internet, man.
That's a good one.
That's pretty good. Help is pretty low in health here. And again, Misfits, they have a man down. So gotta be careful. And actually, that is a irrecoverable banner.
No, yeah, in the 3rd circle, no.
Yeah.
You don't go get that
gone.
without dying.
That was my bad.
So
Theoretically, maybe from this range, since it's downhill,
I
like
couldn't
if
tell
you
how
start a
close it
portal
was.
at one end and then you slide down and use the phase shift, you
not
won't
that
take
far.
the damage from the circle. So like maybe Wraith could go grab it, but at that point, like, do you want to do that? Because you're gonna have to burn a bunch of meds to heal still, and it's gonna take your ult and your utility.
It's burning a respawn beacon for.
And you're burning a respawn beacon that you could use to potentially farm the other players.
Yeah, I think it's a decently tough call here. Just 3 squads left. I would probably say, you know what, just finish it out with 2. Although,
most teams do. Most teams don't go for res if they lose 1 player. So they're plenty confident in just 2. So
they're going in that direction though. Let's see.
Well, neither of them are Bangalore, so somebody dropped the smoke here. There we go. Comes around the side, lands 3 hits, super close. Use the alternator to finish off.
Looks like Bloodhound. Oh, 1 man dropped. But that
feels like a
do
bold
it for that
res.
team. So this would be the point where, you know, there are 3 squads left, so the last team should come charging in, knowing that this is the last fight, taking them out. And since that didn't happen, makes me think we got a solo player as the last squad, as the Leviathan foot goes up and comes back down.
Actually, I'm good on my ammo.
Everyone is safe.
I finally got a.
No one was hurt in the raising of this foot.
So now I have more than 4 bullets.
So this is kind of an interesting final circle in this big tower area. I don't think I've had a game like that yet.
I have not had a game finish on the big tower,
I don't
actually,
think I
no.
have. This would have potentially done that, but it is going to be a solo at the end, and Misfit's going to take care of that guy.
Nicely done.
Who's probably, once again, ecstatic about getting second. His teammates were probably still on comms, having died long ago in this game, urging him to victory.
Cheering him on.
Yeah, I've had that happen a few more times with ranked.
Your teammates don't just leave on you when you die?
Not
because they want the points. Even if you leave after, you still want the points, even if your banner expires.
But if you leave, you don't get the points, right? As we see 30 dropped.
Nice. Well done.
30 dropped from Misfits. But you don't get the points if you leave, right? Like, let's say you're with a teammate.
If you leave and go queue another game before your other teammate is still alive and they like somehow clutch it like after 20 minutes.
Yeah, you don't get it.
Yeah.
It basically counts all of it when you leave.
I'm too emotionally invested in the ranked game, so even if I die and my banner times out, I'll just spectate. Yeah.
I've
I'll
had that.
spectate.
Yep, I've had that happen more often as well, which can be fun.
Why don't you guys check out Bunker? What could possibly go wrong there?
I'll be honest, I don't go there much. Be a scary caustic behind those doors.
Well, the bins are all closed, so
yeah, that's a good sign.
That
or
would be...
is it a trap?
There you go.
I need to stop opening those bins.
Oh no!
What a good idea, Alex.
I gave him an idea. No.
I'll never open those bins again. Why would I do that? Why would I want someone to think there's people in Bunker?
I would actually drop this area a lot outside Bunker here and keep these doors closed, and I would actually drop items that I don't want as much. So
This is my favorite spot to loot.
Looted.
Has nothing to do with where I land, but this is my favorite spot to loot. These couple of buildings just east of Bunker is such a nice location. And all the default zip lines here just
I'm glad
give you
you're
so
saying
much
that, because
mobility.
a lot of my teammates, they don't appreciate it as much when I drop in this area, but as we see a nice firefight. These 2 buildings right here, this is pretty much where I go when I drop, usually.
Yeah, I love these spots.
It's a weird, it might be weird, but Emily,
I think it's a little weird.
I would ask you to try it. Just these two buildings, you'll be
Okay.
surprised. The moment you drop on a longbow and you see people running around bunker, it's like,
To be
it's so much
fair,
fun.
you can also just. I think another really good spot is on top of that hill,
Yes,
right up
I
front
agree
where
too.
he's
So,
looking,
so
and then
if
you
you're
can
dropping
slide
here,
down.
have one person go there, have
Right,
one
right.
person here,
Yeah.
and then one person like.
Because you do
over
need
here.
to spread a little
Yeah,
bit
yeah,
for the
yeah,
loot.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's also just very central.
But I would try that. Yeah, that would be my.
It's also just nice how central it is
Yeah.
because
And-
people who land bunker, like there's not enough utility in there to.
Definitely not.
You have to go outside and get more
Yeah.
stuff. Even if you want to play turtle comp, you have to go outside and get more loot.
So there's only 2 places to go to do that.
Yep. And the west side
Perfect.
is not. There's not as much stuff because you have to go further
It's
to get
more
to
open.
the. Yeah, it's much more open,
Yeah.
which the defensive compositions are not really excited about.
Yep. And we see these guys just going around bunker. Look at that.
Wow, TSM
They
is a
went
single point.
clear around. They're not
TSM
even
and Fire
touching it.
Beavers, after completing half their matches, 1 point difference.
Yeah.
One
I
kill.
mean, the only thing I'm looking out for is Fire Beavers to just melt down in one game.
Well, that's not
Because
gonna
otherwise,
happen.
the story is set. They won. You know, that's it. So I'm really looking out for Fire Beavers to fall off.
They put in all the hard work the last 7 weeks.
Yeah.
And now they just got to play an okay round all day, and
Yeah.
they're good. They got first. $10,000.
See, these are shots that Emily probably can make all the time. It's like, well, I
Yeah.
wish I could make those shots. Just
Well,
like they're 100 meters away, but you're still shooting them with the wingman. It's crazy.
If we ever play Apex, I promise, the one thing I will never do is steal a wingman from you, so you're good.
Hey, I'm not touching it
Oh,
either.
good to
so
know.
Yeah.
I'll take a longbow here and there, but
I do like landing on those guns in the very start. Not the wingman, just
Yeah.
because the ammo is not enough to spray in
Yeah,
front of me, but
it
like
isn't.
landing on a longbow or a scout feels awesome in close range. Like
I'm telling you, get that scout.
it's really fun. Yeah, scout is really fun. I've won many a bunker battle landing on a scout in there, and just such a narrow hallway, just shoot down the middle. It's almost impossible to miss somebody.
yeah, I mean, in my mind, in my depth chart, there's a lot of guns I put in front of the scout. But based on what you're saying, Emily, I will reconsider.
This
The
is a-
damage per hit and the magazine size is just really, really nice when you have no hop-ups.
Yes, yeah. It's really good for a beginner.
It's like I think though, if I have an extended 3 light mag, I'd almost always want that on an R99, you know, or an alternator even before a scout.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
You know,
but a full mag, if you had no hop-ups or attachments, a full mag on an R99 maybe knocks one person, right?
Okay,
If you'd
yeah.
use it properly. But the scout, you get 2 headshots and a person is down at the start, right?
That's what I'm
Without
saying.
armor.
You have to have decent aim
Yeah.
if you're going to be doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it's real nice for conserving ammo too, right? Like comparing
Yeah. It's
scout,
just very
scout's
ammo
usage
efficient.
of light ammo versus
Yeah.
an R99's usage
Yeah.
of light
Because
ammo.
you don't have a lot of ammo at the start of any round generally, so the fact that it's that bullet efficient just makes it even better.
Longbow gamers. I'm
Did
not
they just
sure
say
who
they
said
called
that,
them
but yeah,
longbow
but
gamers?
someone from Fnatic just called these guys longbow gamers. What are
like
some
it.
of your call-outs in Apex Legends, Emily? Of like some people say, oh, okay, these guys are sweaty, or it's this is a
Do
wingman.
you call people sweaty?
In CS, I do. I don't know. I don't really know the Apex jargon too much, so I use.
I think
similar
everyone's
ones to
inventing
CS.
it. It's all being invented
yeah,
right now.
Yeah,
so
make it your own.
Even if it's your own call out, that you know, like there's like a Pathfinder. There's the impossible to hit Pathfinder. Like I don't know. There's a better description.
Me and my teammates call him R2D2. We
Nice.
say little names that
There you
make
go.
it more fun, I guess.
I like it.
Do you have a special name for Caustic when you run into them?
No, I don't. Sorry
Damn.
to disappoint
Damn.
you.
It's like Darth Vader or something. If we're sticking to Star Wars,
Ooh,
might be
yeah.
closest.
He does choke people, so if you think about it.
Or Jabba the Hutt in a weird way.
What?
Because you know there's some gas something there. This is just like a-
Caustic's physique is too different. He's
That's
jacked,
true,
man.
that's true,
He's the
that's
most
true,
ripped
that's true.
character in the whole game.
Okay.
It's just hidden under all the, equipment he's carrying all the time.
Okay.
I'll have to think about that one. Wonder if we'll see anyone with some type of sword eventually in Apex Legends. You got me thinking about lightsabers now.
Oh, there's going to be a melee character
Yeah.
one day, yeah. Like their passive will be that they have that, but they
You
can
think
only carry
so?
one primary. For sure.
Hmm.
They'll probably be like it'll end up being like energy based, so that you won't be able to spam it at the start of a game, or it won't be as strong.
Right.
But
it's almost like Gen.G style in Overwatch a little bit.
Like it could do like maybe 40 or 50 damage, but it has like a much longer swing than a normal melee, so it would be like, you know, I don't know.
I can see it.
I hate this spot. They're so out in the open.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty open area here.
Headshot him.
Yeah, you know, you can go up and down the sides of these hills and get cover from each side, but then once there's teams on both sides, it's just like almost nowhere to go.
Yeah, I like that they're choosing one side though, because otherwise someone can flank them and they get sandwiched and it's chaos from there.
Late games here get fun between the buildings and the little high ground, because you'd think, okay, defensive position can be really nice with the cover, but then you're on the low ground, and even though that top side is super open, you can look down on most everything else in this spot. So also not uncommon to see people get on top of the terrain, these like up cliffs, little plateaus.
That's one thing that's hard for me is vertical angles in CSGO. That vertical angles just don't work very well. So having to adjust to that is just interesting.
You usually don't have to shoot people like 100 feet above you in CS either.
No, you don't. Not too often.
Yeah, that's why we were saying like Thunderdome is tough. Like, walking by the drop ships can be tough. You're having to worry about.
You have to be worried about people literally falling out of the sky.
Yeah. As we just saw a clip earlier today, someone was jumping down off a balloon and taking the wingman shots.
Yeah.
That was really cool. Looks like they did find some enemy tangos. And of course, a very popular spot is the top of that skull way up there. It's pretty much the highest spot. You know, Pathfinders love throwing a zip line up there. Just be able to see everywhere.
That's the Kraber Plateau is what that is.
Uh-oh, Spirit. He's down.
He's down and out. 2 squads remaining. They're close to wrapping this one up, but he's going to get on top of the roof, and there's your Bloodhound dead on the ground.
Oh. Another bad guy from the same squad, and that makes me wonder where the third squad is.
That's
they're rezzing in the distance, so.
Well, that's good for them if they can clean this up and then move on to the final squad over there.
Give them a little bit of a sense of security here, not having to worry about 2 different teams, just this one team. Looks like they were not, of course, able to revive Spirit, so.
One out on the west, northwest.
I think they'll definitely grab his banner, but remains to be seen.
Oh,
that's a lifeline coming from below.
Getting jumped by the Devotion.
That surprised me. Oh, there's still 3 squads left, so this team is still. Maybe it was a self-revive somehow? Or just the third guy?
This lifeline was just alive this whole time.
Okay, so it's just the third guy on the team showing up. Look out, it's only 1 left.
I wonder if that was miscomms from them.
Sorry, give me a second.
All right, so they did kill
where
the
they
lifeline,
thought they wiped the team, and there's one more somewhere.
Yeah, they didn't properly count or calm that there's
that
one
definitely
more.
seemed like a surprise.
Yeah,
but
it's the 4th ring, that Bangalore. There is no universe where you're able to go get the res now, because the last one that was there has been used by the final team. So you got to win the 1v3. This is it. A lot of pressure here on to Muffins.
If there's any good news, it's that at least 2 of them were just rezzed, so might be lesser in the loot department of the team they have still to go up against here, or I should say Muffins has still to go up against. The last remaining player who is alive here on Team Fnatic, trying to deliver victory here.
And that round 4 circle is going to start to close, so he needs to get a move on, and he's got to win a gnarly 1 versus 3. At this point, I'm just panicking.
Yeah, the care package untouched is a little bit interesting.
That's bait.
That's definitely bait. Somebody is watching that.
Or they're too scared to even go up to it.
Oh, there's a Mastiff. Just
So
gonna pass on
what
that.
are they doing?
Okay.
They're looting somewhere.
It could be some bunker comp in one of the buildings. There's a couple buildings still inside the circle, or they're just waiting on top of the hill and they can't see him yet.
I think they must be far west that way, because that's where the most loot would be.
The grove above you, by the trees.
Or yeah. This is where I would think they would be. Oh, does he see a guy? Yep. That's a great Arcstar. Ah, I forgot. The Wraith can just disappear from them. Didn't get the stick, though. Looks like there is another player behind him. He's going to turn around.
The enemy team is a little bit spread out, which is the ideal scenario for Muffins. So he can try to pick them off 1 by 1, or at least play a 1v2, and then chip off a little bit of the block before then. And there you go. Gets believe he's just about got the knock.
Man,
there.
it is a disaster for the other team to get caught off here. I mean, you know, they don't necessarily know it's only a 3v1, but that if you know that is the situation, you want to make sure you're together as a team. So you're not having to, you know, as Emily, you mentioned earlier, the best play is to, you know, solo them one at a time, catch them off guard. But
yeah, it's kind of what he's doing right now. It looks like he's just
But it's
isolating.
surprising the other team allowed that. Looks
Yeah.
like that might be the final guy.
Well, just think how normal it is, though, if you're playing a regular game and you think that there's only one solo left and it's the 3 of you, and you're like, oh, yeah, let's just go find this guy and kill him.
Right.
They just don't know that the person's on Fnatic and is okay with a 1 versus 3.
Always watch the top right feed when you're playing this game.
We've all seen the opening scene of every Batman movie where it's a bunch of people looking for the one guy, and then one by one they all get picked off like, where'd my buddy go? And that's basically what's happening right now.
And it's, you know, it's kind of easy to tell if you're in a game with really good players. The kill
Yeah.
feed on the top right, if you see one name kind of doing all the work,
I wonder if people actually keep up with that, though.
I think they should. I do.
They should, yeah.
Yeah, it's valuable information to know that there's
Like,
like...
will be like, oh, Shroud's in my game. That's kind of cool.
There you go.
There
1v3, easy.
Yep. And that's how you do it.
That was really nice. He had such good movement around that hill, and just they lost him. They didn't know where he went. That was perfect.
Yeah, made very good use of the Bangalore passive and just kept sliding around. Very well done. Let's see how many kills we totaled here. 27. So nice, really nice. Gets the first place, 27 kills. So a 37-point game total. First place is worth 10. Very, very, very nice.
Now we're going to look at a replay from the Immortals, as that was a pretty crazy start. Lots of action going on. But looks like they're able to deal with that just fine. And now heading into bunker.
It's like, it's my favorite.
Look out. Looks like they navigated through that just fine. Heading west, it seems. Not too much trouble. Some more kills added onto the tally. Back to bunker. Sometimes it just happens. All the fighting happens in or around bunker. And that's a lot of made shots.
Oh, big Watson fence and whatnot. Turned it into a whole tight mess.
See, they're doing pretty well
Got that
here.
alternator.
Still 5 spots left on this replay. Up to 10, up to 12. Okay, we're going to see a good number here. Provided catastrophe doesn't strike. Okay, looks like they're just fine, and they are the champions. I think we'll be able to catch a look at this number. There it is, 27. Pretty
Nice
solid
job.
for the Immortals. So they're going to try to keep that momentum going. We're going to take a short break here from the FACEIT Pro Series Apex Legends. This is the final week, so don't go anywhere.
I'm gonna land on your portal. I heard a balloon.
I did too.
Someone landed over there then.
Yeah,
at bunker.
I just saw the trail. They're right in front of you guys. East, at the building. Right on my left. What?
Yeah, I just went over this guy.
I went through him.
Fighting in like an
Nobody's gonna hold your hand
The line fucking worked for
when it comes to healing.
the roof right there, I think.
122. Why am I hitting him?
Nobody's gonna understand why you still feel the way you you do.
Why the fuck does a Kraber have damage so
Even on my lonely days, I know that I am still loved. It's pretty often that I feel I just don't fit in, and that's okay, 'cause everybody's different, and not everything works out. Sometimes I just need to step back and value who I am. Sometimes I miss where I come from,
Don't kill the other one. Don't kill the other one. He's running the
but
building.
I am glad to be here.
We need to go over there
Up
though.
and down, around and back again, year after year.
Need to make sure their banners are in zone.
Nobody's gonna save me. Nobody but myself. So I better get to
You got the banner. The lifeline got the banner. Right, kill this lifeline. I think he's a solo. Right there. I think he's solo.
money don't mean shit.
The lifeline should be a solo.
All that matters is what I leave behind.
Grab the banner.
Money don't mean shit. All that matters is what I leave
have
Oh my God,
that?
he's gonna kill me. Like, you're gonna fucking die.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final week of action for the FACEIT Pro Series Apex Legends competition we have going on. $50,000 over 8 weeks. Again, this is the final week. Pretty much every major org you can think of is involved in this tournament, including Dignitas. And once again, we have Dignitas live in the house, not only their team, but representation from the organization, specifically Emily Garrido, a.k.a. Emilite.
Hello.
From their Counter-Strike, their female Counter-Strike team. Great to have you here as we scroll into TSM. They had a crazy match to start things off. I think they it was 39.
39 kills in their first game.
The number that they dropped. So I guess for them, trying to add to that, I mean, and I would say good luck, because that's going to be hard to beat no matter who you are, but that's what they're trying to do.
It's always good when you start off with those really good games. I think it's such a confidence booster that you feel like you could breathe a little bit more for the rest of your game, so it's good for them.
I guess I don't have a helmet or something?
Yeah, they're just trying to find the last squad.
Fucking stupid ass syringe.
Yeah, someone got knocked.
Dude, so annoying.
That's reps from TSM.
Actually the biggest noob too. That's actually the biggest.
Well, this guy was like hiding in an awkward spot, huh?
That's what it looked like.
Well, they got him.
Like a solo player. We've been seeing that quite a bit.
Let's see it. How many points though? How many kills did TSM rack up?
I'm gonna say under 39, and that's just a statistical guess. I have no
their
logic to.
So that was their 8th match.
But how do you get higher than 39 would be my question.
Dead twice.
26.
Okay, that's more reasonable. Still a really good game.
26.
Yeah.
Honestly.
No,
But,
that's totally fine.
Of course, TSM, they are out of the running more or less for first place.
Pretty much everybody is, unless Fire Beavers really screws up. And that's, like I said, I feel like a broken record.
Yeah.
If Fire Beavers screws up, someone else has a chance. Wow. Well, they haven't the last 4 weeks I've been saying
Maybe
that,
they have,
so.
top 5, top 3 within reach, though. So maybe first might be out of the folds. But welcome back to the studio. We're here in Santa Monica, the FACEIT Studios. I'm Axel Todd, joined by Nathanius, Emilite over here. And of course, you can check us out on social media, Twitter at FACEIT Apex. And you can also use the hashtag FACEIT Apex. Let us know your thoughts on what you see going on here, what you like, what you don't like. Talk to us about the game.
Is the Mozambique too powerful? Discuss.
That might be a good question these days. But let's go ahead and take a look at our overall standings. Here they are. Actually, sorry, these are today's standings. As you can see, number of games, very important to look at. It looks like pretty much everyone has at least 7 games, so we can look at our top 3 with relative confidence. TSM has the day lead. A lot of that coming from that 39 bomb to start out. Fire Beavers doing just fine. They are not stumbling at all. In fact, they might be playing better somehow.
It's important to remind everybody that, of course, we keep talking about the overall score as well, but there is a weekly prize still. There's still the $5,000 up for grabs just for today, but there's the overall. And with the same number of games completed, you can see that there is still a massive separation between Fire Beavers and T1, just from first to second place. I think that's like 70 points almost difference between them, which would basically be it's just like 2 35 kill games that Fire Beavers has to just die at the start of without getting any points, which is just it's not gonna happen. No. I'm sorry.
It's still doable though. There's a chance.
I mean,
believe could happen.
There's a
You're not wrong, but once we get to it'll even be probably locked in before they play their final game. And they could just like insta drop and just die. But here we have a replay of the Fire Beavers.
Yeah, the Fire Beavers themselves.
Unfortunately, they got a point.
We're looking out for. I guess if you want to learn how to play this game, watch these guys very closely because they've figured it all out.
Like I said though, that lifeline, Hardeki, always playing the lifeline. That's one of the things that they have been sticking to that the other teams just do not do.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's like the magical game changer for them, but it's something that's been very consistent.
Oh!
Did she Arcstar finish that?
That's what I was trying to figure out.
And then she threw like 3 more into his dead body.
Either that.
That's exactly the type of sadism I'm into.
Or a teammate might have finished that off that we didn't see off the side of our screen.
Still looked cinematic. Put it in a cutscene.
Yeah. 27 dropped there for Fire Beavers. That's going to be just fine. They're going to win the entire thing if they keep doing that all day long. No problem whatsoever. Now we're going to look at 100 Thieves. Looking at a replay here into live, seeing the wingman Mozambique.
And they play the
by
much more
Teenage.
traditional combination, by the way. This is what we've been seeing become the new standard for the pub stomp, at least, is the Octane Pathfinder Wraith.
It's those long shots with the wingman. I can't hit him as much, but I'm sure it feels good when you do.
This might be a bad spot.
And that's what makes that weapon just so powerful. Just how much reliability it has over such a long range. As we see the wingman in action. There's the Mozambique follow-up once their shields are gone. Oh, hold on. 2 of them were down, but it looks like they were able to manage that situation.
They good, they good. Popping through with the wingman and the Mozambique. Great combo. Taking down the Gibby. And the other Pathfinder on top of the roof once they got into Skulltown towards the end of this one.
Point and shoot. Wingman Mozambique.
Just click on heads, lol.
Yeah. It sounds so simple, doesn't it?
I love it, though. It's like the type of combination that, like, 3 months ago, even 2 months ago, you're like, by the way, for July, it's going to be Wingman Mozambique. People will be like, what? What are you talking about? What is this? What is this tomfoolery you're trying to proliferate here?
It sounds simple, but a lot of people, I think, need to know that it's more than spraying. Like, people might not use the weapon properly. And
Right.
it just, like, look how they're using it with the movement, sliding around, the tapping.
That's a Mozambique kill to finish the game,
Beautiful.
too. The final kill is from the Mozambique.
It's very satisfying, but you know, you have to use it well. With the wingman, like, you can't just pick it up and be like, all right, here are the kills.
The worst part of the Mozambique changes in Season 2 is they got rid of the animation where the character angrily throws it on the ground because it's now a good weapon. And that was
Not so angry anymore.
It was a little bit of meme value that was lost.
Now we're looking at NRG. Peacekeeper R99 classic combo there for Moore, playing alongside Dizzy and Ace. 4 squads left at this moment in the game.
And they're going around bunker instead of through it. What a shame. What a tragedy.
We've exclusively pretty much seen players go around bunker. We just saw it a couple games ago.
Yeah, we had that one game where someone landed on it, but otherwise nobody really goes there.
I never go through there, man.
I think you should. I think you should risk it for the biscuit and see what you got inside there.
It's too scary.
Yeah.
It's almost, I'm like, I just never want to go through bunker because worst case, best case, someone's waiting on the other side. Worst case, they're waiting on the inside. Like, there's just no, you're always kind of funneling yourself into a little pathway.
Yeah. Well, you know, I was thinking
A Counter-Strike player and excellent, what's the word? Strategizer, whatever. Strategician. I don't know. I don't know what the word is. But like going through a narrow pathway where there's only 2 ways out, that's strategically is not ideal.
I think it could be if you know how to use your nades properly. In CS, we have nades that can help flush things out. And same with in Apex. I think I would like to see more teams use their nade usage to flush areas out. Like, the Arcstar is so good. It's a really good nade to use. So
He's holding 6 of them, so Ace agrees with you.
Yeah, I love the Arcstar.
yeah, I would like to see more of that.
Oh.
What is it? What is this shenanigans?
We
they're
saw a
getting
punch and we saw a thumbs up.
I need emotes. We need emotes. We need people to be able to do dances in the game. That's the next step. We gotta.
Okay, that's a
No?
risky suggestion,
Yeah?
Nathanius.
You want to dance on people after you kill them? No? You don't
I'm
want to
not
dab
gonna
on
say-
people, Alex?
I'm not gonna say the F word, but that's what they do. in that, there is a game where they have employed.
To be
many-
fair,
many a
you can
dance.
dance in pretty much. You can dance or emote in like every game. Have you ever spammed
Not
the laugh?
Counter-Strike.
Have you ever spammed the laugh command?
They're not dancing in Counter-Strike. There's no time for
yes,
that.
my friends. Yes. No, you don't spam cheer whenever something good happens. I guess the enemy team can't hear it, so.
You're right though. It is in a lot of games.
You could just spin your knife. I don't know.
I don't think I would want to see dancing in Counter-Strike. that does not sound appealing to me.
I just need more ways to BM people. I'm not a good person. Okay.
I guess the finisher is
The
dance,
finishers,
you know,
yeah, they just need to add more.
The Apex
Well, in
Legends
CS, we have teabagging. We do that.
Okay,
in
yeah,
our
that's fair.
game.
That's fair. That's fair.
You know, even my team will do it occasionally.
Wow.
It just depends how mean the other team is to us.
Okay.
It's important to be able to express yourself.
Yeah.
Look at this Peacekeeper range here.
That is a really interesting range that he's doing.
The precision choke is pretty good on the Peacekeeper.
Oh my god, this guy's so good.
Dizzy is flabbergasted by the skill of this player that is above him here.
If I was him, I'd be like, once I get eventually killed by Dizzy, when you check the clip or the stream, you'd be like, okay.
That is a remarkable compliment.
Yeah, I'd clip that and save that. Dizzy said that I'm so good. What?
All right, let's see what happens. The evil Twinkie is taken out by Dizzy.
Oh, he got it down.
Rip Caustic.
Oh, look out, Dizzy. Looks like they're going to be just fine.
Yeah. If the Caustic drops the gas trap before being eliminated, the trap will be disabled and will disappear, and the gas from it also. But if he drops his ultimate before he dies and gets cleared, the ultimate gas will stay there for the duration of it.
I think I learned that the hard way from what I remember in game.
The Caustic kill you from beyond
I took him
the
out, and then
grave.
his ult got me, and it's like, oh, that thing hurts. All right, looks like there's a team actually going towards the jump tower there, but NRG going to stop them in their tracks. Whoa, Ace and Dizzy getting pretty low in health. Look at how low their health is here. Moore is the last one with even shields remaining.
And that gas trap, not doing them any favors. The other Caustic dropped his ultimate on the ground there, and both ran through it just a little bit.
So there's only one squad remaining. That was pretty intense.
Yeah, Moore swinging around the long way. I guess once we get back to the high ground here.
There's no way they hear me, right?
There's no way they hear me, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, so there is a team up there. Or at least one person. At least one Watson.
Well, I can't. He jumped down.
Placing a fence and now running.
10 HP.
Noise.
I wonder if they're considering
Lands on the pylon,
allowing a respawn to happen there. That's a cool final.
If anybody has
Is
photo
anyone-
epilepsy, I would close your eyes right now.
Yeah.
Was that a player doing it? A player went up and did that, I guess. That's
Yeah. You can drop on the pylon like that. There's some funny things you can do. You could put gas traps on top of the pylon.
Have it spin.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That sounds fun.
Oh yeah. Well, that's like those things they all synergize
Can
well.
you put a jump pad, an Octane jump pad on?
Ooh.
I
where
actually
the
have
jump
not
pad
tried that.
Spin?
Could you put the jump pad on the pylon?
I don't know if that would even make a difference,
Try
but
it.
it would be funny to watch the
It
jump
would be.
pad
It would
spin.
just be funny to watch.
That's all.
Yeah. Whether or not the jump pad spins, just the fact that you could kind of tuck it in
Well,
there.
then you could throw a grenade on it or something, and then would it?
Well,
curve
the
on
pylon eats all grenades,
Oh, that's
including
right.
friendly
you're
ones.
right. Even if a
so-
pad is blocking the. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, presumably.
You're right. Yeah,
we don't know if you
definitely.
can even put the pad on it, to be honest.
Okay. What if you stack the gas traps on the pylon high enough, and then put a jump pad on top of the stack of caustic traps,
Wow, that's pretty intense.
and then it's spinning?
I think we're getting.
Whoa.
I think we're getting into. I don't know, man. I think the NSA is going to come after us with ideas like that. We got to be careful.
I'll save that one.
Yeah, post your clips. Hashtag FACEIT Apex, right?
Oh my God, that was amazing. Yes, exactly.
Top tier plug.
9 squads left here. You can see today's leaderboard on the right-hand side. TSM and Fire Beavers neck and neck. Remember, there is still glory for winning a week. So everyone still not out of the picture when it comes to the competitiveness of this tournament as far as Fire Beavers.
There's still the Week 8 prize,
Yeah.
and then there's also the overall prize for the FACEIT Pro Series. So it's the $10,000 goes to the team with the most points overall at the end of all 8 weeks. As of right now, and highly unlikely to change, that is probably going to go into the hands of Fire Beavers. But for this week, it's still a pretty tight race. T1 is not too far behind. But tied for first, TSM and Fire Beavers at 320 points after 8 games.
And
so they are
actually,
neck and neck.
Looking at Liquid there, something went pretty wrong because they are 9 games in, yet they're all the way down at 269.
It looks like they
So
probably.
unless
It looks like 2 of their games they must have flubbed.
yeah, so
It's
we'll
the only
have
way that
to-
could happen.
Okay, so I'm hearing that they finished 14th and 10th in 2 of their games.
Oof.
That's unlucky.
Yeah.
And they were in contention more or less, you know, they had an outside chance of catching Fire Beavers, but now there's probably no chance.
That's the entire story that we just keep talking about. It's like, well, if that happened to Fire Beavers, someone else could win.
Yeah.
But that never happens to them. Is it the lifeline? I don't know. It's the only variable
has to
that's
be.
been consistently
Yeah.
different from them versus everyone else. As Kurt Busting out. Okay, so with a level 3 mag, I can kind of see how this works.
The burst
but
prowler.
the burst prowler, I feel like he was hoping to find the hop up, but never did, and it's just like, you know what? Screw it. I'll find a switch at some point. And he's got that super awesome.
I was just about to mention that. Yeah,
Power Ranger skin.
I'm not doing a good job as someone who's recently switched to Octane of, I guess, figuring out all the skins, because it's a pretty cool one. That
skin
Kurt
meta
has.
is really important.
I know.
All right?
I know you're on top of it.
When you're bad at the game, you have to be good at everything else. You know, like that's how I survive. Okay, they're like, oh, you want to commentate Apex? I'm like, yeah. They're like, name every skin. I'm like, got it, easy, done. How many places can you fit a caustic trap where you can't see the bottom of it to shoot it out? I know at least 7. All right, I got you.
Oh man, that's awesome. By the way, T1 has been very fun to watch. From the variants in the weapons that they're using to just their skill, just how well they've been playing.
Yeah, dude.
Didn't they just drop a 39? Didn't we also see that?
Yeah,
from
yeah. T1 also got a 39. I'm pretty sure.
Hello. Octagonal.
I think it was T1.
I think so too. Just nailing.
Fire
the
Beavers
shots,
must
too.
have had a round where they went crazy though, because they're tied for first with TSM. So
yeah,
that may have. I mean, I could be wrong and it could have been them, but I feel I don't think they were the ones that we saw get the other 39 bomb.
From what I remember, they dropped a 36 in their first game based on how the math lined up with TSM after one game.
I love this though. I love watching the players that are really good with the aim, because the wingman is one thing, but the P20 with even just with this blue mag, like 15 rounds and the hammer point, once you get through the shields, it does so much. It is really amazing. It's basically it's like a handheld scout at that point is what it feels like in terms of like the damage versus normal players.
I feel like you kind of treat it that way.
But it shoots
P20,
faster.
People you might think, okay, just shoot fast. But I find myself being a little bit slower and calculated with the shots, almost like a scout or a wingman, just to try to make sure I'm hitting those shots.
And then the benefit, of course, is that it just has really high magazine size and it shoots really fast if you're able to manage the recoil. But I've highly enjoyed. We haven't seen a crazy amount of it. We have seen it. It's kind of like the Mozambique at this point, but the P20 usage is awesome. Yeah. It is awesome. Did that opponent just run out of... Are they trying to use a portal to save a friend? Because going out of the circle after the second one is... You're asking for death.
Sounds like they're trying to figure it out. Looks like they're running into another team. Kurt, get out of there. Drop the Z.
He's got to deal with that circle, too. He's got a ways to go to get away from the circle.
There's the Z.
Thankfully, Octane is a fast boy.
Shielding in midair. And he's got a gold backpack.
He's got, that gold backpack. Oh, my God, the heals.
Just fine.
Feels amazing, man.
Whoa, and he's able to actually turn and fight these guys. Oh, man.
I love these type of games where it's just close, you almost didn't get away.
That's something that a decision you haven't had to make before Season 2, as far as weighing the damage that the zone is doing with fighting people that are running right with you. Do you run and get into the open space earlier, or do you turn and fight faster, right? And that is something that in my ranked games that has been a problem, where I'm like, we got to get out of here, guys. Like, we can't take this fight because we're in the gas and we're doomed. If this fight lasts longer than 10 seconds or whatever.
Probably depends.
But if
on
you
where
think you can
at.
wipe them really fast, then it may be worth it to turn around and take them out.
Or if you're near the end, or if it's moving slower.
Yeah. Some of the that's where some of the legend utility becomes absurdly useful.
Yeah, for sure.
Like Wraith. Wraith could end up being a staple just because she's the one legend that can easily go into the circle if necessary, between phase shifting to avoid damage, but using a portal to get out, right? So she only has to run one way, and that effectively doubles the theoretical distance that she could go. You just start the portal in the safe area, and then finish it by the body, grab the banner, and teleport back to safety. You don't have to run back inside.
Not the same decisions in Counter-Strike as much.
No.
Stuff like that.
No, not too many portal usage. Tragically, I never see any portals in CS.
No, I didn't get fucking shit off him.
Well, kind of like just the timing decisions. I guess those decisions might come into play with like bomb defusing. Like,
yeah, we have a timer, so I mean, you have to have a timer in competitive sports, otherwise it will last all day long. People are gonna be hiding in corners, so.
Just like the elements of time pressure and making decisions.
You know what Apex doesn't have that CS has? Surfing, man. I haven't seen people surf in this game.
In Apex?
I haven't seen people surf in
maybe
Apex.
you
can surf in Counter-Strike?
Yes. You've never surfed.
You've never done this. You never done a surf map,
Oh
dog?
my goodness.
You're missing
You
out.
can fly.
Is this like a custom game or actual like in a
Usually
competitive match?
Well,
yeah.
usually, but certain maps you can actually surf, like overpass, a B site. There's like a slant in the wall, and you can just surf along.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
It's-
that's fun.
It's really hard to do, but once you like figure it out, it's like you
You can't stop.
Yeah, it's awesome.
You're gonna do it every time you see that chance. Yeah.
Nice position
Of course,
here.
we're watching Misfits here.
That is a really nice spot he got to.
Hashtag just octane things. Those teammates getting hit by the gas.
I think one of them is gonna res back there. The guy that was shooting in the side is gonna res.
Yeah, I'm letting them.
There's a guy on the outside back here.
Comms very important. Trying to identify exactly where the bad guys are. Lots of caustic scariness.
I mean, scary to run into it. Oh, he thought the ult was gonna expire, but there were traps inside of it too. He's like, okay, never mind.
Yeah. Just leave her.
Looking for the bad guys. Actually, I think they saw someone, but wanted to leave them to res. It seems.
And then there's the res team.
This is another reason why you have to keep up with the kill feed and who you kill in a squad, because when if you're fighting 2 squads at once.
Yeah, one of the easiest mistakes that you can make is when you're in a scrap like that and you get a knock, but the other team also had a knock,
right?
And you thirst the wrong player.
Yes.
You don't get the kill. It goes to the other team.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, that's a mistake that can really cost you. We have 14 kills, by the way, in this round so far by help.
Yeah,
and there's still 20 people in the lobby. So
He's got the Skull Piercer Wingman.
43 perp.
43.
Bold idea. If he hits this shot, I'm leaving. Okay. That would have been really sad. That would have been so sad.
I'm walking out. I'm gonna go get myself a big pretzel at the promenade and walk around the beach.
Yeah, I was out of here.
Right in front of you.
That'd been crazy.
One shot.
All right, gonna be just fine here. Plenty of squads still to go after. That's just
I want to get south.
15.
Man. Like southwest. Yeah, over here, southwest.
That's a huge number with 7 squads still to go.
I'm out of ammo for my R3.
I'm getting there. Can you kill that guy or no?
I figure we'll just leave
I want to love the thermite grenade.
Well, look how they're
It's just
ignoring
hard.
bunker completely.
Man,
Yep.
where's the bunker respect?
Go around.
Where's the respect? Okay, actually, I guess
Go around.
that is them respecting it. Is that they won't
If
go
we're
in
playing, I'm gonna be insistent that we go around.
it. If we're playing, I'm gonna be insistent that we land there and never leave. You can play Watson, I'll play Caustic, and then if you want to play Gibraltar or Pathfinder or Wraith, all of those 3 work very well with Turtle Comp. Lifeline's also fine in case we don't find syringes.
Careful.
Uh-oh.
It's a little scary just
Yeah.
how fast help has dropped there. Might be more than one team, I guess.
It's that energy weapon, man.
I love that
damage
skin.
is so good. That is an awesome one.
That
That's my
is
favorite. I don't have it. I
sick.
love it. Once I get over playing Caustic every single game, I'll eventually get that skin because I'm like I want to play Octane more, but
What are you at right now?
My only worry is like, is it a little too vibrant? Like, is
Yeah,
this a
right?
competitive disadvantage if I'm trying to be a
I
little sneaky?
really don't feel like any of the skins give you away that much. Like I feel like the silhouettes just look. They all look really similar from a
disagree.
distance.
In CS, we have weapon skins, and we're noticing that pros don't want those bright, vibrant colors because it's more noticeable of where you at in a spot. So, yeah.
Okay, well you're
They look
actually
nice.
good, so I'll defer to your opinion.
I think a nice camo green or like a little, maybe a light brown type skin, you know, on a. At least
Yeah,
in
but
this
then your
area.
teammates won't know what gun you're using, right? So they look like you're not holding anything. You have to be careful with that.
Run.
That's a full team over there. That's a full team over there.
That guy might be.
There's a lot of action over here.
Dude, R99 Mastiff. Oh, that's a wombo combo right there.
He's at 19. Is that an 8 or a 9? No, it's a 9. 19 kills here for.
He's. Yeah. No, he's
They jump off.
And he's got a Mastiff, so this could go much higher.
Yeah.
At least one Bangalore down in this area. Not a fun place to be if you're running. You have to run up pretty much in
He's
every
like,
direction.
I want to get the 20. I want the 20.
Or in the open.
He is determined to find this kill.
Should have it. A little side-to-side action. Don't get dropped. He's getting shot from behind.
Can you fool that guy?
He's going to queue out of there real quick.
I got the full.
Okay. The one's still in
guy,
back. Where are the rest of
was on the hill.
You got 20.
We're going to try in the back.
Guys behind us, behind us, guys behind us.
We're getting zone.
And they're loving all this action. You know, any more action they're hearing, this is just so good right now. Just the more kills, the better. The more teammates running, or the more enemy teams running to you. That's what you want. I mean, a lot of people don't want that because it's scary. But these guys, they want that. They're ready.
That's good.
Yep.
Like I said, I hate games where you have to hunt the entire game, and then towards the end, everyone's there. So it's nice that it's just consistent. They're fighting.
Yeah.
I'm jump handing aside.
That can really get your palms sweaty, your heart racing. Because
Mom spaghetti.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that.
You have to be super on top of it. And you usually need to take a little break after the game's done, if it's that crazy.
How do you feel about the color saturation settings that some of these players use? Do you crank the saturation up to 100?
Not to 100, just because I'm staring at a monitor the whole time. So mine's at 75% saturation. So it's pretty good. I like the orangey colors. When it's so bland, it's boring, and it looks really nice in this game too.
It does look nice. We had this. We've talked about this a few times. I have mine at 55. I like a little bit more. Yeah, I don't want it to, like, I feel like I agree with you. Like, things can look a little bland, but I'm like, I also don't want it to look too cartoony, I guess.
But in a competitive stance, it helps
It does make that
important
stuff,
things
yeah.
stand out.
Like
that
those
you
skins
wanna
you were
know.
talking about.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why I can't see people.
There you go. That's a problem.
Ah, I'm so bad.
Go Bloodhound and use the ult.
Ah, there you go.
No, there will be no questions.
It's a bunch of buildings
There
for
will
the end of
be
this round.
No questions.
He's got 21 frags.
Who is what?
He's having a really good game.
Help has 21. If his teammates have any moderate amount of kills at all, this could easily be a 40.
Whoa! How are those missing? Those seemed right on target. But switching to R99, no problem. Up to 22. 22. Some teams have gotten less today. Without a doubt. I think we've even seen one that's less than 22. Last week we saw like a 15, a 14.
I'm weak, guys. What are you for the montage?
These guys are just
For the
trying
montage.
to add to the cushion. Wow, this is gonna be
All right, let's
pretty
see
good
it.
number.
I'm hoping for 40. I don't think it's gonna be because I would be too satisfied, but that was a gnarly game, at least from Help. He popped off. 39. Oh, so close.
We are getting tantalized.
I'm
it is-
upset. I am
you know what?
upset.
I'm pretty mad too. Why aren't you guys dropping 40? Like what? Do we need a squad up? I suggested it last week. No, completely kidding.
I got R9.
What? I mean, 39 is incredible. It's just an incredible number. We're just a little upset that we're not seeing 40. Just get one more.
We almost did in the first game if they just would have let that last team
Yep.
revive. So close.
Yep, super close.
Now we're looking at TSM, that team that we just mentioned who got 39 in their first round today. Here they are again.
Bro, me and fucking Mac just fragged.
Man, what's the world record again? 49?
Something absurd. I don't know.
I want to say that's what it is. 49.
We'll
get that verified.
I would be more interested in like the highest single amount of kills in like the top rank. I think at some point it would be more valid.
Yeah, for sure.
There are way too many variables I think at play in like pub games to be like, oh, world record in like a pub game. It's like, well, yeah, well, what if 7 of them all had like taquitos in the microwave and they all were AFK at the start of the game because they just finished, you know, because they're not try-hard pros.
Yep.
They'd probably be chicken taquitos, by the way. Those are the best ones.
You fly over this and then you dive down. There's a guy going down the hill.
There's probably a solo record too, where someone told their teammates to leave. That'd be a curious number. Like, and someone just played on their own.
Eventually, it'll become like the speedrunning community where there's just 11 categories for everything.
Yep.
And nobody agrees on which one's the most important.
I watched the 49 on YouTube. It was pretty sick.
I'm gonna go look it up after
Yeah,
this.
I would almost say it's a must-watch for pros who are who are doing this format, because it was a clinic in how to get,
Really?
you know, it's how to get the most points, and it's in a format like this.
It still feels weird because this is, I do think that right now we are in, and I don't mean this in any negative way, but it's like the dark ages. Like things are going to change so much when we get like lobbies with pros against each other, and the way that people change is going to be so drastically different. Because one of the things to keep in mind, and this is like, this plays into some of the memes that we've had over the course of the 8 weeks of this tournament, is because it's pub stomp, like you're like, oh, why don't we see this character? Or like, wow, like this X character is super bad because the pros don't play them. And it's like, well, that's not always necessarily true. It just may not. None of the slow characters, for example, fit into any of these formats. But it's possible that, like, if this was a really high-ranked tournament where everyone had to play against only each other, that you could see, like, Gibraltars and Watsons and whatnot, or Bloodhounds, right?
Thanks
So
for the shout-out.
with those things, you know, it's and in CS you guys have this. We have this in StarCraft. There's metagame, right? There's what is good changes based on what people are doing and what people perceive as good. And just the format for the tournament is also just heavily affects that. Because it's a race to get as many kills as possible, you have to be overly mobile. And because of the way that the format works as well, each pro team is pretty much guaranteed to be the best team in the lobby when they start the game, since they stagger the queues.
Pretty much the only viable format, given the parameters of what the game is offering.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. It's the early days, right? And at some point, you know, I hope to see that infrastructure grow and get that, because the game will be completely different. Like we are going to make. If we know when that day comes, if that day comes, we're gonna kick back and like have some lulls about like, oh, do you remember when it was just like one team just basically went and just slaughtered noobs for like the first like 4 hours at a time, right? And then it turns into, you know, and we'll lose something with that because it'll probably be a bit slower, and people will be like, wow, man, there's not as many kills, like these guys are turtling, but that's the nature of competing, right? You got to do whatever you can to. I just hope all the tournaments keep rewarding kills, because I think that's the most important thing to get people moving.
Yeah, I cannot stand camper games, so hopefully there's a fine balance between aggressiveness and a little bit of passiveness.
I agree. Yeah, I agree
I think everyone's kind of been trying to get that right,
I
to figure out that balance.
I don't think you'll be able to respawn farm pros, though. So I think that will just go. I think that will just be gone when that happens. Because I don't see a scenario where you're Cloud9 and you're like, yeah, TSM's going to go for the res. They're totally not aware of us trying to just camp here without, like, NRG just rolling up out of nowhere and killing them. You know what I mean? Like, the threat of being third-partied when everybody's at an even skill level is going to be so big that you don't want to let anyone sit around.
Well,
all you have to do is make the kill worth it enough.
Here we're seeing teams are pretty much using the same characters.
Right.
We're seeing Octane, Pathfinder, and Rife.
Yeah, so I think that'll also change a lot.
Change it up a bit, because it can get a little bit boring.
Yeah. In a format that's a little bit slower, like there could be a team that's like, yeah, we just do bunker comp every game, and we just have like the 200 IQ strats to lock down any area that we end up at, and that'll be cool. That'll be a part of their identity, you know.
Maybe we'll see more strategies actually being implemented.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much a breathing game. That's how a lot of games are these days, where there are going to be changes. It's part of the game. There are adjustments. We just had Leviathans walk into our island for some reason. No one can figure out why. Like, my home was in danger. My home is in the top right near the waterfall. You know the waterfall that.
Oh, you live by that waterfall?
Yeah,
oh man, I'm so.
I've already claimed that.
I'm so glad the Leviathan didn't kick your house over.
Yeah,
Alex.
it was scary though. Like, where did they come from? What's next?
Where did they go?
These are all things we're gonna have to consider as
a Dragon Slayer, any of you?
You know, we try not to kill them, right? Like.
Oh, I've killed plenty. They make noise. Wow. They give up my position. Do you think?
I didn't know that. Do they really?
Yeah. If you go to like the containment area, and they will just start screeching, and you can hear them from. I think you can hear.
I'm
them
talking about the
far
flying ones.
The flying ones? Oh yeah, I killed them too. They're loot. Also, it's always funny because they have the names of people on your friend list
from our series.
So whenever you kill one of the dragons.
Dragon Slayers.
Yeah.
It is.
Shielding.
Ooh, that last shot. That's what I'm talking about.
Throwing a pad for us.
So satisfying. Those two dings. So satisfying. Audio.
Which we just. Sorry guys, I'm just getting some intel from behind the scenes. 41 is the highest kill count that we've seen posted in this series.
Nice.
So that's
41.
41. That's our series record, which is phenomenal that we've gotten within 2 of that.
Was that by TL? Do we know? In their big day? I would have guessed that it would have been TL on that.
TSM.
TSM. Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
I see a zip.
So they hold 2 of the highest that we've ever seen, 41 and 39. And the fact that we saw 2 39s today already is pretty cool in the first 2 hours. So these guys are getting used to the format.
We had 3 39 kill games that we've had pop up on today, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's
like
absolutely insane.
The format's getting figured out. You know, where you're dropping, really being on top of where other teams are, where are they going to drop, like watching their little colors as they fall from the plane, very important to know what direction you're going into. Listening out for shots, and then again, the compositions, as Emily mentioned. The Pathfinder Wraith, Octane, that's very quick, agile, high utility. So
the random Watson fence that doesn't cover everything outside. Nice.
Yeah. When I play Watson again, that's a big step in learning just where you can place them, because it was hard for me to kind of figure that out.
There's a whole thing.
Why can't it go here? Why can't I put it here? And it's like, nope, it's red. Sorry, you can't put it there.
A lot of people aren't very mindful of where the bottoms of those things go, because you can cover large areas without having it be super easy to take out the bottoms of them either.
Right. You want to kind of hide those.
There was a great clip on the Apex Legends Reddit where someone had done something like, they're like, oh yeah, the circle's closing in. We got to run through bunker. It's the closest way. And this guy like zigzagged the trap, so there wasn't like multiple ones. It was like the same one they had to run through twice to get through the hall, and they did it lengthwise. And there were also like caustic traps in there as well. I was like,
I saw that clip and I was thinking of you, Nathanius.
It was incredible. It was an incredible clip. And then of course
there were people waiting on the other side, and they took them out.
Yep. It's just one of those like nightmare things.
So you don't go through bunker.
Yep. if the circle is closing and pushing you, do not push through circle for bunker, because especially people who play those comps are like, yes, well, this is a perfect circle for us because people will have to run through from the west side.
Right.
And
utilize them.
Yeah. At that point, it's better to tank the circle damage if you can and avoid it.
Yeah. The only time I'll go in there is if you think a fight just ended. That's pretty much it.
You should never go through unless you know that you have time to clear traps.
Nice position on this team here. We're watching TSM just surround this team. Looks like they're going to get out of there because they downed. Looks like they downed 2, so they want that res to happen.
Albert Laley at 12 frags.
And, you know, I guess the point to the Watson fence makes Pathfinder and Octane that much better. You know, with the grapple ability to get around it.
Yeah.
The zip line to get around it.
The vertical characters don't care about it at all.
Yeah, then the Octane jump pad. You can just place it down and help your team out to get over a technical placed Watson fence.
You could have 100 fences and 100 caustic traps, and you just drop that jump pad, and boop, right over it.
Pretty smooth victory there for TSM. It's been that kind of a day for them, that kind of a series for them, as they've been...
They're close to winning it today,
yeah, they've been quite successful.
Let's see what numbers they have been able to put up. They want that dub. They want to win week 8. 32 kills, not bad with a first place. That's a 42-point match. As that will put
I like
them
that
very
Pathfinder. That's a pretty cool Pathfinder banner there with the sword in the rock and the
that's
kind of the island setting. But TSM going to be happy about that. And again, we're keeping a very close eye on TSM because they are in the running for winning the day.
They were tied with these guys. We take a look at Fire Beavers. They made that drop, and really good patience you saw from Hardeki handling the Watson that tried to set up.
Just wingman.
No, it's disgusting.
Wingman glory.
Level 2 mag that early as well.
Switch to Eve 8. Pop, pop, pop. A little low on health there, but he'll be just fine. And now we have actually 1 man down right now for the Fire Beavers. 3 squads remaining. Hardeki and Artie both with gold armor.
These guys are fighting for a lot of money right now. So we'll see who wants it more.
Yeah, I mean, they just, it's crazy that we're gonna just repeat ourselves, but they have such a lead. They just need to play okay. They don't even need to play great today. They just need to not crash and burn. And we take a look at today's leaderboard so far.
Because they did so consistently well every single week.
Consistent.
Like almost always in the top 3. If not always in the top 3.
They won a few, I think, of the weeks here, too, as well.
So setting themselves up nicely for the final week. What's the Art of War saying? You know, you do most of the battle before it begins.
Yep.
Or whatever it is.
Close enough.
It's a really bad
I think
attribution of a quote,
it's
but
yeah. It's like
I think
most
people know what I'm talking about. Someone can go get specific and tweet it at us at FACEIT Apex.
I think it's
Twitter.
something like most battles are won before they start.
Right. You know, the whole idea being, you know, just
When
prepare.
you go in with a good game plan and you're prepared and you especially prepared for when things go wrong, you know, make the plan, execute the plan, expect the plan to go off the rails, throw away the plan.
Where you already know the result before the battle has even started. And that's kind of what Fire Beavers were at coming into today. They had set themselves up so nicely where they just need an okay day.
Yeah.
And they're going to win the whole thing. So,
Well, they're still grinding hard, of course, because they do want the weekly prize. And, wow, nice tracking, grabbing him too with the great Peacekeeper swap, immediately grabbing the Pathfinder, trying to heal on the other side, and there you go. Hardeki just killed a squad on his own.
Yep. 1v3. No big deal.
Hardeki, good unit.
In fact, I'm pretty sure it's been 3 squads left though.
Okay,
So
yeah,
one of them
maybe
has
the last one
self
slipped away, I
res.
guess. Yeah, just for a sec. His teammates got him, though, I think.
Wait a second.
Oh, Artie Call got knocked. What is happening? He's punching his down to teammate. What? He let him do it?
Because he wants him to res.
He wants him to res so badly, he let him kill his
Sacrifice
teammate.
his
These guys.
Emily, would you sacrifice us?
If
Don't
it
ask
was-
that question.
She's a competitor, so she would say yes, I think, pretty quickly.
You gotta do what you gotta do to win. Bottom line.
A win is a win is a win is a win. If
That's-
I'm on her team and she sacrifices me and we win $10,000, I'm giving her a high five every time.
Woo!
That's also in Art of War.
The salamanders thought of it first, man. The detachable tails when the enemies come after them, you know?
Genius.
They grow back. It's fine.
I'm not sure Artie will come back, though, in this game. And, you know, one of those peculiar final circles here, where most of it is over land that cannot be accessed. Here next to pit.
Yeah, we talked about this. This pit, yeah, the circle is much smaller than it actually appears because most of it is unpathable terrain. So waiting for the dropship, you do want to wait for the characters to actually come out of the dropship before you kill the player that spawned them. There we go. So now it's just 2 naked players and they're both dead. So they get an extra 2 kills by playing this respawn farm.
Gave up teammate for it, but as we've discussed,
they traded 1 for
probably
2,
worth it. Yeah.
Alex, and I think that's a good deal.
Yeah, worth it.
You don't lose points for your own players dying, so.
I've had a fair amount of interesting games, again, just with the weirdness of the terrain, the limited in pathways. Actually, this is the final squad that they're going to run into here. There's one Caustic Trap trying to go off. It looks like he has self-res, but able to take him out.
GG. Well played. And Fire Beavers picking up another dub. Let's see how many points they got. I believe TSM's last match put them up to 398 points.
Yeah, they're on their victory lap. This is their victory lap right now.
So
I mean,
this should put them
it
in
is
the
what it
first.
is. 35.
Oh my God.
And they're just ridiculous.
So that puts them at 405 points. So now they are ahead of TSM, at least for the day, because there are 2 prize pools that are basically being decided at the end of today's show.
All right, well, this is going to be Dignitas.
Yay, Dignitas.
And this is going to be a replay. And this is actually their final game, I'm hearing.
Is it?
On the day.
Already?
Yeah, I'm
Wow.
hearing that it is their final game on the day. So let's see if they can finish off with a good one.
Wingman alternator. That alternator, it's an interesting question because we got to talk to some of the other players from the last week, and we were asking about that if you would pick it up without already having the hop up, and a lot of players said no, kind of a questionable thing. Also some Re-45 action, which we don't get to see too much of because it usually just ends up being alternators that people put the disruptor rounds on, but you can put disruptor rounds on the Re-45.
Just the tracking and the optimal aiming is just such a joy to watch all these guys, you know, wishing I can do it. But there we see Dignitas, the champions in their final game with a 28. That's a really good number.
28's good.
Yeah,
All
not
right.
bad. Just seems like they had a couple of rough early games
That
today, but
first
the
game.
ones that they were able to fully play out, they did pretty well in though. So kudos to them.
Yeah, and awesome to finish off with a victory. And again, 28, a very strong number. So we'll see how the numbers crunch up. And again, we have still more Apex Legends coming your way here from the FACEIT Pro Series. Stay tuned.
Nobody's gonna hold you here. When it comes to healing, nobody's gonna understand why you still feel the way you do. Even on my lonely days, I know that I am still loved. It's pretty often that I feel I just don't fit in. And that's okay, 'cause everybody's different. And not everything works out. Sometimes I just need to step back and value who I am. Sometimes I miss where I come from, but I am glad to be here. Up and down, around and back again, year after year. Nobody's gonna save me. Nobody but myself. So I better get to it. Money don't mean shit. All that matters is what I leave behind. Money don't mean shit.
Are they fighting? Okay, we're at 30. We're at 30. We're at 30.
Holy fuck.
No, I couldn't.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from Santa Monica, California, and the FACEIT Pro Series for Apex Legends. $50,000 on the line over this 8-week series, and this will be our final hour. Oh, it's a little
Of
bit
the whole
bittersweet.
tournament,
Yeah,
Exotos.
here we are.
It's been a long 8 weeks for you guys,
The
huh?
final intro
It's been fun,
to the
though.
final segment has just been done.
The team's there.
Oh man,
The world's
It's
saddest violin.
been a lot of fun, but it must come to an end. And here we are. So we're looking at TSM.
I don't think they're here though.
Of course, we have Fire Beavers, who seem to be all but unstoppable. I think it's pretty much guaranteed that they're going to win the
I think
entire
it's
thing.
I think they've got it clinched, basically.
pretty
As long
much-
as they queue and play their last
Right.
few games. Yeah.
I was really hoping for a comeback from another team, but yeah, it doesn't look like it's gonna happen.
But at least for the weekly tournament, it's still really close between Fire Beavers and TSM.
is.
So these guys are going to be playing their hearts out, since this is still a lot of money on the line for the weekly prize pool, going down all the way down to 4th place for where that money ends up being spread out.
I'm gonna get an angle. Give me
But for everyone else, it's tough.
You're gonna say?
Yeah, I was just saying, listening to their comms, it feels like they know that it's a really close one, so they have to play on point right now to get the win.
3 squads left, so actually we're kind of close to the end of this game here for TSM.
And this is their 11th match.
This is that tricky spot where you're kind of in the open.
We were talking about this one earlier. Yeah.
Be a little careful.
I hate getting caught here.
And this is such a dangerous revive, but it can work.
They are covered by the little hump of the hill.
But right there on the right, that happens a second later, and they're kind of toast.
Yeah.
But look out, a little bit low in health. There's the jump pad from Octane. Get a sprint out of there. Shield battery in midair.
That's why I love Octane. Can get away if you need
Yep.
to. So clutch. Such a clutch character.
Pathfinder very similar in that mechanic of just escapability as he was getting shot from someone from below. Arbalele gonna use his grapple to smoothly saunter on up to this high ground. Interesting final circle here, close to Thunderdome.
This is with the different levels.
Yeah. There's some fun fights that can happen like in this area. Once you get closer to the other side of Thunderdome, it gets a little scarier because it's just all that high ground, that big chamber that's lifted up by the ropes. But right over here in this area, there's a fair amount of things to kind of duck around and have some fun with. The comms are frantic here.
Albert Laley got 16 frags, by the way, this round. Ay, ay, ay.
That's a good game.
Get the thirst and leave. Don't kill Path.
Get the thirst and leave, he says.
I got the thirst. I got the thirst.
All right, now they want him. So they know it's important. They know that there are only so many left on the field for them to take care of. And actually, I think we just saw that respawn beacon disappear on the top. I think they just used it. Either that or it just left mini-map vision, but
He's chasing you, Mac.
I think it might have just left mini-map vision.
Bangor is right there.
Although I think it will be used soon here.
well, that's their hope. They want that team to go for it.
It looks like.
Okay, yeah, it has not been used yet. They're going to potentially need to escort them, though. You got to be careful. You don't want that guy that you let live get killed by another team on his way to the respawn beacon.
And they know where the other team is, on the other side of Thunderdome. So they just have to make sure that other team doesn't get too brave and go and try to attack that beacon. So they're chilling in Skull Town right now. Oh, and they have company. Pathfinder dealt with pretty quickly. She's a self-res.
Oh.
And now it's just one squad left.
So they were just waiting because the circle did close, so obviously cannot really run into it this late in the game. They're going to clean up the last 2 remaining solo players to finish this round. Let's see how many frags TSM got to finish off their second to last game in today's tournament. We allotted them 4 hours.
In the entire series.
And in the early days, in the early weeks, we actually did have everyone use all the time, but people got so fast at killing everyone.
36.
Very well done.
That's huge.
That's huge.
That is such a huge number. Very well played to TSM. Remember, they got 39 kills at least once earlier today. So putting up some big numbers. Welcome back to the FACEIT studio here in Santa Monica. My name's Axel Toss, and I'm here with Nathan here on my left, and we have Emily over here on my right. Hanging out because Team Dignitas, they're in the house.
Dig in the house.
Dignitas is in the house right now. Remember, if you want to join the conversation, you can, or you can reach out to us on Twitter with the hashtag FACEITApex, or on Twitter at FACEITApex. So make sure you take advantage of that. But it's been a very fun day, Emily. Again, thanks for hanging out with us as we take a look at the standings. Again, this is pretty much the final stretch here. This is gonna be the final stretch. Again, we're playing to 12 games, so you can see some teams already with 12, including Dignitas. They're at number 15. Unfortunately, not the best day for them.
Some unlucky starts to their games.
Yeah.
That first game, I think, it was really a rough start for us. And I guess we weren't able to make a comeback there.
It was interesting, right? Because it's not the separation between most difference, but pretty much everybody's at the end of the rope except for Alliance. Don't know what's going on. They've been taking their time making their way through their games, but the overall points, nope, still very comfortably. They're a game with an extra game to give over T1. They have.
Yeah, they don't have to play their last game.
No, they're fine.
They don't have to play.
Well, they want to win this week against TSM, but for the overall, for the $10,000, they don't even have to play their last game. No.
But for this week. And again, as we scroll into the final game of T1, ladies and gentlemen, we really have to understand the story of Fire Beavers. You know, it's just crazy when I think about it. Like, what do you compare it to? Like, let's say the Premier League, right? You have Barcelona, you have all these top teams, and then in comes someone who just qualified. The Fire Beavers, they came through qualifiers, and they are not only #1 in our overall standings, they're #1 by a lot over teams like TSM, Dignitas, T1, Liquid, some of the biggest orgs we've ever seen. Not only in esports, but in just in the world at this point with some of these teams.
They've done really, really well.
They come in through qualifiers.
There's a devil's advocate discussion about time zones in Europe and all that, but it's not like Alliance has put up the same numbers either. As far as like looking at the European teams that are competing here, like they have like completely stunned over them too. So it's not even just that. Like, they have actually just played really, really well, extremely consistently. Just the consistency is, you can't not talk about it. They do not make mistakes.
We were talking earlier about the characters that they use, and they use different characters than what majority of the other teams use. So I wonder if that's key in why they're so far ahead of the other teams.
Yeah, and I wonder if they had gone with a comp like this, whether their score would be even higher.
Or whether it would be lower. Maybe that's,
yeah.
How much of a determining factor was it? And it can be hard to say at times. Kurt's got that hopped up P20 with the purple mag and a completely hopped up Havoc. I want what Kurt has. I like this. Look at that. That damage is insane.
Yeah. Got the nice turbocharger on the Havoc.
Turbocharger, purple mag, purple stock. That's it. That's all you need, baby. That's all you need.
Yeah, and T1's had an incredible day today. And an incredible series.
They've been fun to watch for me, Them and TSM, their first game, almost a 40 bomb. They were fun to watch. And I love when I see them doing that little salsa dance around them. That's what my teammates call that left, right, the salsa dancing around the boxes, making sure that they're a hard target to hit. Yeah. So
that's also what a Wraith does when shooting at you with the wingman.
Yeah.
The little left to right salsa dance. I like it. I might start using that.
Woohoo!
Are you supposed to say Arriba? Or something? I should know.
So just on the hunt again, T1. Looks like Zerg has found himself some fresh prey.
Yeah, and T1, they should be in contention today. As I say that, as if my mind is being read. Production puts up the leaderboard here. Okay, yeah. So this is the series leaderboard. T1 again, as close as they can be, but the Fire Beavers, they're just too far away.
Yeah. So the big kicker that we have for the overall series just goes to first place, but for the weekly competition, it scales from first to fourth.
Right.
So in an event that TSM or Fire Beavers were to slip up at least for today, while they pop off, then the opportunity is very real for them to get that big money. Now, Fire Beavers is important to note. They have a game in hand.
Yeah.
So even though they look like they're in third place right now, they're actually probably going to be somewhere in the same range as them, maybe a little bit ahead.
Looking at the math there, 444 to 405.
The last game they played was a 45.1, so...
Yeah. So they're going to be up there. So it's going to be in between TSM and Fire Beavers, pretty much, for winning this week. However, T1 and 100 Thieves...
That was... Y'all just saw that, right? He threw the jump pad and a big, slit on the Wraith's head. I'm not crazy. That just happened.
I did not see the head slide.
I was looking at the movement.
Okay, maybe I'm hallucinating.
We might have to do some instant replay action.
That was okay. I thought I saw the jump pad slide on the Wraith's head and then fall down in front of. I was just.
This is relevant to my interests. I have tried to throw it at my teammates, but usually it lands at their feet. I haven't. Tried the noggin play yet.
Yeah, I have seen someone kill their teammate with it on accident on the jump ship, but.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
With the jump pad?
Yeah, there's a clip on Reddit. Someone threw a jump pad at their caustic teammate while on the hover tank while it was moving. And the game physics, just not a fan of you trying to do stuff with objects on the flying platform. But yeah, the caustic instantly died, didn't even get knocked.
I would hate to be that caustic.
Me too. Me too.
But I think T1 are still going for top 3 on the day.
Just found 200 energy ammo rounds on that body.
It's between T1 and 100 Thieves for top 3.
Nice.
So T1 would love to put up another big number, and we've seen a couple games from them today, and they've been doing good things. As Emily mentioned, very fun to watch.
T1's won, I think, at least one of our weekly events so far. So they've been one of the top contenders. I mean, they're second overall in the series, and I think that they'll probably be able to maintain that at the end of today's broadcast as well. So they certainly have not been slacking.
Yeah, and I believe is it an ESPN competition? There's something coming up in like a week.
There's the X Games.
The X Games, that's what it is.
Ah, right.
So, all these guys, a lot of them I'm pretty sure are going to be competing there at the X Games. So if we're talking about what kind of shape all these guys are in, they're probably in real good shape, as we're essentially in a very important competitive season right now for Apex Legends professional players. So
this is what I'm waiting
today
for.
Could really lead to success next week.
This coming from Counter-Strike, right? This eventually has to become a part of Apex meta. Apex pros don't do this enough. the constant weapon examine spam. It's a high level strategy.
I lost you there.
Oh, just the examining the weapons, just the constant.
Oh gosh, yeah, it's such a habit in CS, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the first guy I've actually seen in this whole series that we're expecting just do that.
You know what it's almost like in StarCraft? Like going
like APM
across,
spanning.
yeah. APM span in StarCraft.
It's fun to do that with knives. You
Yes.
know,
Oh, when you get the karambit
oh
and you
my
just
gosh,
get it
it's
spinning.
So satisfying, yes.
Yeah.
T1 trying to track down the final 2 squads. Zerg has found at least one of them, and he's in a firefight right now, trying to stay a little safe. Situated behind a rock.
Teammate's going to be able to come up easily.
Took one down.
Got the Havoc and the hopped up P20.
BCJ just grappling himself in there, and not going to be an issue. They might have left someone alive, because it still says 3 squads left in the top right.
He was holding a lot of meds for the team there.
I don't know if you guys have seen it, but in CS, when you take off the silencer and you rock it, it looks like you're playing the guitar. Have you guys seen that? I wonder if you could do that in Apex with some gun. I don't know.
The most unique thing I think we've seen is Wraith gets a little dagger, so when she runs, it can kind of flip.
Yeah. When you crouch, she flips the dagger in her hand. If you have the heirloom skin.
I would do that all the time.
Yeah, that's why I said I think you'd really like Wraith. You know, coming from Counter-Strike.
Whenever we're spectating Wraiths and they're like covering distance and they have it, that's just constant just going back and forth because of the way people slide.
Yeah, you know, Zerg is probably doing it, so we might get a shot as... Actually, I'm not sure which feeds we have access to, but regardless, it's a pretty fun mechanic that we see used a lot. And, you know, Bloodhound, not to bring him back into the conversation, because I know it's hard times. But he has a sword, or, no, he has a dagger in the... Actually, he got wiped from the opening screen in Apex. Did anyone notice that? I know Jasmine noticed it. Bloodhound got replaced by Wattson in the opening graphic.
There you go.
But before that graphic changed, Bloodhound had a dagger in his hand.
Well,
that has never been, and an L-Star, actually.
Wattson is just Buzz Lightyear, okay? I'm sorry. Bloodhound is outdated.
I see that. I can see that.
He's the old toy that's been pushed to the bottom of the box.
Oh, man, that's funny. But anyway, where's Bloodhound's dagger is another question that has been asked.
Answer at hashtag FACEIT
FACEIT Apex. Let us know where to play.
She's a natural.
A lot of people think that Gibby will get that at some point with like an heirloom skin because he has a cool looking blade that he only uses in one of his finishers.
Yeah. I was thinking about a fix for Bloodhound. I don't know if this is a good conversation for now as we see 3 squads. So my idea, what if he could like turn into his bird? For like
I like that
something like
idea.
that.
What,
you
like
know,
a Dracula? Like I'm just gonna turn into a bat
doesn't have to be
for a
too
brief
crazy,
moment?
but he turns into his bird somehow. Maybe
like
it's
Bran
just
from Games of Thrones
exactly. Maybe
style.
just like for like a couple seconds or something. I don't know
If
exactly.
you could warg into one of the dragons for vision or something, I don't know.
That would be amazing.
Bloodhound needs a little escapability.
I like
he doesn't
that.
have it. He has a bird. Maybe somehow if he could channel his energies into the bird and just fly maybe somewhere.
Genius.
I don't know. Something like that. So I'm just putting that out there. Just
I
putting
love
it
the
out
theory
there.
crafting. I love it.
I was thinking about that last night. Don't ask me why.
I was just got home from work, had dinner, and the first thing I asked myself was, man, why can't Bloodhound turn into a bird?
Yeah, that'd be something like that. Wraith already has the immediately turn invisible, so it'd have to be a little different than that. Anyway, we got a Bangalore with gold armor, just
trying to punch.
This is
Mortal
UFC
Kombat.
right here, yeah.
Look out.
Well, I think this was one of the respawn, and she like grabbed armor and just didn't have a gun.
Yeah.
How she got
last one alive
armor like that,
for that
without
team.
getting a weapon, I will never know.
That's a good question.
So final squad,
Yep.
a P20. It hit so hard. GG.
Done.
Well played.
Was this this is a spot where I've seen the Caustic Wattson stuff happen. Was that a team? No, I don't see any fences anywhere. So
No. The upper area of this place, though,
Oh,
yes,
okay.
up the stairs. That room is very good, very easy to hold with the staircase.
Gotcha.
It's not quite as good as Bunker because there's 2 openings into that top area, but yeah, that's a good turtle spot. 27 kills for T1. Not quite the... I guess right now TSM and Fire Beavers are doing like 30 plus every game, so...
Speaking of whom, speaking of which, Here they are, the Fire Beavers. We're going to look at a replay, and we're going to scroll into live here, but we're just going to see how the early portion of the game went for them. Looks like they dropped Skull Town, got a few kills. Business as usual, and now we have 9 squads left.
This is their final game. So really at this point, they are just playing for the weekly prize.
Yes.
I'm just gonna say it. Pretty sure
I'm
they've
with
got
you,
the 10,000
man.
locked up.
I'll go down with you.
They played way too well, and they have just been grossly consistent. And my frame of reference for comparison, since some of the discussion that's come up is about the EU, NA, play hours, and whatnot. It's like Alliance did not put these numbers up. They did well, but they did not put these numbers up. And these guys did. They really crushed it. And I have nothing but good things to say about the Fire Beavers.
Yeah, I mean, sit back, relax, and honestly study, because whatever these guys are doing, they're doing it right.
Yeah, their aim's been amazing. Their tracking's been really good. And it's not like they land every single shot, but they get pretty damn close to it.
Really good movement. Constantly staying out of trouble. The constant lifeline pick that we are trying to figure out from Hardeki.
Yeah, after watching these guys, it seems like they have really good teamwork.
Their comms are incredible. They are talking nonstop the entire time. At no point do they get loud or start shouting. They're just very, very, very calm EU comms that what we expect.
They're not necessarily laughing.
Yeah.
But you could tell it's, serious comms.
I've noticed a weird trend. European teams do not loudly scream, "He's won," whenever they land 3 shots on someone. It's so strange.
Exactly. You can just tell listening to their comms. It's very calculated.
It is.
Trying to track down this. Ooh, that's an Octane. Or Bangalore.
Just this movement from, even just the lifeline. There's nothing that's going to help a lifeline run around or anything like that. But Hardeki just so good at repositioning himself and using the slides and the climbs
Using
and
the
just
map.
not letting someone push up on him with a peacekeeper like that. Just very on top of everything. And they're almost never right next to each other either. They stay close, but not too close.
It's kind of like in CS, we call it a bait and switch. We have a player that's going in and doing a lot of damage, and when he's low, he falls back and lets his teammate finish up the work. And that's what I'm noticing that they're doing, and it seems like it's working really well for them.
Yep, it's been really, really nice. It's kind of like they've got their Pathfinder up front, and he's just getting aggroed in. The Wraith is kind of bouncing between everybody, and the Lifeline just tries to stay within range of both of them, like equidistant almost feels. Is he going to actually use it? Are they going to stop? Nah. Well, that's the funny thing is when you're this good and you kill everybody, you don't really ever hurt for gear, which makes the Lifeline pick even more interesting because it's not like you ever really need the care package. They don't use it. Most of the time we spectate them, he's got his ult ready. He's like, no, we don't have time to sit here and drop a Lifeline ult.
Yeah. And the thing is, Lifeline, her head is a little smaller. When you're talking about hitboxes and you're trying to shoot, you're getting in fights in Apex Legends, I think it's hardest to fight up against a Wraith and probably a Lifeline, in my opinion.
Yep. Well, that's why they do the
exactly.
Why they have the 5%.
So they did the 5% thing, and that's why you would think, okay, yeah, switching away from at least Lifeline, Wraith's still got, some utility going on, but no, even though that nerf happened for Lifeline, we still see Hardeki use Lifeline.
Yeah. I think the real magic is what we don't see, which is those few times where maybe something bad almost happens, and the Lifeline just saves it. And that has to be my assumption as to why they still use the Lifeline this much and play it so much, because pretty much all the gimmicks of her have been hugely nerfed too, being the playing outside the circle tactics for her are gone. You can't. For anyone that missed it, the drone, her healing drone, just breaks if you use it outside the circle. So
and the thing, her head is still so tiny, so in theory, it's still difficult to get a headshot.
Yeah, she still has a great hitbox.
Yeah, even though the damage is nerfed a little bit. Maybe it's just still tactically.
Yeah,
he finds
same reason everyone still plays Wraith and Pathfinder. The 5% damage doesn't bother them at all.
Yeah. But yeah, I find it very hard to go one-on-one against the Lifeline. If their movement is on point, the head is so small.
That was a really good arc
I'm loving his nade usage. He's just using them so properly. And I haven't seen anyone else do that yet today. He's using them really good.
And they're just constantly talking the whole entire time.
Yeah,
whispering to each other, it sounds like.
In any situation, I think I always want 6 to 8 arc stars ready to go. Yep. I don't know if I'm being too dramatic or too ambitious. You gotta have them. Oh, bit of a firefight here. Hardeki gets knocked. Could this be the disaster for the Fire Beavers that we've been waiting for? Sorry, I'm just trying to hype it up here. They're probably going to be fine.
We love you, Fire Beavers.
They're probably going to be just fine, and they are. But a moment of drama there.
Almost.
Someone was knocked. Hardeki was knocked. We saw a moment of exposure, perhaps. A chink in the armor. No, they're perfectly fine. 3 squads left here. A little surprised no one jumped on it, but that's because the ring is closing, so they're going to have to skedaddle from this area pretty quickly.
Look at these callouts, though, just keeping his eye on everything from behind. I don't know if he actually saw an enemy coming in from behind them, but...
Oh, there we see a squad running at him. That's always fun. It's not someone hiding. It's someone coming right at him, and it's going to be Pathfinder. He's going to be taken
It's someone
out.
coming at him.
Where's his team, though? Where's the Pathfinder's team? Nowhere close, it seems.
Is that ring 3? No, it's ring 2. Okay. Well, Pathfinder could, or excuse me, the lifeline could heal through it with just regular meds.
Getting shot at, though. That was a little scary. Nice flank.
So good.
Getting the Phoenix kit right away. Keeping that health up.
Phoenix kit, good unit.
And yeah, that's why Counter-Strike has always kind of evaded me. It's like you have 1 meter of health, and then you're pretty much done if you're not playing well.
Yeah, if only it was more realistic, where people get shot and can just instantly heal all the damage that they took in 10 seconds.
Yeah,
Right?
I need those shields.
I like that aspect though, because it makes you play differently. It makes you come up with a different type of strategy based off of your health, because you can't heal back up.
Right. It's just there's no forgiveness, which is fine. I mean, that's why it's a great game, and
Yeah.
I need forgiveness in my when I play.
That's why they give you so many rounds. that's why they give you so many rounds.
I really like that Apex has that reviving though, that you can come back even if you die.
Yeah, the worst part about playing other battle royales, like as a streamer before, was always that like if you group up with friends and everybody's live, and then you die really fast, you get thirsted or something, you're like, that's it, I have to sit here and just spectate for like maybe 20 minutes.
Exactly.
And it's the worst because there's no hope.
Nade usage again.
Yeah, but that's the more typical Apex nade usage. Is I'm just going to throw 5 arc stars straight ahead.
Got to stick him when he's falling out of the lane. That'd be cool. Uh-oh, 1 man down, and it's only 1 person they're worried about. The other 2 dropped. We saw them.
Situations like this, though, are why that lifeline's valuable, because you get the really fast res. You couldn't really be thirsted from a distance there.
Yep. Gonna heal back up. Only one of their opponents has any feasible weapon that we would presume, because 2 were just revived. 1 man down. This should be a pretty simple cleanup. There it is.
There you go. GG. Well played, Fire Beavers. We just took a look at the standings, but we'll get another look at them once Fire Beavers' score is tabulated. As I believe all of our top teams are done with their matches. I think the only team that's still going is Alliance. They have quite a few games, and Misfits is apparently still in their last game, I think.
24 squad kills from Hardeki, or excuse me, from the Fire Beavers. And that should be enough. Well, I guess we'll find out if it's enough for the day. I think we pretty much concluded that it's enough for the overall series.
Yeah, there's no way they didn't get first place overall. Let me take another look over here at TSM's final game.
Yeah, TSM wants big numbers. They're going to be chasing Fire Beavers here to try to win the day.
Wow. Catching him coming out. That just feels bad, man.
One, bang is one, bang is one.
If I hit that.
Peacekeeper, he only had 4 shots left and 0 attachments, but able to make it work. So R99 Mozambique, and now we see R301 and a Spitfire. I think that's a very nice combo. Anyone just getting into Apex or trying to put some numbers in, trying to grind, R301 and Spitfire. Those guns will not let you down.
They went today, then
As we see TSM take the victory there. 28, yeah, that's a pretty good number. I wonder how close that's going to be.
That's actually, that one was one of the ones that didn't look calculated, though. Because it said 11, 9, 10, so I think it's actually more than that.
So we're going to stand by on the days total for those two, as I'm pretty sure those were the only two in contention, more or less, for the top 2 spots.
Yeah, T1 was close, but unless they crazy popped off in that final moment, I don't think that they were going to overcome either of them. Definitely top 4, though.
Yep. And now
there's that thing we were talking about. See, as it goes down.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Saw it.
Whoa.
So Misfits got cleaned up. Finished 3rd with 14 kills. Unfortunate.
And now we're looking at Alliance, and it looks like a live look here, so...
Yeah, they've got, this is their second to last game. I believe they are the only team that's not completely done.
You know what? Alliance is really smart about getting their television time. They're like, okay, here's what we're going to do.
Guys, we just take it. Guys, look, we have 4 hours.
Yep.
Everyone finishes within the first 3.5 easily.
Yep.
So we just we squeeze in an extra restroom break, and then we got the whole last 30 minutes to
All
get
to
plugged.
themselves.
All of us.
Calculated, yes.
It's pretty
Calculated.
smart. They did it last week. They were the last to be playing, and here they are. Yeah, it looks like they are...
Point-wise...
Yeah, we see the
I
leaderboard
think they
pop up.
could swing into 4th pretty easily.
Look at the distance between number 1 and number 2 right now.
Did TSM beat Fire Beavers by a single point today? Nice.
I said it could be close here, and I guess I was right because they
razors thin difference.
Unofficially winning by a point.
Yeah.
TSM unofficially, probably officially winning by a point based on our numbers there on the left.
Yeah. TSM wins this week's prize, first place, but Fire Beavers gets the $10,000 for most points overall. Pretty awesome.
Wow, wow, that it does not officially get closer than that.
By the way, the totals, that 482, 481 is just right up there with Team Liquid's previous max from 3 or 4 weeks ago. I think TL had 485, so they might hold the overall single-day score record. But, yeah, 2 teams getting up to 480 is crazy.
It is absolutely nuts.
They went ham today.
And it's like, okay, I guess everyone's in really good form because we're in a pretty big season for Apex Legends with the X Games event happening, I believe, next week.
Team Liquid had 484 as their max in week 5.
Right.
So
That's a pretty good week.
Yeah, so TL
the best week
will
we've
be able
ever
to hold
seen
on to that.
in
Yeah,
this format.
it's nuts.
So we see some nice longbow usage. Gotta love the longbow. He's got that skull piercer on there as well.
Yep. Alliance still has something to play for here, though. Based on the today's standings that we did see, 2 good games will get them into 4th place pretty easily, I think. So they will be able to get into the money for today. So no reason for them to be overly reckless or, drop bunker for the lulz to finish out their tournament run.
Trying to make their way back to the circle here. They've got a fair amount of ground
yeah,
to
but
cover
it's round
here.
1. It's
Yeah,
circle
round
1.
Yep.
Yeah. I think they're fine.
Interesting circle location, though, all the way to the top right. It makes you think, okay, how many people are going to die to that ring? Because they're having to run a long way. And does that mean less kills for our heroes in Team Alliance?
That's a good question. I'm going to keep my eyes on the kill feed.
Yeah. Looks like at least one person was downed.
It was a grenade, but yeah.
Yeah, I guess what we looked out for is, I think it says died to zone. I think it. Oh yeah, that's right. It just said out of bounds. But there are fights happening, and they definitely want to be a part of it.
Climbing on top of this building. Okay, Bloodhound.
And I think we can officially say that I do not owe Jasmine $1 because we did not see Bloodhound used today. So that's a small victory for me, at least.
That $1 would have really broke you, huh?
You know, it's the small victories.
It's the small thing.
It's a win that counts, okay?
That's true.
Okay, so I'm hearing that she was referring to ranked, not necessarily the pros.
Well, in that case, you may owe Jasmine $1.
I don't know. I haven't seen any sample sizes. We'll have to figure it out.
Okay.
I would almost say the pros is a microcosm of what you'll see in ranked. No, not really.
It is kind of crazy that this format was basically the best thing that we had available prior to the ranked play coming out. And now it's like things have already changed so much in that microcosm compared to this.
Right. Oh, look at the foot!
Someone might get stomped on. Right
Do
now.
it! Do it!
Oh, he's right
Oh,
towards it.
Pathfinder, run!
Go
Run,
into-
Pathfinder!
Oh.
Oh, how sick would that have been?
He would have a really good view of if someone got stomped.
That
on
would
right
have
now.
been, see, right
Yeah.
there. He should have done it. He should have just been like, oh, is that a lion shooting me? If I run under this and they get it on stream, I'll be internet famous.
Yeah.
Well, we have a Wraith on Alliance who could have put a portal. It's probably too late now.
We hit some. That's a really good thermite grenade usage. The really nice thing about the thermites is that it ticks a few times after you step out of it too. So it gives you a little bit of tracking on anyone that you hit with it.
He's so far from his teammates.
Oh. See if he uses
Do it.
self-revive. Looks like he's going to try to. Uh-oh, that's 2 knocked for Alliance, and Emily mentioned it. They're pretty far away from the other teammate over there, who was also caught up in a fight. So let's see if Lowly can save the day.
Lowly's got to make it happen on his own here.
I think there's another team shooting in this area
Yeah.
from the distance. Oh, yeah, I think that was the team he was trying to deal
He's
with
getting
earlier.
flanked.
Ooh.
What, and it's a TTVer.
Uh-oh.
I'm seeing a TTVer in the
Yeah, it's a
the
Wraith
kill
with
feed.
TTV in the name.
Uh-oh. Blood River, I guess. Shout out to that Twitch TVer in the top right. And look at how just low in health Lowly was. But again, something that the pro players do that separates them from the rest, they find a way to just stay
When you
alive.
play Pathfinder helps a lot.
Oh, yeah. And
Surviving.
it's so frustrating, too, when you're playing against a Pathfinder. You just can't take them out. They just keep zipping and zapping, flying everywhere. It's like one hit. That's not an easy final hit. They don't
He's
make
going
it
to
easy.
go in on this. He's
racing the zone, and he's racing another team here, but he's going to try
and grab the banners. It is circled too, so this is it's painful.
There's someone running right next to him,
Zip line
quite
is gonna be a
literally.
little
Yep.
exposed, but gets a grabs a knock
Okay.
on the way out. That person is super dead. And another
Oh.
one.
And that was at least there are a few Twitch TVers because that was a
Yeah,
Twitch
and
TV guy
I
also.
think the one
who
that killed his
just-
teammate was dehydration. Remember to stay hydrated, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. It's very important. Drink water.
Those are fights they want to be a part of, though. There's some more skirmishing happening outside the zone. Again, this is kind of a reaction, an effect to the circle being so far away in the top right. You have a lot of teams running parallel, so again, that might lead to some of the games that we're seeing a ton of kills, and some of the games we're not seeing as many kills because you have more people running into each other that you're not fighting. That was a nice little move. The Octane pad into the grapple.
Yep. Is he going to go for the res with 2 squads left to kill? Yes, he will.
Just want to make sure to get the win here. There we see Twitch TV dehydration getting knocked out.
Dehydration died.
Yep.
Maybe he just wasn't hydrated enough.
It's important, man. It's important.
And now only 2 squads left, so including them. So just one other squad here. But it's the win that's important right now for these guys. Lowly just he's the scout right now. He's trying to identify where this other team is. Thankfully, they have some death boxes there. They can get all looted up to take this final fight here. And the circle just keeps tucking itself more into the top right towards relay. And actually, from what it looks like, it's over a lot of that unplayable terrain. So another kind of weird final circle, but it might not even matter. Just depends where this last team is. It looks like they found him, and it doesn't matter because they might just win it right here.
He's got 1 billion rounds and that no-scope longbow. They can spray all day. Pathfinder rolling on up.
Oh, what great movement and pursuit. That's just the definition of Pathfinder movement right there.
Thank you for giving that self-res back.
Jag kan inte skjuta med långbå, så det är ett jävla skämt. Hur många kills har du, Vibes? 8. Han är i kamp, han. Nej, han är utanför. Ja, ingen är där. Bara en kvar. Ja, jag tror
Oh,
that
he had the red
had-
eyes too.
Yeah, he had his ult pop.
Oh!
Not going to help him. There's the finisher.
dabbing on him. GG.
Well, it wasn't easy. I was a little nervous. I mean, they were
It got
caught.
dicey.
They were caught in the lower Cascades area, which there's not too much cover, I guess.
He had no health. His teammates were
There's
dead.
a lot of other teams around too.
Yeah. He could have easily died, but he didn't because he's a beast. And they came back and they won it.
Yeah. So I really enjoyed that game. I enjoyed how that kind of ended, where we just saw that team having to deal with all the pressure from all around, and his 2 teammates were down. He was able to sprint back, get the boxes, go revive, and make sure to get the calm and comfortable win. So really nice to see that from Alliance. They are the last team that we have in action here on our final day, and we're going to be watching their final match coming up in just a second. But welcome back to the FACEIT Santa Monica studio here. I'm Axel Toss, joined by Nathanius and a special guest today, Emily from Team Dignitas. Of course, Team Dignitas, they're in the house right now. I think they've already concluded their matches, so they might be riding the Ferris wheel. They might be riding that Santa Monica Ferris wheel. They could be. We might
I hope they get a big soft pretzel.
Yeah, they might. They're probably enjoying themselves. We'll have to see if we can find them. But let's go ahead and take a look at our standings, so you guys can stay caught up on what exactly is going on here with our Pro Series. Starting with the day's standings, and barring, let's see, Misfits has one more. No, it's not really possible, is it?
No, so
one
everybody's.
can really.
I'm pretty sure. So
Yeah, no one
this
can
is this is still one more update to be done to the standings list. But Alliance, there we go. So at 394 points, it's a pretty easy 4th place for them to take. They would need to land bunker with like 7 caustics and die immediately to not make it to top 4. Complexity and Fnatic are tied for it, but they are they're like 10 points away from taking 4th place. So they just need to get barely any kills between them.
Well, and I guess it would
getting
be between...
to T1 would be no, that's not gonna happen.
No, not gonna happen. They need to drop a 40.
They need
42
kills. They need 42 kills and a win
I'm
to
not sure
catch
if
up to
Misfits
T1.
has one more, according to our standings there. But they would be tied in theory with Alliance, Misfits and Alliance there, with 1 game to play. So something to consider if they're both trying to battle for 4th. So regardless, Alliance, they would love a huge win, and we see them dropping very, we mentioned this earlier, just dropping right away, right when the plane is there, just dropping down. And you can see them kind of looking around. It's very important identifying where people are going and then trying to find just somewhere relatively safe to drop.
Looking at this for Alliance, you literally just need to get 10 points. And then you got 4th place locked up. And at that point, I mean, they could go super sweaty, try hard to try and get 42 kills, but nobody's done that. And
they could be the first. There you go.
They could be. I'm not gonna oversell it too hard.
Yeah.
But they definitely played really, really well today. And the Skull Town drop's gonna basically guarantee them quite a few frags. Since
I mean, dropping a hot Skull Town and playing well is step 1 to insanity for the game.
There you go. One team.
Good start here.
And he's got disruptor rounds already on his alternator.
And a Peacekeeper alone. Uh-oh, Lowly taking some fire, yelling at his team, help me out. And we have the lifeline in play again, by the way, for those of you keeping track.
I like it.
I'm still curious about it.
I was going to say, do not take the R99. You've got disruptor rounds, bruh. He picked it up, and then he's like, oh, wait, disruptor rounds. Wait, I had those? They went right back to the alternator.
I guess 2 of our European teams using lifeline. I don't know. I'm not trying to tie any... Just, these are the facts. Maybe it's more of the meta in Europe, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, Alliance has done really well in the tournament series too, so I'm not going to pretend like
all right,
top 4 is bad.
Let's do a quick poll in the chat. Who is your main and where are you from? So write down either NA or EU or wherever you're from, and then write down who your main is. I'm curious.
But everybody watching is in Twitch chat, which means that they would probably be Wraith mains because with TTV in their name because they're Twitchers. There
Could
you go.
be. I guess
that's the way it is. Every single person's just gonna say
you're onto
Wraith.
something here.
Yeah, when you make friends with people who play Apex that aren't on Twitch, then they get to be Pathfinders, And then the third is just kind of like your friend that's like, oh, I want to play with you guys. Like, cool, we're gonna kill everyone. You can play whatever you want.
If no one says Bloodhound, although people are just gonna meme and say Bloodhound, so I don't even know. I was gonna say I don't owe Jasmine $1, but I think I owe her $1. So
Yeah.
there's no getting out of it.
That's gonna be the $1 that you're missing to pay the parking to get your car out of here. You're gonna be stuck in Santa Monica
I'll just
forever.
camp on the beach, man. Whatever.
Get a nice tan, go on the Ferris wheel with Dignitas. It's gonna be fun.
Well, the Ferris wheel might cost $1 to get onto. I'm so sorry,
There you go.
Alex.
I'm pretty stealthy. I can probably sneak onto that thing. If I just hang off the back and try to climb up. All right, stay tuned.
I look forward to seeing that.
Stay tuned to see what happens to Axel Toss after the show.
Jasmine took my last $1 to get out of LA. Peacekeeper with the choke. Oh, there's few things in Apex that feel better than grabbing that blue backpack, by the way. Because
what about the gold backpack?
I mean, it feels nice there, but really it's getting the level 2 backpack that actually makes you feel like you have a decent inventory space. Like the purple and gold ones are phenomenal, obviously. But there's really, like going from no backpack to having one, you're like, okay, this basically is my second gun's ammo now. But then it's like, oh no, I can hold an extra 4 grenades.
Yep.
Oh, he had to do it to him.
I don't think he meant to do that.
Well, I'm going to assume he did.
He's not with other teams, not with other players around.
Yeah, it's a little risky.
Was he trying to slide maybe and then hit the finish button?
Do they have their 10 points yet? I feel like they probably do.
Yeah, they had such a good start. I wasn't counting them.
Yeah, I feel like they're probably at 10 points already. My next question would become, are there even enough players left in the game right now for them to get 42 kills at this point still? That would be my next question.
That would be really tough for them. But at least they're not playing scared right now. They're going in everyone's face, trying to rack up those points as much as they can last game.
The spray, trying to find the invisible Mirage. See, that's where finishers are useful. If Mirage is invisible, you just run around, and the finisher prompt appears when you're in front of him, even when he's downed and cloaked. And then you use a finisher on him.
They're surviving here. They're fighting a lot of people.
Yeah, pretty open area out on the west side. Seems like they're pretty far from the ring. Good reasonable distance, but like we said, I mean, the number of points that they need right now to lock in fourth is not really that high. So being aggressive and just getting those kills early, and then they could just yeet themselves wherever they want.
They must have 10 by now.
Yeah, no, they have to.
I mean, I think they're playing this like as if it was.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with playing it normally. I'm just trying to for the purposes of trying to make sure we have the tournament stuff figured out at least. Because if they somehow didn't get 10 points, it would be a huge tragedy. But boy, man, I would be tilted off the edge of the earth.
Definitely want top 4 on the day. A little bit of a dangerous move here. It is only round 1. Lowly, very low in health though. He's gonna get healed back up. They are gonna deal with that team.
2 separate squads from those couple of.
Look at the out of bounds notations though up there. At least a couple.
Wow, a few people dying to the level 1 ring. That's kind of weird.
Where is the circle?
I don't think it's too much further east.
We're about to see it.
Oh yeah, it is too much further east. Never mind. I retract my statement. It is very far east.
The plane started near Skulltown.
And the
ring it was kind of going the other way. So yeah, I guess a lot of people just running from wherever they dropped, and a few casualties.
If you landed Slum Lakes, you're sour about life.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's why you almost always have to have a Pathfinder.
Yep.
These days.
The team mobility is really nice. I mean, he could put a zip line into the. It's not necessary because it's only first circle damage. If this happened for the second ring, then that's when the Pathfinder's like, all right, I'm going to set up a zip line to get us inside, but still not necessary.
So will I do the interview and then
all right,
throw back, and then they close?
So everybody's inside. They're approaching the Leviathan, the big boy, and just waiting for that foot to go up, basically. That's the high-level strategy. What if they got the 10 points and they're like, okay, did we lock in fourth? Yes, and they all get under the foot together. That's what I want to see.
That's how you go out in style right there.
Yeah.
That's what I would like to see today.
Yeah. I want the meme ending. That's what I really want.
That'd be pretty great.
We locked in 4th? Okay, cool. To the foot we go.
Or maybe somehow figure out a way to get on top of a dragon and ride through the map, you know?
We've seen people zipline off of them, or grapple off of them with Pathfinder, so.
I did try to land on one once. It did not work.
I'd like to see that.
I just, you know, it just bumped me off.
Aw.
Nothing very exciting to report.
It's the, it's the same thing with the Leviathan. You're like, oh yeah, can you land on it? It's like, no, you just kind of keep falling. You just fall around it. Yeah.
Let's see, 6 squads left here. They knocked someone off the top of that jump tower. And finish him off there. Oh. Or not.
No. He's like, you know what? I missed my first 2 shots. No, you can live for a bit longer, bruh. Ooh, 46 tick.
Yeah, really being patient with those shots, I think. Any newbies to Apex Legends or anyone really trying to get better, it can be very instinctual, and I'd defer to you, Emily, any advice you might have. Because I would say it's very instinctual. Just start shooting, you know, when you see them, but it's a very simple tip maybe. Just slow it down just a little bit. Make sure your crosshair is on the guy, and then shoot.
Yeah, you want to hit the shot. You want to use the hitboxes properly and not spray them down at their toes. You want to get that quick, easy shot, and then that way you can go after the rest of the team.
You mean I shouldn't just panic and hold left click when an enemy's in front of me in some general direction?
Oh, speaking of which, look out.
There you go. And don't do that.
That was an interesting caustic strategy here. Look out. Bunkered up in this watchtower. Oh.
Yeah, you got to be careful about how far you want to step into that room in case there's more traps or you get caught or something.
Yeah, he's...
Making a lot of noise here.
Emily, any other quick tips for ambitious FPS dreamers who want to reach your level, or like any, you know?
Well, no one's gonna reach Emily's level. Let's be honest.
Well, I play CS:GO. I don't want to brag too much about Apex, but I mean, if I can relate anything.
Well, any FPS, just general first-person shooter knowledge. Any tips for people trying to get better?
Yeah, again, I cannot stress enough about trying guns where you have to practice your aim rather than spraying, praying and spraying. Using your nades as well is very important. Not too many people do that, I think, in Apex yet, but I think we can start seeing it maybe more in the competitive scene. And communication is very important. Know how many people you brought down. Is there 2 teams you're fighting or 1 person?
And even if you don't think you did anything wrong, if you give your teammates crap, you are hurting the team morale. You are creating animosity that could potentially cause your downfall later on.
Yeah, you want to be a good teammate.
Be a good teammate. That's like I think the biggest thing about BRs is just it's the communication breakdown is so.
That's something
important.
we learned at the Sixers training facility is it doesn't matter how good you're playing. You just want to make sure that even if you're having a bad day, that your comms are still on point so you can ensure that win with your team. And, you know, the same struggles that the basketball team gets, we get too. So that it just relates. It's so funny. Traditional sports with esports.
Yeah. Even if you're not playing well, you can still be useful in a lot of different ways to your team.
Exactly.
What about any general practice tips? And I'm not asking on behalf of myself.
Aim better.
No, I'm not.
Again, aim better? No, just kidding.
Because the easy answer might be, okay, just grind. You know, that might
you
be.
gotta grind.
Gotta grind.
But you have to also study pros. You have to figure out what play style is best for you. Are you a person that's gonna hide in a room and set up traps?
Why are you looking at me when you say that?
She didn't just look at you. She gestured at you.
I did. Or me, I'm an aggressive player. I gotta get in their face. I'm gonna make sure that my shot's gonna hit.
So you're the person pushing into bunker that I'm trying to trap.
Yes, yes. So hopefully we'll see you on a competitive match later, and I'll show you which one works better.
I look forward to it.
Are there any focused practice strategies that you guys use on your Counter-Strike team? Whether it's like, okay, 4 hours of this and then an hour of this, or anything specific like that?
Yeah, so kind of traditional sports, they watch like
tapes.
Yeah, I forgot what word they use. Tapes. Us, we do demo watching. So we'll play a scrim, we'll watch ourselves, we'll see what mistakes we did, what strategies failed, and what to fix, and then we'll have another scrim, and we just kind of go back and forth. With our game, though, we have different maps, obviously, so it doesn't get so boring. Here, it kind of might be a little bit boring, but actually, this is a pretty big map, and you have different angles and buildings to go around, so I wonder how that would be if Apex players do that, if they go back and watch themselves and see what they can fix.
Yeah, there's so much opportunity, and I like that a lot because I think that one of the best things about this game is, A, the characters all have like crazy varying levels of mobility and whatnot, but they also have like just so many different places in the maps that you can use those characters on.
Yeah.
Like if you want to be a turtley player who uses traps, like there's a lot of different places that you can put them and like ways that you can use the terrain to your advantage. If you want to be a really good Pathfinder or like an Octane, there's always going to be so many different spots that you can calculate. Like if I put my pad here, will people see it and will it get me where I want to be, right? Rather than just throwing it out into the open and exposing yourself. And there's so many things you have to just constantly be aware of as we are just in our final fight here. Laser gets knocked. He does have the self-res, but it's going to be hard to use that right in front of the enemy. But cleans it up.
There we go.
Yeah, Mastiff to the face. That that'll do. That'll do. So Alliance wins that match. Should pretty easily secure their 4th place now, like we were discussing. And we're going to take a quick look. Let's see, how many points did they score? Did they get the legendary?
Yeah.
No 42 kills. So 3rd place is out of reach, tragically, but they do believe secure 4th with that. So very, very well done by Alliance, closing out the day and wrapping up our tournament as they have put together a very nice show.
Yeah, this was fun. It was fun watching some of the teams. And again, I can't get over that first game with TSM. They had such a good start in that first game.
39 frags.
They got 1st place by 1 point, right?
1 point,
1 point.
Every single kill that they got today mattered.
Yeah.
It's just crazy to think about. So we have Alex over with Team Dignitas for some final thoughts on our Apex Legends Pro Series. Alex, take it away, bud.
Thank you, Nathanius. Yeah, I just used Wraith's Q to teleport on over here. Wasn't that pretty cool? Yeah, these guys are like, wow, that was really cool. You should. No, we're here in the actual studio area where these guys have been playing for the last 4 hours, 12 matches in total. So I want to ask you guys, how'd the day go? We'll start over here. Just talk to me about your day and how it went. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I just want to thank you guys for having us. And this studio is actually pretty incredible. It's pretty sweet. Our game started off well, the first game was pretty bad, but we ended up turning it around. And we just couldn't get on a steady pace. We just would have a really good game, we'd have a really bad game, really good game. So, and we had to play a little bit more crazy because we're further down in the leaderboard. So we just had to play a little bit more riskier, but it just didn't go our way today. So,
did you feel like over time you're kind of getting into a groove a little bit? Did you feel like you were improving a little bit more towards the end?
So that's what we thought, and it just kept bouncing back. Like we would have a good game, then we have a bad game. Like we dropped a 31 kill and then a 30 kill, and then we would drop a 15 kill, and then we would die, and then we'd try to bring it back, and it's just off and on for us. So unfortunate, but I mean, there's gonna be more times. We'll be all right.
Yeah, what's the best way to kind of bounce back from maybe not having a great start? And I want to commend you guys for that because I think it was just a little unlucky probably in the first game, but then having the resolve to be able to come back, stay focused, and really put in some good numbers, that can be a big challenge. So I guess we'll come over here now. What are the best ways to kind of stay in the zone and make sure you're doing the right things if it doesn't start out so great?
So we've had games where the start is really slow and we have like 5 kills or 3, and then we tend to just try to pop off late game and just farm teams the best we can. That usually is what makes a game come around. But.
All right, we'll go to the end over here. Talk about your day and how it went. You can answer more or less the same questions I asked, but I want to get some thoughts from you on how your day was playing here in Santa Monica at the FACEIT studio.
Yeah, today is pretty unlucky, and then we have a lot of good game, but also a lot of bad game. But we played pretty poorly today, but we probably improving on that.
Yeah, I mean, dropping a couple 30 bombs, some good things to take from that for sure. So moving forward here, I'm sure y'all are gonna go maybe hang out, check out the area a little bit. There's a Ferris wheel over there. It's pretty cool. The beach isn't too far either. I'm just letting you guys know. So moving forward from here, beyond Santa Monica fun, well, I know y'all are going back to Sacramento, but what's on the calendar? What's the game plan moving forward for Dignitas Apex Legends?
Hopefully soon we'll get private matches, custom lobbies, and we'll be able to play the best players in the same lobby and play against each other instead of these kill tourneys. But moving forward, we got, TwitchCon's right around the corner. We got Battle of the East coming up. So, there's a lot more to come. So I'm pretty excited.
All right. Well, any final thoughts? Anything you guys wanted to add before we sign off here?
Yeah, I just want to thank Dignitas. I want to thank you guys out here for us and just showing us love and letting us play on these dope setups. So just thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you guys for the setup. It's pretty badass. And yeah, hopefully more tournaments to come.
Yeah. Thank you for Paces for provide this tournament, and thank you for Dignitas, and thank you for everyone watching at home. Thank you.
All right. Well, I echo what you guys are saying. I think this is a pretty cool area too. Thank you guys for coming and hanging out with us and playing some Apex. Hopefully we do more stuff like this. But that's going to do it for Dignitas here at the FACEIT Studios. I think we got a replay to look at.
Thank you so much, Alex. Yeah, it was awesome to have our teams out here playing. Of course, we really appreciate Dignitas coming out, hanging out with us, and your wonderful insight as well, Emily, as a professional gamer and someone who's much better at FPS than me. But despite the rocky back and forth performance today, they did have some really good matches, and they still got to put up some great numbers here and there.
Yeah, after listening to the interview, and listening to what Mig had to say, it sounded like that rough start, it was kind of like a snowball effect. It might have been a little bit difficult to get it back on track. So, like Crossover said, they're going to come back. They're going to hopefully watch some demos and improve on what they can do better for next season. So I'm really happy for them, and these guys are great. They work really hard, and they're going to do a lot better. Just more work into the game.
Yeah, I think what they said it best, the games that they had that things didn't go really bad or they didn't get unlucky, they did really well. They were able to put up 30 bomb games, and they've got a lot that they're looking forward to. And I honestly think that the whole entire landscape is going to completely change when we get private lobbies going and whatnot. So
yeah, they have more tournaments coming up too. They're going to be on the East Coast, and hopefully they can go check out the training facility and meet with the sports staff there, and we'll see improvement from that. I know it.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's been a great day of games here, and so awesome to see. We've had a lot of teams come out here, and just wanted to say a huge thanks to everyone that's come together for this tournament and everything that's happened. It's been good.
I
been
feel
awesome.
like I've teleported back here, by the way. I feel like it's very motivating too to come and play in a setting like this on cool setups with cool commentators and a really cool production crew. Like for you too, Emily, I'm sure when you go to a different place and you see different people and you're playing a game, that's got to be motivating to do more of it. So I'm excited to see the future of Dignitas Apex. Of course, here is our final standing on the day. TSM winning by 1 point today over Fire Beavers. T1 in third. Alliance with their final game there that we were able to see, securing 4th place. But guess who gets the last laugh? The Fire Beavers.
The Fire Beavers get the last laugh.
Yes, because here are our overall standings. Fire Beavers absolutely demolishing. It's not even close, the competition.
100-point difference.
They didn't have to play 2 of their games.
Yeah, they were 100 points ahead of T1. They were 200 points ahead of TSM. Almost 200 points. I'm exaggerating a bit, but they crushed it, and that was insane. Big kudos to them. Big shout out to them. As they did super well. Our top performing teams really was such a treat to see these guys come back. And I want to give a big honorable mention as well to Team Liquid, who started off a bit lower, and they started to really pop off once we got to that week 5 where they hit that 484. And they got really close. They got within striking distance, but today things just did not go their way. And Fire Beaver's consistency holds strong.
Oh yeah, honestly, it's just a really cool list of teams all the way through that entire leaderboard. Pretty much every major org represented and involved in the action, which has been really cool to see. And just the fact that Fire Beavers able to qualify, this is a team that qualified in Europe, and to qualify and then to be at the top of all these teams is absolutely something to be admired. And honestly, it's got to be motivating for anyone watching at home who's putting in the grind.
Yeah, you gotta grind out.
You know, that's kind of how the pros are made in esports a lot of the time. Grinding from home,
Gotta put in the
putting the
time.
work in practice, but then qualifying for an event and then succeeding, which is what we saw the Fire Beavers do. So really huge congratulations to the Fire Beavers coming through the qualifiers and winning $10,000, the overall FACEIT Series Apex Legends event. Just a huge series for them, and that's pretty much going to do it for us. So first of all, I want to thank you, Emily, for hanging out with us.
It was fun.
You're clearly a very capable Counter-Strike player, but your commentary is just great as well. So hopefully we get to cross paths again in the future. Why don't you give any shout-outs or any final thoughts before we sign off here?
I had so much fun here. I think that I'm very excited to see the future of Apex competitively, and shout out to Dignitas for letting me come, and for you guys were so easy to talk to. This is amazing. I hope to see you guys in the server.
Oh.
Maybe we could play against each
I
other
hope not to
sometime.
see him in the server.
He'll be in a room hiding, I'm
Well,
sure.
the thing is, that you don't need to look for me. You know where I'm gonna be.
Yeah.
So.
I guess I would like to play on your team though, because I'd probably get carried. So maybe we can
Come
make
join
that.
us. Yes,
yeah,
come
maybe
on.
we can make that happen. Nathanius, any final words, man? It's been an awesome few weeks hanging out with you up here.
It's been an awesome series. I just want to say again, huge thanks to Dignitas and all of the other organizations that came out here and brought their expertise and their players to the studio. It was really cool to kind of be able to pick the brains of players in a new competitive scene. And big thanks to FACEIT for having us here, and just all you guys for hanging out and tuning in. It's been a blast.
Yeah, and I'm just going to echo what you guys have said. Thanks to everyone involved, everyone in production. Thanks to the FACEIT crew. And huge congratulations to all of our competing teams, but especially the Fire Beavers. Coming out of nowhere, qualifying and winning the FACEIT Pro Series Apex Legends event. $10,000 for them outside of the money they would have won during the actual play over the past few weekends. So thank you all for tuning in to this show, the FACEIT Pro Series Apex Legends tournament. Look out for future things from FACEIT TV. This is the Twitch channel, twitch.tv/FACEIT TV. So be sure to drop a follow, subscribe, do all that good stuff, and we'll see you next time. Thanks for watching.
Caustic crack. Can't see.
That's crack. Good shit.
Both one behind that rock. Last guy behind.
Bye.